Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
It's finally here, the 2023 season for the NKC, the National Card Cup, this year sponsored by and supported by Junction 6. More of that, all about Junction 6 coming later. My name is Joe Bradley. Alongside me is my cohort, Nick Damon. Nick.
Hello, cohort.
We've
co-host, cohort.
Cohort. I prefer cohort.
Do you?
Nick, it's finally here. We've been waiting for this for months.
Months we waited for the new season to start. You see carts going round. It's just the last knockings of the 3-minute warm-up practice. Racing will start, if it starts on time, will start in about 5 minutes' time.
Yeah, we've already had some heats. We had some heats yesterday, and that is purely down to the success of the NKC. We have got huge grids. We have got 64 senior road tax in the 162 category. We've got 64 senior road tax in the 177, the heavier category. We have got over 50 junior road tax, and to think that the junior categories only really came on board 2 or 3 seasons ago. We've got over 30 TKM runners. We've got a small Minimax grid, and that's because we've kind of found a home for Minimax here in the NKC. The MSUK rules changed for that age group, and that left a lot of people with Minimax kit with nowhere to race really under the MSUK. So we found a home for them here. We've got, I think, 9 in Minimax. A very well subscribed first round. Have we mentioned we're here at Three Sisters, by the way?
Oh, where are we in?
We are at Three Sisters, which is near Wigan in the northwest of the UK.
Is it near Hull?
It's nowhere near Hull. It's on the completely opposite side of the British Isles. It is a fabulous track here.
Shall we have a look around the track?
I would love to take you around.
There is a track lap that I think we can put on.
It's one of the fastest tracks in the UK. It's one of the purest tracks. It's very much a driver's circuit, but because of that, it's also an engineer's circuit because you've got to have a very strong motor. You've got to have a lot of waft.
Let's see
We're going to go on board with Zach Bolton. Hello to the Zach Bolton fan club. A bit early, I know for you. Here we are, past the paddock on the left there. You see the pit gantry into paddock turn, which is a very, very fast right-hander. And now a tricky bit. Stay off the curb on the right because it's huge. Don't want to hit that. And now we go through a sequence of S's and then on the Rogerson Straight towards perhaps the most important part of the track. We go into Luna. It's a right-hand bend that opens up on you on the exit, and you've been flat out a few yards back now, and on one of the longest straights in the UK, the Conrod Straight. The engine screaming before you get to the braking area, and now very, very late apex. We're on a bit of a wet, dry track here with Zach. Into the S's, and then Lucy's Valley up the hill, and it really is a bit of a hill. The camera does nothing for it. Then downhill into the Joey Dunlop chicane, very, very tricky. The curbs are huge. That completes a lap there with Zach Bolton. Now, I mentioned the final chicane here. The final sequence of that chicane brings you onto that paddock straight. It's very tricky. You need to stay off the curbs. You can't treat it like a chicane where you rattle the curbs. You have to stay off the curbs. And the other tricky thing that we have to remember, Nick, is that the start-finish line is on Conrod Straight.
Yes.
So the competitors will come out of the collecting area and pretty much do half a lap before they cross the line to start their green flag lap and then come all the way around what you're seeing there. Thanks to Zach Bolton for that on board. And very tricky conditions there for Zach. We've got different conditions here today. We've got a perfectly dry and consistent track condition for you. We actually had sunshine and a bit of heat yesterday. Temperatures got up towards balmy 14 and 15 degrees. However, today, a little bit cloudy and overcast. No rain forecast. However, we are on the western side of the British Isles, which tends to have a bit changeable weather. So if you don't like the weather, wait 5 minutes, is the saying in Manchester, which is not far from here.
There'll be another one. Another one along in a moment.
At the moment, though, we've got a perfectly dry track. It's a bit chilly. It's under 10 degrees. It's about 8-9 degrees out there. So it's an extra couple of layers if you're outdoors, which all of our competitors and the teams and their hangers-on and their families are all going to be outdoors pretty much the whole day. We have got a couple more practice runs for you before we get started with what will be the second heat for senior road. Actually, we've had to split the senior Rotax 162s and the 177s into two groups because of that heavily subscribed class, 64 runners in the senior Rotax class.
Yeah, there was some running last night, wasn't there?
Simon Keeble, our reigning champion, is out carrying the number one. Simon Keeble also running in the Masters subclass in the 162 Rotax category, and Simon will once again be running in the Masters as well. So he took kind of 2 championships last year, and by his own admission, winning the championship crept up on him. He said he didn't. He came in after.
I wasn't expecting, and suddenly someone attacked me with a championship.
Absolutely, it was like at the end of the season, at the end of the last final, it was like, Simon, congratulations. What for? You're the champion. Am I? You know, it was a big surprise, and you can understand why.
Yeah. I'd like to say hello to everyone watching us on YouTube. We're on 2 different YouTube feeds this year. The Control Sport one, which we were broadcasting on last year, and our new Karting Live TV YouTube channel, which is going to be a dedicated karting, dedicated karting and general motorsports channel. So we're moving away from the RC side. We're going to have a couple of special events on the Karting Live channel, one of which begins with Le and ends in Mo.
Yeah.
And the other one I'm not allowed to tell you about yet, but it'll be very exciting. But so it's going to be all full-size stuff, but mostly karting, like 95% karting. Hello to Jojo 75 ADHD Rocks, who's his part of the Zach Bolton posse over on...
we've got the Zach Bolton fan club with us
we
already.
Certainly have.
I mean, it's early for them. It's only 10:36.
That is true.
Will have been nightclubbing last night, no doubt.
Yes. So... that's what's coming up. We also have on our... So people who are watching us on the other stream, it's a very exciting stream swapping. Could be a big day for me. Hello to Micro Mad Max. He's from Jake McKilligully. Hello to Alex. Hello to Alan Timmins, Michelle Harper, Enzazi, Wayne Redding, Micro again. And anyone who's actually watching us on the Control Sport, if you want to either swap over and come and see us on the Karting Live. But don't forget, you need to subscribe to the Karting Live TV. That's the whole thing. This is all about the subscriptions. Subscribe, please, as much as you possibly can.
Shall we talk about the season ahead of us, Nick, while we have a chance before we get up
right
and running?
Into it, yes.
Yeah, so 2023, the NKC, we're here at Three Sisters for round 1. Round 2, next month, 19th to the 21st of May. We stay on the western side of the British Isles, and we travel a bit further north to Cumbria and Rowra. We visited Rowra last year, remember. It's a beautiful track, one of my favourite tracks. Because it was one of the first tracks that I competed at.
Was it?
Yes, it was. Have I mentioned that Three Sisters, where we are now, was the very first track I ever drove a kart on?
Only all the time.
Yeah, okay. There'll be more of that later. From Rowra in June, we go to the Mansell Raceway, which is in Dunkeswell in Devon. It's near Honiton. Honiton, perhaps a more well-known location. To sort of get your geography right on that. So Mansell Raceway for the first time. That's 24th to the 25th of June. And then we go July. July's round is Wilton Mill. That's near Northampton, near Daventry actually. Daventry being the closest town to Wilton Mill. 28th to the 30th of July. We stay put at Wilton Mill for a one-off O-Plate round in August. So it's not a qualifying round for the NKC Championship. It's a one-weekend championship for the coveted O-Plate, and that takes place, at Wilton Mill, 17th to the 20th of August.
That's a Saturday and Sunday live stream, so
and
it's
it's
2 days of us. Sorry about that.
2 days of us. We do apologise now. So the final 2 rounds of the 2023 season, we go to Lincolnshire and Fulbeck, that old-school kart track, very demanding kart track is Fulbeck. That's the 8th to the 10th of September. We're at Fulbeck. And then we round the season off back down to the south of England, the southwest, back to Dorset. Clay Pigeon, one of the classic kart tracks and one of the most renowned tracks to race a kart in the UK. That's where the NKC will conclude, and that's the 20th to the 22nd of October. That could well be a wet finish to the season, October. Yeah.
Let's predict water.
Well, it's a little bit later than we raced, I think, in 22.
Yeah, much later. Much later. That's 4 weeks later.
Yeah, yeah. So, you know what? A very exciting calendar. We've got 6 for the championship. We've got 6 very, very different tracks. Three Sisters, where we are this weekend. We're all about Three Sisters at the weekend. This weekend. I've mentioned this before. When you see our footage from these karts, there there is little or no slow areas on this track. The slowest areas on this track are very, very high speed. Even the chicanes that were designed to slow things down, they slow things down relatively. You've got to maintain momentum. It's all about the speed, and it's all about finesse.
Yeah, I mean, visually, it's a much quicker circuit, some of the tracks we go to. This is the last of the practice going out. This is the mini maxes. So we are only 3 or 4 minutes away from racing starting, believe it or not.
Yeah, so we've already kicked the season off in a way, Nick. Yesterday afternoon, we had our first heats for some of our classes. I'm just looking down the table. We had Senior TKM. They had their first heat. Minimax had a heat. Junior Rotax, Senior Rotax, and the 177s. We'll have more of what happened there when we get towards the second heat. Now, the second heat doesn't necessarily mean it's the second heat for some of the drivers because we've had to split them into groups A and B because there is a 64 competitive field, and hence we have to split them up. They all come together this afternoon with our grand finals,
where B's and A's.
Well, through the qualifying process, you'll either end up in the B final or the A final through your heats. Perhaps now we should be talking about what format and what the process is. It's not uncommon. It's certainly old school to have what we call mixed grids. Now, what do we mean by mixed grids? Well, in British Championship karting, MSUK British Championship, they have time qualifying, which designates the grid for the heats. And if you're on pole or if you're on 20th, you will be on 20th for all of your heats, or you'll be on pole for all of your heats. It's a little bit different in the NKC. We have what's called mixed grids. We don't have any time qualifying. You basically, as a competitor, will start your first heat at the front, in the middle, or at the back. And your second heat will be in a different position at the front, the middle, or the back. And your third heat will be at the front, the middle, or the back. And you get what that gives you, though, is from our point of view, because we're in the entertainment business, aren't we?
Oh, yes.
And what that means is you've got some of the faster guys starting some of these heats at the back of the field. So you get, from the driver's perspective, it really, really is good experience. And it's very, very exciting because you can, the experience that you glean of overtaking and being overtaken, certainly if you're first starting off, it's something that you learn. You have to learn very, very quickly. It lends itself to some eventful racing.
Yes.
But like I say, we are in the entertainment business, and entertaining racing means a little bit of drama, a little bit of what am I trying to say? Incident. That's the word I'm searching for.
Yes, incident.
A little bit of incident, unavoidable. That's the nature of racing, and that's sure, bet your bottom dollar, that's what we've got in store for you today and across the 2023 NKC season.
Well, you see everyone getting ready now for the first heat, which I think you told is Senior Rotax.
Yeah, now that cart at the bottom of the screen there, cart 101, there's a bit of a story there. That's Philip Howarth. Now, Philip Howarth is the 2022 reigning Senior Rotax 177 champion. He should be carrying the one in the 177 class. But Philip went away and he went running and he checked his diet and he's dropped a lot of weight. He's like a bit of a racing snake now. He's half the man he used to be. And he's gone and set himself up with the challenge of taking a back-to-back championship in 2 different classes, in 2 different weight categories, that is. Again, Senior Rotax, but this time he's in the 162 class. Now, what do we mean by 177 and 162? Basically, 162 kilograms and 177 kilograms. It's all about the weight. And it makes a substantial difference. You'll see in our Paddock Walk show, which we'll be screening in the lunch break, where we do speak to Philip, and he gives us a bit of insight as to why he's gone and done what he's done. He wanted the challenge. He needed to get fit. He felt up to the challenge, and he does say that it's got a bit of a feel. The cart feels more nimble, as you would. It's 16 it's 8 plus 7. What's that? 15 kilograms difference, isn't it? So that's a considerable amount of weight to be braking and accelerating and cornering with. So you do get a very different lap time and a very different experience in the two categories, even though they are the same engine, same tyres, same karts, same regulations. Only difference is the weight.
Yes, and the weight is very important. Power to weight ratio.
Well, it is more so in karting.
There's one of the cars is trying to make sure his drop down nose isn't dropped down before he starts.
Yeah, drop down noses. We'll talk about that later. More of that after the heat. Basically, it's if you have a situation where you contact a kart in front of you by, whether that's deliberately or accidentally, the nose cone section of the kart there at the front is on the way that it's mounted is if you hit the front of the kart too much, it will become loose. It won't fall off, but it will become loose. And the nose cone drops down. And if your nose cone drops down, you will incur a 5-second penalty at the end of the heat or at the end of the race, which is added to your race time. And that does shake things up a little bit. So we'll be keeping our eyes peeled for any drop noses, which you tend to hear as well as see.
I've got a drop nose. Yeah. My nose has fallen off.
Tyres, Nick, I think there's no doubt in my mind that the popularity of the Junction 6 NKC is down to the tyre regulations. They're on the Maxxis tyre. It's slick tyres for the dry, wet tyres, treaded tyres for the wet. But that is the popularity. That is the key to the success, I think, of this burgeoning series. Because, unlike other karting series, you're only allowed 2 sets. That's 4 rear tyres and 4 front tyres for the whole season.
It was very noticeable yesterday when the karts were going out for the first time. They all had lovely shiny tyres with lovely white walls on the side. Yeah. And by round 3, it'd be scuffed old bits of darkness.
The interesting bit is you've got 2 sets of tyres, 4 rears, 4 fronts. You can use those tyres as you want. You've basically registered, homologated the tyres at the beginning of the season. You can go out now on a brand new set of tyres, which you probably scrubbed in practice. The next heat, you can put your brand new set on and then flip-flop through the season. I don't know what sort of state your tyres are going to be in by the time we get to Clay Pigeon in October. But
broken?
But they're going to be very worn. I mean, last year we thought, there's going to be at least we're in Great Britain for, so there's going to be a couple of wet.
That's what they hoped for last year.
Well, there wasn't.
There's one wet. It was like half an hour of wet.
Yeah. We had a couple of practice sessions, or maybe the odd heat. But fundamentally, overall, it was all dry. So by the time we got the final round, it really did become tactical. So
on the Catherine Podder Racing, good luck everyone, especially teams LRG Motorsport and JC Motorsport.
I'd like to say good morning to Peter Reeve, who's done really well getting himself out of bed.
Well done.
He loves the idea of mixed grids.
Brazil is watching, apparently, from Zananguska. And then there's a good competition, actually, between the YouTube on Control Sport and the YouTube on Karting Live TV. It's currently about... there's only 2 people different on who's watching on one... Oh, no, it's the Karting Live TV has gone ahead. So that's good news. So if you are on Karting Live TV, please subscribe. We're looking to get as many subscribers as possible on that area. Stacey Hughes is on there saying good luck to Ian. Is it Ian, isn't it? It's Ian, I-E-U-A. I think it's Ian. I'm sorry, my Welsh pronunciation is rubbish. Ian Hughes. And good luck to Billy Edgecombe and the Momentum Race team. So we're waiting now for the first race to get underway. There's quite a lot. I think we're going to find that there's quite a lot of time for us to fill between races, as the
that's great.
Recovery of karts here is difficult because it's a very big track. This is a track which is halfway housed in a kart track and a full-size circuit, isn't it? Really, hence the reason it's so quick.
Well, we're gonna. We kind of do this every round, but I've kind of got my mate Peter Reeve in my mind when I say this, because Peter's knows little about anything really, but it's a way of educating people like Peter.
I know nothing about anything.
In being a newcomer to the sport. We are about to go live
for racing
and go racing indeed. Senior Rotax, the second heat, split into 2 groups. It's the current 177 champion Philip Howarth who starts on the pole position. Robbie Rigby is alongside him. Ben Ficchetti and Jacob McDonald are on row 2. Row 3 is Joseph McQueen and Lewis Berry. Then we've got Max Martin, Grace Lee Davies, row 4. Josh Morris and Pedro Oliveira. Brazilian cheering on the
Brazilians.
Yellow and blue and green flag colours there for Pedro Oliveira. Row 6 is Ben Harper and Adam Rogers. Scott Lowther and Andy Ambrose. Andy Ambrose, newcomer to the series as well. They're on row 7. Row 8 is Reece Pope and the old Jedi Master Paul Ozan. He shares row 8 with him. Row 9 is Charlie Walsh and Martin Ingham. Row 10, Patrick Williams, Rohaj and Matthew Lambert. Then we've got Ryan David Mills and Kyle Dunford on row 11. Luke Evans is alongside Sam Elliott on row 12. Row 13, John Hobbs and Louis Ball. Tom Elridge and Ellis Humphreys are on row 14. Row 15, Thomas Storer, Kieran Gifford, Finlay Watson and Mackenzie Stevens are on row 16. And then all alone on row 17. In 33rd place is the number 103 on the novice plate, Adam Cerner.
So whilst they've got a slight timing thing, that's because the vagaries of where the start finishes, so ignore that first set of timing. This is when the race will get underway. They get it waved off. It's on that back straight. So it's on the Conrad straight. Conrod straight. Yeah, this is the. It's a bit like Mid-Ohio, Nick, where you come past the paddock, but the start-finish line's across on the far side. Here they are through Luna. Then they're approaching the starter, and this is where Philip Howarth will want to kind of gather him up, but not too much because he doesn't want to be out blasted down to the first corner at the S's, and we get underway. I think we've got to start there. Philip Howarth certainly timed that start to perfection and already leads with a considerable margin, the first two going away there. Guy on the outside of the front row seemed to bog down. He's dropped down to 4th at best, I think.
Love that shot up and down the valley there, out of the Lucy's Valley and towards the Joey Dunlop chicane. We've got waved yellows. Have we got a false start? Yes, we have.
Got a full start.
Yeah, we have.
Okay, got a full start.
That doesn't surprise me. Philip broke away from the field quite considerably.
Whoever's in position 2, is it actually Ben Fouquet? Because I'm not sure whether it was him, because I'm just wondering about that, because he just didn't take off at all.
Well, it's Robbie Rigby on the number 111.
Right. So
who crossed the line in 3rd. That's probably
he's supposed to be second, is he?
Yes. He's
the guy. He's the guy on the outside of the front row. Then
he should be alongside.
He hung back, and then the thing bogged down. So I think that was more a cart issue than anything else. But
yeah, you're probably right. Right, they're gathered up now. They are gathered up with Robbie Rigby fully alongside Philip. Phil just squeezing his fuel line there to stop the engine bogging down. Now he'll get his foot down. The number 111 really needs to keep alongside.
I don't know what he's doing. He's dropped back, but again, he's dropped back 2 cars.
He has.
Does he think he should be on? Is he confused and thinks he should be on row 2?
Well, he slotted into 3rd. This is what I mean by mixed grids. We've got a big off at turn 1 into the S's as Philip Howarth leads out of Lucy's Valley and into the Joey Dunlop chicane for the first time. We had a bit of carnage behind with the car to soar sideways in front of pretty much everyone. That's going to shake up this grid when they come across the line. They are into and onto Rogerson Straight there through the little chicane S's there. Into Luna for the first time then. Philip Howarth leads on the 101. Yeah, breaking away considerably. It looks like Ben Fouquet has followed him through. But Philip Howarth, just like he did last year.
there. Head down.
Yeah, head down. Getting that airflow across him, across the line for the first time. Then Howarth leads, Fouquet second. Robbie Rigby started on the front row, now in 3rd. 4th is Andy Ambrose. Great start from Andy. Pedro Oliveira 5th. 6th is Joseph McQueen. Matthew Lambert is 7th. Ben Harper 8th. 9th is Lewis Berry. And Kyle Dunford, the driver, rounding off the top 10.
Battle here very much for this 3rd, 4th and 5th. Howarth has got himself a nice little comfortable gap over Fouquet. So it's Rigby, Ambrose and Pedro Oliveira. Oliveira, who absolutely starred in the first round of last year. I think he's actually now. It's pretty obvious, I think, that Rigby's drifting back. I think Rigby might have kart issues. He doesn't even have the pace of these two. And I think that's certainly both Oliveira, when they go over this time, and Ambrose have got past him. Yeah.
Remember, Nick, we've got varying degrees of ability and experience out there with the mixed grid. So he started on the front, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's where he will be in this field.
Yeah, good point. Let's say Oliveira absolutely starred in the first round last year at GYG. Was the kind of coming through the field. They had a mechanical in the final, and then kind of was there or thereabouts. Never showed quite the same stellar performance again. I had him down as the potential winner at round 1, and it just never really happened. That's Howarth in the lead. second.
Andy Ambrose on that 55 up into third there, ahead of I think he went ahead of Robbie Rigby, didn't he? Yeah, making ground there. Andy, new to the series, he's with Louis Large's team, LRG Motorsport. Louis Large, who came second in the 177 championship last year and really pushed Philip Howarth to that championship all year long, hailing from the northeast, down from the northeast, Andy. And he's been very, very excited to be part of this championship. There's the LRG Motorsport colours there, the orange and white livery of that kart. He's coming under pressure from Pedro Oliveira, who we know how quick Pedro is, with his Brazilian coloured helmet.
But these two are actually getting closer to Fekete. So certainly it looks like Philip Howarth has got this one under control. It's whether we're going to have Oliveira making a move, or whether actually they can work together and Ambrose and Pedro can get closer to Ben is really what the effort is. But we're now 3 minutes down. These heats, once they get running, these heats are over almost instantly, especially on a large track on a big track like this. You've not got many laps. If you're slightly quicker at one point, that's not a huge gain every lap. They come up and over the hill, sweep down through the Joey Dunlop chicane and past the collecting area on the right-hand side.
We perhaps didn't mention, Nick, that the heats are our usual 8 minutes and one lap. We're about 30 seconds away from half distance, and considering Three Sisters, 1.1 kilometres, the length of the valley configuration, which is what we're on now, 44 second lap time, 44 seconds to travel 1.1 kilometres. That's a massive average speed. I'm not going to work it out. My little brain won't work that out off the top of my head. I'm going to need a calculator to do that. But yeah, I think you're right, mate. Fekete being caught hand over fist by Andy Ambrose, going really well now in third, and Pedro Oliveira not challenging at all, being very sensible. Once you start squabbling for a position, you do tend to lose lap time.
Yep.
And if Oliveira starts challenging Ambrose, they will fall back off the rear bumper of Fekete.
Yeah, because Oliveira knows that once they reach the back of Fekete, it's going to start compromising Ambrose's speed as well. So that's when you've got the chance for the dive up and side. But actually, just around those last couple of corners, Oliveira lost a little bit of a gap, and you can see that it's Ambrose getting much closer to Fekete now. They come firing down the Conrod straight. He's always looking for the move up the inside. And he's going to make it. Nice one. Not heavily fought. Perhaps this stage of the season you take a third place.
That was purely down to momentum coming off Luna, which is all important there. You've got to have a lot of finesse about you here at Three Sisters. It's all about momentum. You start driving ragged, start getting the cart sliding around, and you're going to lose time, not gain time. And that was a very, very much a textbook move from Andy Ambrose, who moves into a very fine second. New to the championship, he'll be delighted with that, as will his team, LRG Motorsport. A new team being formed by Louis. Philip Howarth, our leader. He's brought a team along as well. Philip not happy with just being the driver. He's brought along a team of customers.
The inside now. That's a nice. Is he going to come back on the switchback? Fighting all the way there at the end. Looks like there's a little lack of top pace there in Fekete. Let's see that one again. Let's have a look on the first Karting Live TV replay. Oliveira up the inside again at the end of the straight. Fekete just hasn't. Oh no, he actually backed out. He thought I'd do it, then saw.
There's a lot to be gained. I was told 0.3 of a second is the slipstream is worth.
Wow,
and that's what we saw there, getting right in behind the kart. It's getting ready. It makes an air pocket, doesn't it? So you're not pushing the molecules of air. As bizarre as this sounds, it does have an effect. You're not pushing those molecules out of the way.
Well, if you think about it, if you're a kid and you're in the car and you had your hand out the window and you move the hand up and down, there's a huge amount of air pressure. But and certainly the thing about this track is they are hitting that straight at a reasonable. They've wound themselves up round the corner, which is the Luna corner. And at the end of the Conrod straight, that's probably the fastest they're going all season.
I think so. They're getting towards 90 miles an hour. And if you consider, when you look at the bare chassis of a kart, it kind of resembles a bit of a tea tray. So you're doing 90 miles an hour on something that resembles a tea tray. So these are very, very nimble, fast machines. 0 to 60 in about 3 seconds is the stat that I've been made aware of with regard to.
Do you know how far back the slipstream effect works? I mean, obviously it's not 3 seconds back like it's an F1 car. You need to be within like 4 or 5 kart lengths.
I think even closer than that. I think 2 or 3 kart
right
lengths.
At the backside, because there's not a huge amount of hole in the air being punched by the karts.
Well, let's see now. We've got Oliveira moving onto the rear bumper of Andy Ambrose, who seems to be holding very well, holding on to that second place. Philip Howarth, who we've neglected massively, he checked out a long time ago.
Apparently, 15 kilograms, losing a bit of weight doesn't matter. He's just as quick in this as he was in the previous one.
He absolutely is.
Is he making the weight on this? So is he actually making the weight for this? Or is he carrying a bit of extra?
Knowing Philip as we do, he will be right on the money. He'll be 162.1 or 162.2, depending on what he had for breakfast. He knows that you've got to be right on the weight. I mean, the 162 class tends to have younger drivers come through. I know we've got a Masters category, and our leading Masters category. What is Masters, I hear you ask? That's for people who are 35 years and older. And our leading Masters driver is Adam Rogers, who's currently
now, the interesting thing is that there's a back marker there, and that's really, really played into Ambrose's favour there as he went around the back marker. People have been lapped already. I think there's been some, as you said, we've got a big spread of talent in this first race of the season. I think also some problems early on with that kerfuffle in the first corner. A lot of people lost a lot of time there. Yeah. And so there was, rather than being 5 seconds off the lead, started 20 seconds off the lead. And they've been caught in that in getting past the car there. Oliveira definitely lost out. I mean, no fault of the guy being lapped, but it's just sometimes it falls in the wrong part of the corner. You've got to follow around.
So the clock says we've no time left.
Is that Howard has been caught up? Yeah, Howard's either. He was looking down. You see him looking down there. I don't think he was choking the engine. He was looking down to the left-hand side.
Remember, tyre management.
Yeah, and he certainly will be.
These tyres have got to be. They've got to last you till October, not till the end of the day. They've got to last you till October. So this is what.
And this is the last lap, of course.
Yeah, we've got checkered flag about to fly for the first time today.
So Howard backed off
for the first time for our Karting Live TV.
And there it is.
Live streams. The checkered flag flies, and it's Philip Howarth who we thought would take the win.
And they haven't got lost. They take a different route back to the collecting area, going around the sort of motorcycle track on the outside there.
Right, Philip Howarth takes the win. Andy Ambrose will be delighted with that second place. Pedro Oliveira third. We had Matthew Lambert finishing in fourth. Ben Fichetti in fifth. Charlie Walsh finished sixth. Kyle Dunford finished seventh. First of the Masters, Adam Rogers finishes in eighth. Finley Watson was 9th, 10th was Ben Harbour, Ryan David Mills was 11th, Kieran Gifford was 12th, Paul Azan, second in the Masters, 13th overall, Thomas Storer was 14th, Sam Elliott 15th overall and 3rd in the Masters class. We've got our heavier senior Rotax class coming next, the 177 kilogram category. Are already in the collecting area and in true Junction 6 NKC style. We are very much ready to get things underway as soon as we've cleared the track.
So, next one. I've just been talking about sound levels, and I've completely missed out on the fact who is out next. It's our big boys. Big boys are out next. Stuart Bell, good luck to Mike Hunt. Oh, no, you naughty boy doing that one on me.
You really said that, did you?
But the really interesting thing is, genuinely, in my first job, I worked with a chippy whose name was Mike Hunt.
Michael.
No, he called himself Mike Hunt. Genuinely.
Yes.
Well done. Thank you, Stuart. Excellent work. That's a point to you for this morning. But of course, because I knew someone called that, it doesn't quite click in straight away. Oh, dear. And it's really weird though.
Can we give him a shout out? Who was that?
It was Stuart Bell.
Well done, Stu. Well done.
He's trying to make sure he's done it on both. He's done it on both streams.
He has, hasn't he?
You win. Stuart Bell gets the. I caught the commentator out of the morning earlier. Yes.
Well, I used to laugh at things like that when I was 12. Right, we've got the 177s out. Thank you, Stu. You brightened our day.
But yeah, that's a genuine story about the chippy called
Adam Sadler
MH.
Will start on pole position. Oliver Moss is alongside. Charlie Jowers and Nick Skelton first of the Masters on row 2. Stephen Horner and James Yap, both Masters on row 3. Jason Baird, Daniel Hammett, they're Masters 2. They're on row 4. Row 5 is Matt Zanetti and Darren Edwards. Zach Bolton, hello to the Zach Bolton fan club, and Ryan Taylor-Truman are on row 6. Row 7, Jake Lewis and Adrian Smith, with Stephen Logan and Martin Heath on row 8. Row 9 is Simon Kavanagh and Alex Joyner. Ian Branfield and Dan Fleckney are on row 10. Row 11 is Billy Clark and Ryan Walker. Then we've got Neil Hemming and Paul Horton on row 12. Chris Sivia and Tim Darlow are on row 13. Alex Thomas, Brendan Smith are on row 14. Row 15, Colin Campbell and Mike Edwards. Lee Todd and Tyler Kelsey are on row 16, and 33rd and final starter is Steve Stewart.
One thing I will say is there's just enough people, and look, that's 33 people, and then you still just get the logo at the bottom.
Oh, yeah, that works well.
That's lucky,
no more than 33, please.
That's it, yeah, I'll tell them that's the most number of sponsors. Yeah. And thank you, obviously, to the to Junction 6 and the other sponsors you can see in the bottom right of the channel. Without them, these events could not be covered, as they can't slow down for the first of today's Rotax 177. There was one last night. Come on, Zach. Is Zach Bolton in this one? Well, come
yes,
on,
he is.
Zach from...
yeah, he is. He is starting
JoJo 75.
on row 6, 11th.
So that's good. Good chance to move forward. And he's, of course, the man who took us around with his onboard earlier.
Yeah, so Adam Sadler and Oliver Moss are the drivers who are bringing this field and gathering them up for the start. 8 minutes and 1 lap, remember?
There's lots of new names this year, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. I mean, you know, we've got juniors moving up to seniors. We've got Minimax drivers moving up to juniors. We've got a lot of movers and shakers, which we'll get our handle on. But here we go. We get things underway, and that looks a very neat start down towards the S's for the first time. Late apex for turn 1, and it's poleman Adam Sadler that leads into the S's and up Lucy's Valley, over the brow, down towards the Joey Dunlop chicane. Very tricky turn in on the bricks there, and it looks like we've gotten through past the paddock on the left there and into Paddock Bend, the right-hander there, keeping the cart across to the right through the unnamed left, double apex left-hander. There they go, and towards off the Rogerson straight into Loon. It's a left-hander followed by the all-important right, and this is where you have to get it right. Be nice, get that cart straight as quickly as possible and fire that cart down at 90 miles an hour, Nick.
Nice up the inside there. Look at the second and third change. And Nick Skelton, who was made 2 places, he's now made 4 places up in just over a lap. Skelton, the 127 cart, goes past Oliver Moss. Moss now hanging on to his coattails, or his rear bumper. Adam Sadler still leads. Now, will Skelton now move towards Sadler? Yeah, look, already, he's got a little bit of basic pace advantage, that seems. He just pulled away there down the...
It's how he came out
straight.
How he came out the chicane. That was all to do with the way he came out the chicane. You can lose a lot of time.
I'm getting the impression, Joe, that your key takeaway from this entire event, and you're going to keep saying to me, it's momentum, Nick. Momentum.
It's momentum, Nick. Yeah. It's how you come off the corner that designates you, that sort of regulates the speed along the straight.
Now it's about between 4th and 5th, and then I think you're going to get we're going to see a lot of this, aren't we? We're going to see a lot of these people just getting that slipstream down the straight and pulling out and going. Let's just watch that on again. So you can see. I mean, we may see a lot of these. The cart ahead, which was James Yap, knew that Matt Zanetti was coming and didn't bother trying to fight it. Now, I'm sure when we get to the finals, that may be different.
It's going to be different, Nick, because you've got at the moment you've got a mix of drivers' capability, experience. They're all mixed together on our mixed grids. When we get to the finals, the faster drivers will gravitate towards the top of the grid, the top of the timing sheets, and you'll get a little bit different style. You'll see perhaps a little bit more of the use of the slipstream being a necessity. And there, you know, he's right on the tail of the leader now. Adam Sadler
was not having Skelton getting past him there, so the 6-7 carts stay there. But you see, visually, as you see, with 2 of the top carts, it seems, in this heat running, you could see the gain that was made by Skelton from
Sadler went wide. He came out into the chicane far too quickly.
See that happen there?
And he went wide, and that has allowed Skelton through. Now watch how he just drifts wide.
Right, yeah.
The car just won't turn.
A simple mistake, isn't it?
Slow in, fast out.
I'm loving the fact he was kind of bouncing the thing, trying to get it back on again.
Well, the fact that the cart was bouncing, it was losing grip. And the cart was just sliding to the outside, massively lost time. He didn't just open the door for Nick Skelton. He then lost time and momentum. I'll say it again.
Oh, well done.
I'm going to say that word momentum a lot, not just this weekend, but across the year, I think.
So, having given it away, Sadler now needs to see if he can pick up the back of Skelton. This is where he lost the lead last time round down the pit straight. He's going to sweep now into Paddock Bend and then pass this very sharp, almost hairpin-like left that has no name, unfortunately. It's kind of the elements of the S's, but the S is kind of there's about 7 corners. You think about Three Sisters, there's about 111 different layouts here. And the corner names are kind of shared between the layouts. And the interesting thing is, if you go onto the net and say Three Sisters track map, the one track map you haven't got is this one. So you have to work out where the corners are from where it is from the other track maps. So this track map doesn't officially exist, even though this is the traditional karting
This
map.
is called the Valley Circuit. If you look on the wall behind
they've
you,
got it.
I know. There's a printout of what's
so 1, 2, and 3 sort of concertining together.
Which is
Zanetti
good.
a little bit closer to Sadler. I think that you say Skelton's got the lead. Now, I'm not. These are experienced racers. So they may well already be, the leader may already be thinking about controlling his pace. You said for tyre wear reasons, but second and third now beginning to put on a battle as they go round Luna.
Yeah, we've just clicked by half distance, would you believe? Let's have a rundown of the top 10. Nick Skelton leads, Adam Sadler second, third is Matt Zanetti. These three, as Nick has just said there, right together now, and potentially we've got some movement and shaking going on there. We've got James Yap in fourth, Oliver Moss is fifth, Jason Bear sixth, seventh is Ryan Taylor Truman. Stephen Horner is up into eighth. Charlie Jowers just moved up into ninth ahead of Zach Bolton, who rounds off the top 10. Leading master in the subclass is our overall leader, Nick Skelton.
Okay, it's interesting that as far as Zach's not made any progress. Normally he's moving through, but let's see what's happening. They're second and third now right together. Now, will Zanetti have enough of a slipstream effect? He comes down the Conrod straight. He's right in. Will he get that suction?
Not quite close enough.
No.
He's
gone very wide there.
He went in too deep. To make the move there, you need the slipstream and a little bit of outbraking.
Would that have been because he was going 4 or 5 miles an hour faster than the previous time?
Yeah,
and just,
could well have been.
That's from my iRacing experience.
Missed his braking point.
Yeah, my iRacing experience. You break at the same point. Obviously, I'm no longer going round this corner.
Yeah, we did see that there. Matt Zanetti just getting caught out by the extra speed, the extra pull from the slipstream. That is very effective here on that Conrod straight here at Three Sisters. We don't see it in other places. You see a little bit of slipstreaming going on. Places like PF, which the NKC doesn't visit, of course, that's perhaps the biggest slipstream we see across the start-finish line and then under the bridge. Kart moving slowly there.
I think that's the 91 has had some issues, I think.
Just letting them back. Tyler Kelsey there being very sensible. He knew he had the leading karters.
The kart sounds awful. We went past earlier, so this is not Tyler not being able to drive. This is the kart saying, honestly, mate, I don't want to go around at the moment.
Right. It looked like he was maybe just pulling over, but yeah, he's already gone a lap down, hasn't he?
Things sounds absolutely terrible.
Yeah. Getting inside the final 90 seconds then of this second heat for the Rotax Senior Rotax 177. After this one, we've got the first of our juniors on the live stream, Karting Live TV live stream.
Don't forget to subscribe to the Karting Live TV YouTube channel. There'll be
Absolutely.
all sorts of stuff on there. We're going to do a lot more karting, and there'll be some highlights from this event. Well, basically, be all the replays you've just seen and put together with a.
Well, keep your messages coming as well. Let us know who you're supporting. Let us know which drivers that you are connected to in any way, what relationship you are to, or whether or not you just like the name or you indeed like the person under the helmet. Let us know, whatever the dynamic is.
What we need to know.
Yeah.
We need to understand the ins and outs of the whole situation.
Absolutely. Nick Skelton has pulled away, Nick, and there's a prime example of what I was talking about earlier. Adam Sadler and Matt Zanetti started to maybe be aware of one another, and they started to race one another. Certainly there, looking over the shoulder there, Adam Sadler just looking across at Zanetti. And you can see Zanetti is being pulled towards Sadler's kart there as he gets into the slipstream, but just not close enough. And as they come out of Lucy's Valley and into the Joey Dunlop chicane, Zanetti
they're only going to get one more. This is a great move up the inside. Through Paddock Bend. Classic move. Nice one there.
Yeah, that was all about
momentum. Let's have a look again and find out.
It was all about momentum out of that Joey Dunlop chicane. And we needed to go a little bit further back there. We probably missed that.
It's been a little bit of a nemesis, that corner for the 67, isn't it?
It's very tricky because it's downhill approach to it. So it's easy to get that braking wrong, and you've got to slow the car down to get through the right, left, right. You've got to stay off the curbs. If you merely breathe on the curb, it throws the cart around because the curbs are so high in that chicane onto the paddock straight, and it really is somewhere that you can really you can mess the whole lap up, you can ruin your race by just getting the slightest error there. And so you've got to be really, really cautious through there, but maintain your speed and momentum.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's last lap. Just coming around the last couple of corners. Looks like it's going to be a good win for Nick Skelton. He's controlled that well, 1.5 seconds. Zanetti getting second place with a couple of laps to go, and Sadler is going to have to think about his lines through the Joe Dunlop chicane.
So checkered flag for the second of the 177 heats. Masters win as well for Nick Skelton. Matt Zanetti takes second. We're losing James Yap. He's just gone down the order to sixth there. But Matt Zanetti second. Adam Sadler hangs on to third, having had Zanetti just overtaken there in the final lap. Oliver Moss fourth. Ryan Taylor-Truman was fifth. Second of the Masters, James Yap in sixth. Third in the Masters class is Stephen Horner. He's in seventh. Eighth is Ian Branfield. He takes fourth in the Masters. Zach Bolton inside the top 10 there. Great result for the LRG driver. Zach Bolton in ninth. Charlie Jow was 10th. Jason Bear 11th. Alex Joyner was 12th. Billy Clark was 13th. Daniel Hammett 14th. Alex Thomas was 15th. Then we've got Jake Lewis, Adrian Smith, Chris Savia, Dan Fleckney, and rounding off the top 20 is Lee Todd.
So a couple of good races to open the meeting with for us. Hello to Catherine Potter Racing. Hello to the Seb 2 Stig.
Catherine Potter Racing. Catherine Potter, why aren't you in the Junction 6 National Kart Cup? This is ideal for you and your family to get involved in. I know Catherine from racing in the northeast up at Teesside and stuff, and also at Warden Law. So, yeah, this will be perfect ground.
Dominique Inskip Clarkson. Good luck to Jay Leverton and Paul Ozan from Carter. Fingers crossed I'll be heavy enough to join juniors next year. Never know when you should be heavy enough, isn't it? When you should be light enough.
Yeah, lighter the better. So we've got junior Rotax lining up in the collecting area. We've already had the first heat for junior Rotax. Let me just see if I can find out who won that yesterday. Heat 1, junior Rotax. Archie Buttle took heat 1.
Name from last year. Michelle Courtney, hi, good luck. Dylan Mitchell in the junior Rotax. Love from Auntie Shell and Grandma.
Auntie Shell.
I'm feeling more like Junior Choice than the karting commentator at the moment. And now it's all the hits from the Osmonds.
Great to have you, Auntie Shell.
Any chance of roast chicken this year?
Well, Paul Moran is very excited.
Is he?
Yes.
Okay.
Helen,
yes,
who's not here, she's at home doing Sunday dinner, obviously.
Yeah, down the pub.
But I've got to say, Helen, if you're listening, and I hope you are, he's really excited about next week. In fact, he is glowing.
What is happening next week?
He's getting married.
Oh,
to Helen. Yes.
He's getting married. Who
He's
getting
Deirdre. Sorry to break this to you, Helen.
He's off with Deirdre. They're honeymooning in Bridlington.
Yeah. Yeah, we met Helen last year, didn't we?
We did. When she Felton, not Felton. I keep saying Felton, but Fullback. I keep saying Felton, which is obviously a young offenders prison, but it's Fullback.
Yeah, she'll be making the Sunday dinner, or if she can't be bothered, she'll be off to the pub.
I can't see she making Sunday dinner on a wedding day.
So, Junior Rotax out for their second heat. They leave the collecting area now. Levi Earl and Ethan Wyatt will lead the field round. Ethan has lost the company of his brother Sam, who took the Junior Rotax Championship last year. He's moved up into seniors. But on the second row, we've got our Minimax champion from 2022 moving up now into Junior Rotax. Alex Fraser on the number 55 as Jasmine Taylor, who you'll see talk to us in the paddock show at in the lunch break. Jaden Hewitt and James Rigby are on row 3. Maxim Smith and Adam Catling are on row 4. Riven Welsh and Dylan Mitchell are on row 5. Row 6, Archie Hardiman and Ellie Anderson. Rafi Celentano and Billy Vogt are on row 7. Presley Walker and Lewin Hughes are on row 8. Row 9 is Luca Mulvaney and Lucas Fletcher. Lewis Llewellyn and Nicholas Ellis are on row 10. Row 11, Daniel Whitfield, Archie Buttle. Ellis Warlock and Freddie Moore, row 12. Reese Green and Jill Leverton are on row 13. Then we've got Alfie Bushell and Will Swales on row 14. James Burgess, Alex Doe are on row 15. And then 31st and final runner, Freddie Theobald.
Apparently, just going back to the Dominic Inskip Clarkson, talking about Carter. Apparently, Carter's only 30 kilograms at the moment. So that's why he's too light for juniors.
I didn't think there was a stipulation. I just thought it was an age thing.
That's very small. It's like 6 stone.
Right. Probably just not sort of
big
physically. Enough. Yeah. We'll get some Yorkshire pudding down you.
Yes. And anything else.
This
really.
Sunday. Get some Yorkshire pud down
you.
I don't know where they're from. Are they from Yorkshire?
They are now.
Yeah. Well, you don't have to be from Yorkshire to have Yorkshire pud, do you?
No, anyway. Okay.
Here we go.
Now,
we get the start. Very ordered grid there.
Is it raining out there?
And it looks like
there's a bit of dampness on the lens.
On Scotty's lens, isn't there?
I think it's just 110% humidity.
I think that was. I'll just get it. Oh, it looks slippery, doesn't it? What's going on there? Did we get a false start?
Yeah.
Have we got yellow flags flying?
There's no real. Yeah, I think it's just like really, we're sort of in the edge of a cloud.
Ash can tell us whether it's raining or not, surely.
It is raining.
It is. We've got a bit of drizzle.
A bit of drizzle, which is not supposed to happen.
Disappointed with my BBC weather app once again.
I know.
So let me down. Yeah, Scotty's lens definitely got a bit of residue there, isn't it? And these guys and girls, I must say, are on slick tyres. And the slightest bit of rain, the slightest bit of drizzle will have a massive effect on those slick tyres.
Because it'd be sitting on rubber and gunk that's already gone down.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything worse, really, than slick tyres on a wet track. It's going to really shake things up.
I'm looking at the track now. It's not wet. I think there's some psychological rain there because they'll be getting some dampness on their visors.
On the visor, yeah. Right now, we are nicely in order there. Levi Earl on the number 10. The number 6 there is Ethan Wyatt. And these two keeping things very much ordered. Oh, little Alex Fraser there getting down the inside, showing his nose on the inside, using the curb, goes wide.
Wide out, and there's more.
And it was Ethan White who he made contact with there.
Curbage of the guy in fourth, but certainly the second place man very much decided he wanted to claim that inside line and kind of drifted straight into it and then just drifted back out again. So the order was quite different. Second place is the 55, third's the 25, and fourth is the 6th as they go past me.
Yeah, it was Alex Fraser who came from the second row then, squeezed, made his way, used a bit of a tin opener there to get inside on that first corner, and it's worked. He will show second place, and we'll just keep an eye on just how slippery the track appears from what we can see from the drivers. And right now, it doesn't seem to be having any effect on the conditions out there. Across the line for the first time, Levi Earl leads, Alex Fraser second, Jaden Hewitt third, fourth is Ethan Wyatt, Jasmine Taylor fifth, sixth is Presley Walker.
Yeah, dropping wide there for the 6th of Ethan Wyatt. I mean, I think he was slightly put up by the car ahead of him to take 2 bites at the corner. I think he may have eased off thinking he was about to spin and just drifted wide, going into that right at the end of the Cooper Straight. He's now all back right behind the 84 Jasmine Taylor. So it's Jasmine who's the young lady you spoke to. She's on screen now in the 84 cart. You get to see her at the paddock show.
Oh, a little bit tricky turn in there, Nick. I think the drizzle is having an effect there. Jasmine Taylor there, who again you'll see who's talking to.
I just said that 2 seconds ago.
Oh, sorry, mate. I was looking at something else. It's not like us. Jasmine there, just struggling to get the car to turn, and yet down into turn 1 at the S's there after the Conrod Straight, car turns in beautifully.
Yeah, I think it's the case. It's getting heated. It's very likely that with a bit of water, moisture sitting on the track is going to have very different effects at various different corners, depending what it's sitting on, and that's the key point.
Yes. So
that was kind of like I'm coming through Gardens. We'll see it again for the 110 car.
Presley Walker on the 110 there.
He didn't ask for an invitation. He didn't get let in. He was wearing trainers, but he's still in the nightclub and takes the position.
I tell you what, he was committed there, wasn't he? He'd say, "I'm sorry, I'm coming. I can't do anything about it."
I didn't see much. I'm sorry. I didn't see much apology.
All right, then I'm coming. I can't do anything about it now. I've already committed. Great move.
I've done it. That's it.
Yeah, great move. Ethan Wyatt demoted to 6th place, then Adam Catling in 7th and Dylan Mitchell 8th. But still Jasmine Taylor, who hangs on to that 4th place.
There's a yellow flag being waved in front of me. Oh, there's a cart off at the paddock turn. That's the 31 cart's gone off. That's Maxim Smith. Looks like he might like to get going again.
Yeah, I think he's going to try and restart his Maxim. He's just waiting to push his cart on.
We saw some cars actually working on that wet grass, but perhaps not now. Where are we now? We're up at the 84 again. That is Jasmine Taylor leading.
Presley Walker is going to be pushing here.
He's going to do it again. He's going to try it again. He's got a bit of a slipstream coming down the straight. They're both leaning down to limit the hole in the air and up the inside.
Oh, that was a last of the late breakers, wasn't it, really? I tell you what, there's still a bit of
pace in that 110 cart, though. There is some pace in Presley's cart. He's coming through. He's obviously his random grids put him perhaps lower than he has the pace to be.
Well, they're still gripping the track as well, the way that the cart was sliding on the brakes.
I think he's all on camera looking like, I think he's got a camera pointing up from his radiator, so we'll be able to watch it later.
Yeah, great move. Last of the late breakers there. down the
Look how
inside
much
of
he's gained,
Jasmine
though.
Taylor.
Just pulled straight away.
Yeah. Obviously, he's got the pace to break away from Jasmine Taylor, and he will show 4th place. Now, can he gain ground on Jaden Hewitt? Let's see what the gap is.
He's a couple of seconds back, I think.
Let's see what it is when he crosses the line. It's 1.5.
So he gained half a second. He's got 4 minutes to gain the rest.
Yeah. So Levi Earl leading. Alex Fraser, current Minimax champion, second. Jaden Hewitt third. Being caught, no question, being caught by Presley Walker. Jasmine Taylor fifth. Fastest kart on the track at the moment with a 45.2 is Nicholas Ellis, making his way up to 15th at the moment. Archie Buttle, winner of the first heat yesterday. Archie up to 11th place from down the grid.
So, all spread out at the moment. Let's see if we can pick up our 3rd place man now, who's half a second behind. 25, Jaden Hewitt. He's only half a second behind. He's 1, 2, and 3 have really condensed up, and there we see the 25 go into 2nd place. Just as we caught them there at the end of the straight. So that's 1, 2, and 3 on your screen now.
Yeah, that's
up and about to go through the Joey Dunham chicane. Suddenly, real pace on Jaden Hewitt now in this second part of the race.
Well, he's just demoted Alex Fraser, who's started his first weekend with the Junction 6 NKC and Junior Rotax up from the Minimax class. Another man on the move, going with Archie Buttle, was Luca Mulvaney, who was in the top 10. He's just been overtaken by Daniel Whitfield now. So, as ever, Nick, with mixed grids, we're getting movement all throughout the field. James Rigby in 17th put the fastest lap in on that previous lap. So Levi Earl leading. Oh, and there's Alex Fraser coming back at Jaden Hewitt. He's not happy. And as they go into Lucy's Valley up the hill and down towards the hill, this is where Alex Fraser has a go at him. And he goes down. That's textbook outbraking manoeuvre from Alex Fraser. He certainly knows how to race. And
not having it. Jaden Hewitt.
Champion, yeah. But he got the momentum, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see him through. Yes, indeed, there it is. We saw the move develop into the valley, Lucy's Valley there, as he went up the hill. And he was going to come back at him. And he's made that move stick, and he'll show in 2nd place across the line there. Less than 2 minutes of this heat remaining. Alex Fraser now 2nd, and here comes Hewitt again, coming back at him.
That's marvellous move there. That was Presley Walker coming.
No, that's Jaden Hewitt.
No, it was 110. 110 in the middle there. It was 110,
really? Presley Walker getting involved.
So he's now in 3rd. Really got some pace in the Walker machine, and he's now right on the tail of Jaden Hewitt in the 25. All this is good news for Levi Earl, because they've scrabbled themselves, and Earl was being caught at one point, and now he's managed to get right out and away by something like a couple of seconds, actually.
That rain looking like it's getting heavier on Scotty's lens.
But there's nothing on Ash's lens. I think it's just the way the wind's coming.
Yeah,
I think it's blowing in. I think it's in the air, and it's blowing into Scotty's lens, and so we'll have to get that cleaned out for the next race. Because at the moment it looks like it's driving through fog, and then you look at Ash's camera and it's not, because it's just the water that's blowing in that way. So we're in fog. No, we're not.
I think it's going to be the 1 lap to go board next time by for Levi Earl.
I don't know, 48 seconds. That's they'll get a lap done before that.
Yeah, they will. They're going to get 2 more laps, aren't they? By the time they get round to the start-finish straight. Levi Earl had a gap of 2.2 seconds to Jaden Hewitt, who was being very much pressed by Presley Walker.
And they've managed to gap Alex Fraser, these two. It looks like Walker's got, it looks like Hewitt's kind of got a hurry up by seeing Walker on his rear view eyes, because there's no mirrors, obviously. As he's glanced over his shoulder, he's seen the cars are coming for him, and he's got the momentum, thinking about it. Is he going to hold on, or is he going to try the side-by-side? No, absolutely now the textbook overtaking manoeuvre for the end of the straight at Three Sisters.
Jasmine Taylor moving ahead of Alex Fraser as well there for 4th. Alex Fraser gone from battling for 2nd, dropping down the order as this track gets a little bit more damper in places.
A frustrated wave from the 25 there. Hewitt, I'm not sure he's going in, he just got past me. But the thing about it is, theoretically, though he's lost a bit of time, if he could have stayed right in his tail, he might be able to get past him.
So still looking like we've got what is fundamentally a dry track.
I think it's brightening up, actually.
It's not really affecting
but
the
wind.
pace.
The water's in the wind and the water's on the lens, but it's been blown in there from the wind. But if you look at the rest of the track, it's not. It's only looking in one direction does it look unpleasant, and that's the direction.
It's not affecting lap times. 44-second lap times for these juniors.
They're burning off. Last lap. Last few corners. Oh, a little mistake there from Presley Walker. His let Jaden Hewitt back in, but I don't think if he now keeps the line correct, there's enough time because the start-finish line comes before the momentum gained by the slipstream has really kicked in. So I think at this point, if we avoid a second mistake in a lap,
he's pulled a cushion as well before they get to Luna.
Then Walker will be okay. But I think perhaps another lap it might have been that Hewitt could have got past on the straight. But this is the last couple of corners already. Over the line is Levi Earl for a good win in the heat, and they're across the line. And the checker flag is waved. So
Levi Earl takes the win then. Heat number 2 for Junior Rotax. Presley Walker there right at the very end taking second. Jaden Hewitt third. Jasmine Taylor getting ahead of Alex Fraser with a couple of laps to go. Fourth. Alex Fraser ends up in fifth. Adam Catling sixth. Seventh is yesterday's heat winner Archie Buttle. Ethan Wyatt is eighth. Daniel Whitfield ninth. Dylan Mitchell 10th. It's Lewis Llewellyn in 11th. Nicholas Ellis 12th. Luca Mulvaney ending up 13th. Jill Leverton, the beginner, only in his 4th ever race weekend, Jill Leverton, finishes 14th. 15th is James Rigby. Lewin Hughes 16th. 17th Alfie Bushell. Riven Welsh 18th. 19th is Freddie Theobald. And it was Will Swales who rounds off the top 20.
I might go and stand outside and see what I think I can do it whilst still connecting, just see what the wet situation is.
So as Nick goes and
there's water in the air basically.
Gary Dodds joins us.
Watering in the air.
Is there really? Yeah. Gary Dodds joins us and has said that for years he's been telling me not to rely on the BBC weather app. And I really should take the man's advice.
Oh, I don't know. Could be right sometimes, surely.
What a great way to spend your Sunday, Mr. Dodds. Then joining Nick and I with the first round of the Junction 6 NKC.
Fine mist, says Scotty from the other side.
Fine mist, okay.
Just the sort of thing electrical devices hate.
What is Junction 6, I hear you ask?
Hang on a second. Joe, what is Junction 6?
You'll find out. We talked to Mitchell Ball, whose company it is, in the lunch break with our paddock walkabout. We will tell you all about Junction 6 from the very mouth of the company, one of the company directors.
Scott says, go on, Pres Boyo. I don't know if that makes
I would
any
imagine
sense.
that was Presley Walker.
Yes, oh yeah, but yeah. You've got a short-term memory. So who's that then?
Shall we have a look at the grid for these TKMs? Yeah, senior TKM then. Joseph Booth and Matthew Temple Purcell are on the front row. Theo Hesketh, what a fine motorsport name that is on row 2 with Ollie Milner. Row 3 is Adam Crofts-Davies with Chris Whiteside. Row 4 is Matt Slate and Craig Summers. Row 5, Tom Johnson, James Hull. Row 6 is Joseph Jackson, James King, with Fen Chapman and Callan Lamont. Is it Callan Lamont or Caelan Lamont? Yeah, welcome back, Caelan, or Callan, or whoever. Row 8, Will Cregeen.
Didn't Callan win yesterday's heat?
I'm going to check.
Oh, sorry.
Will Cregeen, and I've been told we may be seeing that wrong, so please keep us right on that, the Cregeen family.
Well, only if you know.
Or Cregeen family. Golden Smith is alongside on row 8. Row 9, Leo Crabtree and Ben Watson. Molly Nicholas Biles and Adam Circa are on row 10. Row 11, Charlie King and Jason Lovett. Then we've got Alexander Lehman, Andrew Platt, Louis Bevan, Karen Champion, Joseph Phillips, Steve King, Mitchell Ball, who was runner-up, vice-champion in the senior TKM class last year, Ryan Layton and Matthew Horton, and then Matt Cardwell rounding off this 31. What a fantastic field of senior TKMs.
Wow.
What is a TKM?
Can't wait for the smoke.
I hear you say, Nick.
Hang on a second. What is a TKM, Joe?
A TKM is the type of engine that this class runs. Slightly different, a lot different actually, than the Rotax Max classes. This is a air-cooled, single-cylinder, 110cc engine. Some have clutches, some do not. Some need a push start, some do not. Direct drive, no clutch if on the clutchless TKMs.
Obviously,
which gives
the clue is the clutchless bit.
Yeah, gives the car a different feel altogether. You'll see the TKMs getting probably.
I have a question. Are they cheaper or more expensive than the road taxis?
I think they're about the same. Okay. I mean, I think you get less hours running from a TKM. But remember when TKM came in, Which is, didn't you race TKMs?
No, it was a bit too. I had a TKM engine, but I didn't race TKM.
Right. Okay. Well, I had a TKM engine. It was 100 national. It is a cost-effective formula because they're not. They're relatively less high revving. When I say relatively less high revving,
just the 16,000.
Still revving at 16,000. Yeah. But 30 hours supposedly out of a Rotax Max engine, and I think a bit less out of a TKM. But that's a good question. If you know the answer, message us in, educate us, and let us know if you know anything about TKMs. Louis Bevan is right the way down in 25th spot there. He's the current champion, and behind him on 28 is Mitchell Ball. These two went nose to nose. They're out of the Flex awning, the Flex team awning, into team rivalry.
Bad start from the left-hand side of the grid. That's not going to start.
I'm not sure we're going to get these away, or are we? Because we've already had 2 rolling laps for them.
They've just given up and gone for everything.
Well, they should have sorted themselves out, I would have thought.
Didn't seem to pick up at all from I think it was.
Oh, look at the leader.
Hesketh didn't pick up, or was it Matthew Templeton who didn't pick up?
The leader's gone. The leader's checked out. I'm just going to take a check what I see. Is it Joe Booth?
I'll tell you in a second. It's the 60-something car. No, it's not.
60. Theo Hesketh.
Theo Hesketh, yeah. Who's got, unfortunately, the way he's got his rear plate bent, he can't work out if it's 60, 68 or 69, but luckily it's 60. So he's already got through, and he's off and away.
He's gone. Look at that. He's pulled. And to be honest, Joseph Booth, who got away in second, has got an equal amount of cushion before our third place car. These TKMs have strung out already. And I think it's the nature of the track here at Three Sisters. As they cross the line, Hesketh leads, Booth second, Ollie Milner third, fourth is Temple Purcell, Lamont, or is it Lamont in fifth?
Well, actually, I've got a message from Craig Lamont. He says,
hello, Craig.
Yes, you're still unsure how to pronounce Callan's name. It wouldn't be the same if you got it correct.
Absolutely not. Not even Callan knows how to pronounce his name.
Exactly.
So we feel in good company.
Absolutely.
Croft Davies was sixth, seventh is Summers, Slight was eighth, ninth is James Sullivan, round off the top 10 the first lap through, Tom Johnson.
So this one's a little bit of a calmer race. Everyone's settling down. It's not quite as overcast as it seems. Most of that is the smoke from the engines. No. That's the great thing about the TKMs. They do proper two-stroke.
And they smell right.
Two-stroke smells.
Yeah.
Smell right. That.
I mean,
I'm a bit sad that people are using expensive synthetic Castrol or not Castrol R anymore. Because basically, if they're using Castrol R, they'll be outside sniffing the stuff all day.
They've discovered that Castrol R may be toxic or something.
Who cares?
I know.
Life's toxic. So there's a battle here now. It's raging. Is this the battle for second and third?
Yeah.
Coming past.
That's 45. Joseph Booth coming under pressure from Ollie
62,
Milner.
Yeah.
As we watch them.
Callan's made a few places up, hasn't he?
Why haven't we named that double apex left-hander that leads into that little sort of kink?
Well, we haven't got round to it. Off you go, knock yourself out.
Onto Rogerson Straight, which leads into the left, and then the right-hander there where you see the carts now. That's Luna. That's very important as that leads out onto this Conrod Straight, which has got a bit of a curving entry to it. And Milner just can't quite seem to get on that rear bumper.
I don't think there's the same slipstream effect in these. And it may be how they're geared. It may be they haven't got the over revving to gear up at the end.
Good point.
I might be completely wrong, but I'm pleased with that theory to start with.
Yeah, it's a good theory. It makes sense. It's got a good rationale. Yeah, it looks like Ollie Milner is following Joseph Booth round. Looking at Joseph Booth's livery, is he a flex driver as well? Oof. Might well be. Plain livery on the number 62 of Ollie Milner.
Saves weight. It's a very F1 thing to do. You strip back to the plastic.
Yeah, absolutely saving weight. You know what? I wouldn't be surprised. The sticker kit does have a weight element to it. So yeah, keeping it plain. Callan Lamont, who we know is a front runner in this class.
Oh, up the inside there. Traditional. I think let through. Got it. Let's have a look again. I think he let him through here. Watch this one. This was. Look, he didn't need to, and he's gone wide, looked at him the whole way through. So I think that was like, we're qualifying. I know where my position is, and I'll do better if I'm doing it on my own.
He's staying with him, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Joseph Booth following on the rear bumper.
It is much easier to follow than to lead, especially in these early heats when you're really just trying to get as good a grid position as possible and not damage the car, not burn the tyres out.
Yeah, absolutely. Tyre management.
And also the other thing is he might. He may be. Yeah, he now wants
to
see what is and he's not trying to overtake. So I think he wanted to find out. Sorry, I say he. I mean, I wanted to see what the slipstream was like, what it does. I want to see what it's like in a racing condition because he could have made a move there and didn't.
Well, there's a thing about making a move at the end of that straight. You're doing towards, well, these carts are probably doing 75 to 80 miles an hour on the TEMs. And then when you make that move on the brakes, the cart's sliding around, you've got that rear brake. There's only brakes on the rear axles on these carts, and the cart becomes very unstable. He's right on his bumper there, pushing him along. Remember that bumper penalties are a thing now in the Junction 6 NKC.
5 seconds, isn't it? You come on the drop bumper. Now he's got it. He's thinking about it.
He's going to have a go.
No, he's pushing him. He's not going.
No, he's not. He's got plenty of time. He's got 3 minutes. I wouldn't be surprised if he's just timing this to the end. I remember.
Probably he's of the opinion that following is a massive advantage, and if he got ahead with a lap to go or 2 laps to go, he'd get caught back the following lap. Now remember, the last lap doesn't have a opportunity to overtake because the checker flag comes up too early.
All right, he's coming onto the rear bumper of Ollie Milner's cart, but he hasn't got the performance. He hasn't got the momentum to pull alongside.
I think he's not pulling alongside. Watch this now. Watch him on the main straight. It's the same as last time. He gets as close as he wants to get.
Yeah, but the engine's peaking out.
The engine's peaking out. He's got a gearing issue.
No, it's not an issue.
He's running.
He may be wanting to catch Theo Esketh. 2.1 seconds.
That's an interesting point you've got there, Joe. Maybe he's got it geared. That's it.
This is what my point is. They're flat out. He hasn't got enough. He hasn't got any more to pull alongside.
This used to happen in the V8 era of F1 when they had mandated gearboxes. Do you remember that? They got to a point where they had to stick with the 8 speeds for the year.
Yes.
The very fastest tracks, they just ran out of revs. And they couldn't overtake each other because they couldn't go any faster. Oh, dropped off a little bit there.
Yeah, that's just a little bit of time lost.
Is Lamont getting closer? He's 1.4 behind.
So he was, 1.358.
You've got this and 2 more, I think. Might be this and 3 more.
So he's kind of just settling in there. The gap to the lead in 1.9 seconds.
It's not coming down.
It's not coming down, no.
Hesketh's got it. And I think more importantly, Hesketh got there, got away, and now probably is going, I'm quite happy now.
I've got to mention Mitchell Ball on the number 2. He started, where did Mitch
25th,
start?
25th, you said to me?
28th.
Oh, okay.
He started behind current champion Louis Bevan, both out of the flex team. Mitchell is up to 5th and Louis Bevan is up to 7th. Leo Crabtree, another driver that's gone from 17th. Leo Crabtree up to 6th. I mean, this bodes very well for this afternoon's finals when these, the current champion and vice champion are going to be towards the front of the field from the very off. Theo Hesketh, on seeing that, Theo Hesketh's going to be on the mix. Ollie Milner's going to be in the mix. Booth and Lamont's going to be in the mix.
We have no indication of Hesketh's speed. He's got out there and gone, that's fine, thanks very much. Okay, these two now, if you're going to do it, you have to do it this lap because you won't get a full lap next time round, I don't think. You might.
And behind these two, you've got Lamont, who's got Mitchell Ball coming on him as well.
Ball's a couple of seconds back behind. Ball's done that overtaking. But I think he's... So Hesketh's really dominated. We've got some back markers. This will make it interesting. So the back markers are coming up. But just looking now, like Milner's got a little bit of extra pace over Booth. Booth does ease back. He's not on the bumper anymore. Little slight error there going into the S's corner. But the back markers could be causing some problems. Now, I know we've got bigger fields, but it's more back marker. Oh, it is causing a problem. So the back marker in the way there. And it's given he gets a hand gesture going, what the hell are you doing? Kart number 30. Locks up there. Lamont nearly took the back marker off the side of the track there as he swung in through the paddock bend. But now they're all together. They've got this lap and one more. So one overtaking opportunity down the straight. And I'm wondering whether Lamont might have a go at the Booth cart. That's the cart in the middle, the sandwich cart, because I don't think he's quite got the pace of Milner ahead of him. Now, can Lamont get some speed up there? But it's very defensive, and then Lamont goes to the outside. Can he sweep round through the S's? No, tucks in behind, and it's as you were as they go through and up the hill and in towards the Jerry Dunlop chicane.
Yeah, these 3 carts now battling away, and that's the number 32. Who's that at the front of that field? Yeah, it is. It's Joseph Booth.
62, yeah.
On the 62, Joseph Booth on the
Looking
45.
The outside. Lamont's up the inside the 45, yeah. So Lamont gets up the inside of Booth there. Does he make it stick? Yes, he does. So Booth attacking Milner has ended up losing a position. There's no chance now, just round the corner in a very short run to the straight. So Boothby kicking himself for that. Didn't take what he had, and in being greedy, he's lost a place.
Yeah, Lamont took advantage, didn't he? And look at that across the line. Absolutely nothing in it as Theo Hesketh takes the win in the second heat for senior TKM. Ollie Milner takes second. Callan Lamont with a very fine opportunist move takes third place. Joseph Booth will take fourth.
Okay.
And Mitchell Ball, fine drive from him.
Sorry, we're having a conversation.
Mitchell Ball takes fifth. Current vice champion. What else does PA mean?
I don't know, because we had agreed after lunch.
I know, but I thought I'd change it because I've been asked for it. We've got a little bit of another look on this.
This is where Lamont got through.
Yeah, here he is. He just gathers the momentum there, and Booth causes that gap to appear by challenging for that second place. And he was really unlucky. In fairness to Booth, he did lose out there. He challenged for that. He went for the move and he lost out. And Callan Lamont, or is it Caelan Lamont?
Who knows?
Who knows? Not even Caelan knows. What was I talking about? Yeah, we're having a rundown. Hesketh wins, Milner second, Lamont third, fourth is Joseph Booth, Mitchell Ball and Louis Bevan fifth and sixth, up from way at the back of the grid. That's phenomenal. Leo Crabtree seventh, Charlie King eighth, ninth is Joseph Jacks, Ben Watson was 10th, Adam Crofts Davies was 11th, Tom Johnson 12th, Matt Slitt 13th, James Hull 14th, Will Cregeen 15th, 16th was Gordon Smith, Alexander Lehman was 17th, 18th Joseph Phillips, Andrew Platt was 19th, and rounding off the top 20 was Matthew Horton.
So you want me to go and do sound things then?
Yeah. It's been requested.
That's it?
Yes.
Okay.
People want, are you not entertained?
Well, who knows? Right, I'll be a while. So it's
really?
down to you now.
All right, okay.
Yeah, I've got to do other things as well.
Right, okay. Senior Rotax Heat 3. So we've got them lined up for sure. Let's have a look at their grid. Front row of the grid, then, Dan Andrews on the pole position. There he is on the number 34, with alongside him the number 30, Ollie Varney. Matt Lewin and William Jones are on row 2. Braden Hill and Liam Deedman are on row 3. Row 4 is Ellis Humphreys and Sam Wyatt. Sam, the current junior Rotax champion, is now up into seniors. Row 5, Nathan Schaefer and Jack Hayes-Roberts. Ashton French and Bobby Rosier share row 6. Grace Lee Davies and Pedro Oliveira are on row 7. James Wood, great to see James back in the Junction 6 NKC. He shares row 8 with Christopher Harris. We've got Jacob McDonald and Robbie Rathbone on row 9. Row 10 is Alex Warnaby and Aaron Knight. Jake Davis and Callum Farley are on row 11. With Matthew Lambert and Harry Barker on row 12, Charlie Walsh and Aidan Pomeroy are on row 13, with Josh Morris and Ben Harper, row 14, Rob Statham and George Sanders are on row 15, and then rounding off the 32 kart field, Ben Fakini and Adam Cerner. Sorry about that in the paddock. Just heard a bit of feedback. So we are just waiting for some karts to be recovered. Just gives us a chance to catch up on some news, and just to remind everybody of who our champions were last year in this category. Senior Rotax was taken, remember, Simon Keeble, who took the overall Senior Rotax 162 class and the Masters subclass. Simon Keeble not out for this heat, he was out earlier on. This is the third heat for Senior Rotax, and again, with a 64 kart field, we have to split them into two groups to enable us to get through them. They're out onto this, what remains a dry track. We have got drizzle in the air. That's going to eventually take effect. We've got a kart there that's not running as we now cross the line to start what is effectively the rolling lap as the pole position driver. You'll see the karts weaving around, and with them being on slick tyres, it's all about getting some heat into those slick tyres and getting them up to temperature to give them optimised grip. The optimised grip won't really come into effect until about the second, third lap maybe. And then we'll see carts tippy-toeing their way through. Not sure who that was that did go off, but hopefully we'll get them through. 185, I'm being told. So 185. We haven't got a 185 ball. Have we got anything that looks a bit like 185? Here they come then. They're not formed up very well. They are not formed up at all. That is in no way, shape or form a good enough shapely grid to get this race underway. So we're going to need Dan Andrews to calm it down a little bit more than he did there, with a very strung out senior Rotax 162 field, not really ready to take the start for their third heat. 8 minutes and 1 lap for the heats, remember. Carts just coming past the paddock now and doing a bit of catch-up. We've got Dan Andrews, Ollie Varney on the front row of the grid. Just beginning to gather the field together then. That's what we need to do as we get towards Luna. We've still got a few stragglers there needing to catch up a little bit more. They look a lot more ordered than they did the previous lap. We might be able to get things underway. 8 minutes and 1 lap remaining. Bit of a quick start there from the front row. But I think we've got this underway. And from the outside, Ollie Varney, and he slides wide onto the grass. So from the front row, Ollie Varney has gone from the front row down the order. And I thought he was going to pull that off around the outside of Dan Andrews. It didn't happen. As we look on the replay there, great, and look at that, he's just on the brakes. Oh, and I think he got a nudge. I think it was Ollie Varney, Dan Andrews who kind of coming together, I think, there. And we've got a completely shook up front row of the grid that will complete lap 1. It could be Matt Lewin or Braden Hill. I can't really make out. And I saw a 3 at the front number as they come across the line. To complete number 1, it is 35, Braden Hill, who will lead this senior Rotax field. We're getting the slow down there at the first turn. Not sure why. We've got a cart off. Down from the valley and into the Joey Dunlop chicane. And look at these 4 breaking away now. Braden Hill, Ellis Humphreys, Sam Wyatt and Nathan Schaefer. Beginning, and sliding wide there. Second place, Ellis Humphreys, dropping to third. And around the outside has gone Sam Wyatt on the 21. It doesn't take much for Sam Wyatt to take an invitation. And he snatches that second place from Ellis Humphreys, who just went into the paddock right-hander and slid very wide, out of control almost. Gathered it up though. And will cross the line. Now, as they cross the line, first lap, second lap completed. Braden Hill first, Sam Wyatt second, Ellis Humphreys third. Then we've got Nathan Schaefer, James Wood up to fifth, Bobby Rosier in sixth, Ashton French seventh. And then rounding off the top 10, Pedro Oliveira, Liam Deedman and Matthew Lambert. 4-cart chain then breaking away from the front of the field. Braden Hill, Sam Wyatt, Ellis Humphreys, Nathan Schaefer it is. And it's Nathan Schaefer right on the tail of the number 21 of Sam Wyatt. So Nathan Schaefer getting ahead of Ellis Humphreys there and ahead of Sam Wyatt. The 21 drops to third as Nathan Schaefer goes through. That distinct livery of Schaefer, distinct in the memory. And sliding off and out of the lead and down to third came out of the Joey Dunlop chicane. And Braden Hill got it all wrong on the grass past the paddock. That shook everybody up under the covers. Here we see there Braden Hill gathering the cart up and trying to get back on the track and keeping his foot in. But that has allowed Nathan Schaefer to get through and into the lead, and Sam Wyatt along with him into second.
So exciting start to this Heat 3 of the road taxis, which is now being enjoyed by everyone in the paddock.
Welcome the paddock here at Three Sisters. Yes.
I did an intensive.
Sorry to spoil you, dear.
I did an intensive walk around the paddock to see what the volume was like after the earlier feedback issues. But no, you sound really good.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. It's not going to be too intrusive, is it?
Well, it's only you and me, so yes, probably.
All right, okay, probably, yeah. Right then, back to the race. We're getting towards half distance.
Schaefer's got a nice little lead, but he's got.
Oh.
It's the first time we've seen a proper
Has
snake.
he? Really? That's not a nice little lead. He's got Sam Wyatt breathing down his neck.
Well,
that's going to be tricky for him. Sam Wyatt there.
Look at the pace advantage there. He just came off with the momentum.
That was momentum, Nick. That was a pure slipstream move there.
And it's already in trouble for Schaefer. I think he's got right behind him. Is that Braden Hill now came back from his bumpy moments?
Yeah, and not to discount Ellis Humphreys in fourth, hanging on to the three carts that dominate this heat. This is the third heat for the senior Rotax class, the 162s, currently out. Let's have a look at the top 10 as these four continue to battle at the front. So it's Schaefer leading, Sam Wyatt second there, Braden Hill third, fourth is Ellis Humphreys. It's Bobby Rosier in fifth. James Wood drops to sixth now.
And revenge is sweet.
And we've got a different. We've got a move for the lead.
Back past Wyatt again. So it is all about the slipstream and the momentum off that final part of the Lunar Bend. They've swapped twice in a row.
Now that's going to come into play towards checkered flag, isn't it? It's going to be who's in second place.
Oof, they're all like this. Oh, he's on the inside. Whoa, look at that. He's so busy weaving, trying to get a potential advantage. I think it was that Wyatt, wasn't it? And he lost the place.
Yeah, it was Braden Hill who had the momentum out of the chicane.
And no, it's the weaving. For some he went wide, trying to get. I think he was trying to set up a two-corner pass on the leader, and suddenly found slamming right into the gap was Braden Hill. So these three put on a great show for us, showing that one thing that's pretty obvious. It's been obvious from the way the fast guys have come through. This is a track that's quite easy to overtake on. There's two or three opportunities. There's speed. There's slipstream.
It's wide. It's wide. The track is wide, so you can make your move.
And they've got five-way fight for the lead with the all-black cart coming into play. That's the Ellis Humphreys car, but he's now being attacked by Bobby Rosier. Oh, and a mistake there. And did the position go down?
Yeah, we've had a change. 21. As Bobby Rosier has moved ahead of Ellis Humphreys, and that was because Sam Wyatt kind of had a bit of a moment there.
He checked them all up, didn't he?
Yeah,
and
he did.
It was Humphreys who ended up losing out of it.
Sam Wyatt's going to have to be very careful. Oh, and look, he's gesticulating to Rosier behind him and saying, "Come on, let's catch them." And Rosier says, "No thanks, mate. Get out me way. I'll have a go at them by myself."
I'm not playing teamsies.
So Sam Wyatt there, who needs to gather his composure a little and maybe get back on with it. Now, these three battling for second, third and fourth is allowing Schaefer to break away. That's the biggest gap we've seen, and that's a whole half a second. That's going to be larger than that when we get around to the timing line.
Yeah, I think Schaefer may have made a significant break now because the others aren't playing ball in game. They've got carts off in front of me. That's a 16 cart just spun off right in front of the pit straight.
Here we come. Let's see what the gap is then. It was a half a second. Yeah, it's 7/10. So he hasn't changed for second.
Oh, up goes the 49 of Rosier into second place. They probably got 2.5 laps to go, actually.
Yeah, we're down inside.
They'll get this one and then two more.
Yeah, we're inside the last 60 seconds here. And Rosier will now want to break away from Braden Hill and Sam Wyatt behind him. Sam Wyatt's not done for the day, and neither is Braden Hill.
Varying amounts of curb there, taken on the outside of the no-name hairpin. It's not quite a hairpin, it's near enough.
It's like a double apex hairpin, isn't it? It's a 180-degree turn, but you've got kind of got
a
squared
tiny
off,
bit, yeah.
Squared off curbs.
Looking down the straight.
Right, and down the straight. No movement here as we've seen the first four carts now breaking away from fifth place Ellis Humphreys. James Wood not out of the four there, and James trying to get onto the rear bumper of Ellis Humphreys for that fifth spot.
Humphreys kind of seemed to lose a lot of momentum with that kind of checking up a couple of laps ago. And these four have split into a pair of pairs. And this is where the main action is. This is the Hill versus Wyatt. And then Wyatt's actually got past Hill, hasn't he?
Well, Rosier, I've got to say, has closed the gap to Schaefer in the lead. Time's running out.
But Wyatt's now ahead of Hill in third.
It'll be the last lap board here.
Yeah, so this is the last full sprint down the back straight. Well, it's actually the front straight, of course, because it's where the timing is back straight to us. into the S's. Braden Hill looking to see if he can do anything about Sam Wyatt. So they climb up the hill and up and over the brow and into the Joey Dunlop chicane. And it's been a lot of action down this pit straight, more than I thought when I came here yesterday. There's been a lot more going on in what's like a relatively simple piece of circuit. And now the element of the complex paddock bend and then the squared off chicane thing type corner.
Well, that's a kind of a squared off hairpin into a chicane, isn't it?
Yeah.
Look at Rosier though, just ahead there. Rosier has closed the gap. It was 4/10.
It's going to be tight between third and fourth, Joe.
It is. Sam Wyatt there with Braden Hill breathing down his neck as they cross the line to take the checkered flag. There's no change across the line. Nathan Chafer takes the win. Bobby Rosier second. Sam Wyatt third. Fourth is Braden Hill. Ellis Humphreys fifth. James Wood sixth. Seventh, Ashton French. It was Harry Barker in eighth. Charlie Walsh up to ninth. Ollie Varney in 10th. Then we've got Jake Dennis, Pedro Oliveira, Matthew Lambert, Alex Wannabe, Josh Morris in 15th. 16th was Jack Hayes-Roberts, Matt Lewin, George Sanders, Dan Andrews and Ben Fakini, who took the 20th spot. Next out, we've got the Rotax 177s.
It's the big boys again. So, where's the grid? A couple of rescues to be done, so that'll take a little while. 16 cart previously being rescued. So on this one, it's going to start in pole with Alan Cook. Scott Lee is second. Scott Lee is second. Scott Clee is second. Then you got Danny Russell in. I'm misreading all this. Danny Russell in third. Reese Wade in fourth. Paul Moran is fifth. Jai Oliver is sixth. Colin Campbell seventh. Aidan Hammond is eighth. Carl Bryant is 9th, Rich Evans is 10th, Scott Smith's 11th, Big Wyatt starts 12th, Daniel Hamlet starts 13th. I should have said actually Paul Moran in 5th is a master, as is the Scott Clears in the Masters, Reese Llewellyn's in the Masters, and Cook is in the Masters. So a lot of Masters in this at the front of the grid. Then we have 14th down, as I said, and it's Harry Wainwright 15th, Steve Gilly is 16th, Simon Kavanagh, a master, is 17th, Nick Skelton, a master, is 18th. And then Ben Johnson, the master, James Frost in 20th. And then it's Harrison Cook, Brian McCready, Keith Mason, Billy Clark, Alex Jones, Alex Joyner, Cole Edwards, Matt Zanetti, Zach Bolton down in 29th, Dan Millwood in 30th, Gary Cox in 31st, and Thomas Childs starting at the back, but we'll have 8 minutes plus 1 lap to make up some distance in 31st. So it's Kate Rosier. Well done, Bobby Rosier, 49. Awesome drive. Love you lots. Mum and sister. There we are. So people watching at home on both the Karting Live TV YouTube page. If you haven't gone to Karting Live, be you in the paddock, be you watching, don't forget to subscribe, as that's where all our karting content is going to be. Moving forward, I mean in a few months. We're going to co-locate it for as long as possible, so as many people as possible can see it. Craig Lamont is congratulating Callum on a run the previous couple of heats. Just about to the rescue vehicle, the Qashqai with the low loader has moved back to his hiding place, which very much is a hiding place. And the carts roll off for the formation lap for the Senior Rotax Heat 3. So this is the Rotax 177 Heat 3. To drive without a cart in the collecting area, I'm hoping he's in a different heat. Okay, someone entirely different has just got in his car. Oh, what's gone on here? Where's my cart gone? It was there a minute ago. It's just driven off. So Mini Max will be next up, but we now have the Rotax 177 and the carts enjoying a slightly free run before they start to group up again as they come past the collecting area on the pit straight, which of course is not near the start finish on the back Conrod straight. Trying to get some heat in the tyres. Still this mizzle in the rain, in the wind. It's a sort of typical, I suppose, Manchester day, even though we're a couple of miles from Manchester. Wigan here. Three Sisters. Now, hopefully, at some point, this mizzle will stop. There might be a bit more heat, not quite too sure, but there are the carts now getting themselves in order. Will we get them away? Alan Cook on pole, Reece Llewellyn second, Scott Clee third, and Paul Moran fourth. Gathering up, a couple of overly ambitious wiggles to get some heat in the tyres there. So the front of the field going round Luna Bend. Looks in a reasonably good order. We've seen this before, though. We've seen carts just not pick up out of this corner. You're getting a restart, but they're going to... One more subtle right-hander. Power down. And they're away. And it's a very, very good start from the outside the front row. I'm just looking to see whether it's going to be allowed to go. Looks like it is outside the front row. Looks like I think Alan Cook's taken the lead there. Coming up and over the rise. And I'll confirm that when they zip past me on the pit straight. Can't see anyone giving slow down and flags. This one's got away first time. Heat 3 of the 177s. And it is the 116 of Scott Clee. In fact, he did come from the outside and keep the lead. So it's Clee from Cook. And they're right together. In fact, it's not Clee from Cook. It's Clee from Moran. So Moran now in second place with the 777. As they come onto the main straight for the first time. Of asking, around the full length, down the Conrod. Now, despite being really quite close as they went through the corner, Moran made no gain on Clee in that first corner. So these two are now stretching their little leads. Third place, Carl Bryant. Fourth, Scott Smith. Fifth is Reece Llewellyn. It's not a great start for Reece. And this is one quite evened out at the moment. Nice gaps from everybody as they streak through. And into the hairpin come chicane come. Let's put all the corners together at one go. Now streaking down the finish second lane. This one now very spread out. In fact, I can't see close carts about position 7, but it looks like they're just coming together here in the second and the third and fourth. As they cross the line now, that's a 38 cart with the red nose and the white pods of Scott Smith. He's getting a little bit close under braking on Carl Bryant. That was the wrong button. You turned me off.
I've turned you back on.
Oh, I know you have, love. So, up the inside there, going to the pitch. A nice little move there from the 38 Smith. He didn't seem to have the pace, but he certainly got past Carl Bryant quite easily. This is the second most popular place to overtake. I mean, it's interesting how they just get that little, it pops out through Paddock Bend, and then you go almost check, we've got a block pass, it really becomes.
And explain that. Why?
Is it momentum?
That paddock turn. Well, it is about momentum out of the Joy Dunlop chicane, but it's also you have to take a late apex into the paddock turn because you have to tuck the cart into the right-hand side for the next double apex. We've talked about it as a hairpin. So you kind of have to go into that corner and leave a gap, ideally, for your optimum lap. And that of course, if they're wide open for them to get down your inside.
Yep.
So great. We did think coming here that Three Sisters, it's a wide track, it's an open, it's a very fast track. It's very much a momentum circuit. You have to have a lot of finesse here, and it's easy to mess the lap up and lose time. There's the slipstream, another example of slipstreaming coming on there.
Into second place goes Scott Smith there, past the 777 of Paul Moran. So it's a good move so far for Scott Smith. He's moving nicely through the field. Plain cart, plain helmet, but plainly a good driver. And they come around that overly complex there at the end of the pit straight. And now he has to try and make up a bit more difference. Oh, actually, I did think it. So who's ahead of them now? There's 2 cars. Oh, I see, right. So there's 2 cars there. There's 777. Now under pressure from the 13. Brian up the inside. Another place drops back from 777.
That's Paul Moran excited about next week. Remember the 777. He's overawed about getting the opportunity to marry Helen. He was telling me. The day has finally arrived, he said, next week, Joe.
He's been running and hiding for 17 years.
He has.
He's tried to avoid it.
Yeah, so Paul Moran dropping another spot to Carl Bryant. I think he'll not be too bothered about that. He knows where he needs to be for the remaining amount of heats and running to be done towards the final. Scott Clee leads by a good 2.3 seconds, with that position now going to Scott Smith behind him, and then Carl Bryant right on the tail of Scott Smith in that third spot. Paul Moran behind him. Rhys Llewellyn. The Masters seem to be very prevalent here in the 177 class. Scott Clee is in the Masters category, as is Paul Moran and Rhys Llewellyn. They're 4th and 5th. Scott Clee, of course, our overall leader. Steve Gilly, one of the LRG boys, is in 6th. Billy Watt 7th. 8th is Harry Wainwright. Harry, remember, was the youngster who came up into seniors because he was basically too tall at 15. He's now found himself in the 177 class, so he's continued to grow. He's not. Are they going
to invent like a 200 class when he's 7 foot?
Harry keeps on
6'9" and 18 stone. Yeah.
Yeah. Harry's going to stop. Just stop growing, Harry. Stop feeding him, Mrs. Wainwright. Harrison Crook is 9th, 10th. Rounding off the top 10 is Richard Evans and Nick Skelton, just outside the top 10, but making a move on Richard Evans is what he's got his eye on, both in the Masters category. Coming up to the 2-minute mark then. All of our heats, 8 minutes and 1 lap, remember. And the 177 class, arguably one of the... Well, all of our classes are competitive, aren't they? They're all going to come down to the wire at Clay Pigeon in October, that's for sure. Certainly the way that the points can be gathered. Paul Moran is a cork in another bottle now. He's got 3 carts behind him. Rhys Llewellyn, Steve Gilly and Harry Wainwright. They're the 3 carts that are backing up behind Paul, who we saw there sliding out of the Joey Dunlop chicane. Steve Gilly dropping behind Steve Gilly dropping behind Harry Wainwright. Harry Wainwright moving ahead of Gilly. And Harry Wainwright on the 92. Right on the tail of Rhys Llewellyn. Rhys Llewellyn, remember,
he's helping him around more than anything else.
Sinister black livery, remember, from last season. Rhys Llewellyn. And up the inside, Harry Wainwright. Look how tall Harry is. Yeah. You see his legs folded into that cart. Look where his knees are. He's kind of got his knees splayed out.
He needs a long wheelbase one.
Yeah, he's only 16. He might be turning 17 this season. Oh, and look at that. Steve Gilly, Rhys Llewellyn gets by. Steve Gilly, the 2 carts behind the 2 carts we're watching there. You've noticed the livery on the cart behind the 92 of Harry Wainwright is now the orange and white of LRG, and the sinister black livery of Rhys Llewellyn sits behind him. But look at Harry Wainwright now on the tail of Paul Moran, and the diminutive Paul Moran against the very tall Harry Wainwright, and Wainwright pulls it again side by side into turn 1, and Moran not happy, is he? He takes that late apex and then fires it up the hill of Lucy's Valley. He's going to lose out to Steve Gilly, who's certainly saw a bit of a red flag there, a red rag I should say, and has come through and taken 2 positions, having dropped to the tail of this field of 4.
All action here in the 177 Heat 3. Out the front, though, Scott Clear's got himself 2 seconds clear, and then there's another second a bit back to Carl Bryant in 3rd, but it's nose to tail with this bunch around the 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 position, and up the inside now as the all black 6 under pressure again, and it's coming at the end of the straight. There's a kind of a kerfuffle between the 3 of them. They're all a bit extra curb take. I could see that one happening. There's too much curb taken into it. Let's see that one again.
Oh, Helen, Paul Moran there. His wife,
he got too much on the left.
Yeah.
He was squeezed on the left, and then I remember that we were talking about when John was talking about 4-wheel drive cars. His 4-wheel drive cars got loads and loads of grip, except when the wheels are there and they've got no grip like anything else. And so in the cart, he wasn't actually on the ground, so he couldn't turn the cart left, so he ended up going on the grass.
Yeah, that was just carrying.
We're on the last lap, by the way. So these are the last couple of corners. Very exciting. Race just whipped by, didn't it, with the performance of these guys?
Yeah, but all changed there because of that little incident created by Paul Moran, who's dropped down the order to 12th. That has allowed a complete change around there with Rhys Llewellyn coming through. Let's have a look at the top 10 then, at least the top 20, as we've got the checkered flag for this third heat for the 177 class. Scott Clee took the overall win and the Masters subclass. He took the win there from Scott Smith in second. Carl Bryant in third. Billy Watts was fourth. Then we had the very tall youngster Harry Wainwright in fifth. Steve Gilly, great drive through and hung on to that sixth place. Harrison Crook it was who benefited from that incident at turn one. Harrison Crook in seventh. Rhys Llewellyn in the black liveried cart is in eighth, second in the Masters. Nick Skelton up to ninth place after that first heat win earlier on today. 10th was Richard Evans, fourth in the Masters. Matt Zanetti was 11th. Paul Moran ended up 12th. Jai Oliver 13th. Alex Jones 14th. And then we had Cole Edwards, Zach Bolton 16th. Keith Mason 17th. Alex Joyner, Billy Clark. And then rounding off the top 20, Gary Cox. Coming next, we've got our first look at Minimax for the 2023 Junction 6 NKC Championship.
I went, but I turned myself muted. I couldn't even hear myself going.
Do you want to do that again?
Well, it's kind of lost it now,
you lost
isn't
it
really?
now.
It sounded good for a moment, and I went, and it stopped.
It sounded good in my ears, but that's because you sat next to me. So Minimax...
How are we sounding on that? How was I sounding on the PA? Was that all right?
Needs to be... Well, there's certain parts of the paddock can hear us, and there's other parts of the paddock who can hear nothing.
That's not good.
No. I do think it's a bit crackly as well, isn't it?
Too loud still, do you think?
It's very crackly. I don't know if that's a speaker going in and out.
It's a speaker, I think.
Yeah.
I'll turn this down again.
Right, okay.
Minimax
has found a home. Minimax ceases to be an MSUK category. They've brought in the Inter class, which bridges the gap between Micromax and Junior Rotax.
Okay.
So Minimax was find another home, and there's still Minimax kit out there, and that's what we're seeing here with 9 carts on our Minimax grid. Jack McKilligoody is on the front row on the pole position for Max Carlton. Second row is Leo Basterfield with Seb Corking, who held off as long as he could yesterday, held the lead of this Minimax field, and then eventually was overcome by the carts around him. Kazeri Vizarek.
Easy for you to say.
How we're going to pronounce that? Is it Vizarek?
I don't know.
You sound the K as an H, I think. Kasori Vizarek will say it. Please keep us right if you can hear us demolishing that surname. Daniel Haynes.
Apologies. None of this is deliberate. This is just a lack of talent.
Yeah. Daniel Haynes on the third row of the grid in sixth. We've got another Daniel, this time Daniel Parsons in seventh. Riley Thatcher is in eighth. And then rounding off the 9-cart Minimax field, Sonny Morgan. Mixed grids, remember, this is not in any order of performance level. And with 9 carts, we should be able to keep a handle on pretty much everything that's happening in the field. Our Minimax champion, Alex Fraser, who the 2022 champion, has moved up into the junior class. So we haven't got a number 1 in Minimax. Alex retaining his number 55. But it was a very competitive championship, very competitive class, Minimax. And I'm not sure we've started them yet.
They waved them off. They were quite quick.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I thought I saw a false start flag. Nope, 3 wide into the paddock turn.
They decide that's going.
I'll take that as a start.
They are going, yeah. They decided after all, wherever we think they're going to race.
Yeah. So 3 wide, that's not out of character for this Minimax field to be racing as hard as that. We've got 4 carts breaking away at the front. We'll get a handle on who they are. 5 carts behind. A little bit of a gap between the first 4 and the other 5 carts in the field as they cross the line for the first time.
Up the inside goes third place 52.
That's
Sebastian Corking, yep.
So it's Leo Basterfield who leads. Max Carlton in second.
Corking into second now. Corking's in second. I must say that the driver of the third placing, I think you said Max Carlton, looks much more mini than the other Mini-Maxers.
Well, they are.
He's physically very mini.
Yeah, they are very young. A restricted Rotax engine is a
up
challenge
the inside,
for the lead.
Into the lead will go Corking here, nice up the inside. A little bit of a wobble on the front end of the 15 of So 119. Actually, which order are they actually in? Oh, right, it was the 15. It was actually Carlton who got the lead that time round. So there was a change in direction. Watch them they go past and get the order correct again, because it wasn't Corking who was looking slightly small. Corking's actually running for the lead himself. So,
well, Corking's on the inside there, leading this field round. That's who's in the lead. Sebastian Corking, Max Carlton second, Riley Thatcher is third. These three battling it out and breaking away from the rest of the field. So 6 carts now behind. We've lost Jack McGillicuddy.
He is running. I just saw him running underneath me, but he's going to get lapped quite soon. I think he's got a problem.
But this is a 3-card battle for the front of this Mini-Max field for sure. So it's the LRG Motorsport driver. LRG Motorsport represented in pretty much all of our categories here this weekend, all of our classes this weekend, as we see the field come through to complete what will be 3 laps. And the first 3 now breaking way to the tune of just under a second there to Leo Basterfield, or is it Basterfield, in 4th place. Sonny Morgan 5th, Daniel Hayne 6th, Daniel Parsons 7th. Zauri Vizarech is in 8th, and Jack McGillicuddy, who has dropped to the tail of the field, rounding off the 9-cart field.
Eddie Stewart Racing says, good luck everyone in Mini-Max. I'm joining you next month.
So great.
An extra entry.
Great. Who was that?
Eddie Stewart Racing. So I'm assuming it's Eddie Stewart,
yep,
who's got an eponymously named racing team after himself.
Brilliant. More the merrier. That's what we say.
Top 3 down the straight, and it can now change to little. Oh, what's going on with the leader?
That's McGillicuddy.
Oh, he's the back marker. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Well done by our technical
producer.
man. Actually noticing that the other guy wasn't even going at the same sort of speed. So I will. I won't just look up and go, oh!
We've got Corking having to defend there from Max Carlton. He had to take a very defensive line coming over the brow of the Lucy's Valley and down towards the Joey Dunlop chicane. He's very comfortable at the front of the field there. Max Carlton in second there. These two now breaking away from Riley Thatcher and Sonny Morgan in 3rd and 4th. Then a bit of a gap to Leo Basterfield and Daniel Parsons. But this is where, just keep an eye on this now, as Corking lifts the vent on his radiator. Defensive driving from Corking.
Yeah, he's
on the inside.
He's concerned about
this is
Carlton.
where he had to defend before.
In fact, Carlton lost a lot of time there. He just didn't get that bite on the left-hand sweep back and got way too much curve at the entrance to Lucy's Valley.
Yeah, he's broke away, hasn't he, because of that? That's what I mean about this track, Nick. You just have to slide wide by about a metre, which we saw Max Carlton do on the number 15. And he hit the curb, slid wide, hit the curb, totally wrecked his momentum.
But interestingly, the same thing happened a second ago to Sebastian Corking, who just didn't get paddock bend quite right and then lost all that he gained from the error by Carlton a few corners previously.
And they come back together. Here they come.
And I think Carlton's got the speed if he wants it. Very worried, look over the shoulder.
He's going to have to go around the outside.
There's no chance of a cutback, and there's no chance at this point of getting up. This is not an overtaking position going up the hill through the valley and then down across for a sweep to their right for the Trade chicane. This is an overtaking position if someone makes a mistake, and then obviously coming now into the paddock bend, that's the second best overtaking chance, isn't it, really, Joe?
Yeah, it really is. Out of the Joey Dunlop chicane there, but not enough momentum. We say there it is, that word again. Corking's very aware of just where Max Carlton is.
I kind of think I don't know, but I'm getting the impression I think Corking would be better off concentrating on looking forward.
Well, yeah, you could argue that. That's always been the case of just keep looking forward and let the guy behind. He looks over his shoulder again. He drives defensively. He's driving defensively every lap down Conrod Straight and into that first turn, which we call the S's. That forms the S's that goes up into Lucy's Valley. Once again, defensive.
That was
to the right.
That seemed to me, and obviously I'm not a Mini-Max racer, that seemed like an unnecessary move there to the right and then back onto the line again.
Well, he's concerned about just how quick Max Carlton is, isn't he?
Well, certainly what he is doing, he's bringing Sonny Morgan back into the game
in
third place.
Yeah, by moving around a lot, these two at the front. And there's Carlton again, moving onto the rear bumper of the leader. And then into Luna, you'll see the late apex there to maximise the exit speed And he pulls a cart's length. But this is where
slightly better that time.
Look at the slipstream.
Yeah,
look at the slipstream coming in.
I think there's basic pace advantage. That 15 cart is basically quicker.
I think Corking knows that if he stays on the left of the track along the Conrod Straight, that's going to allow Carlton, who's got the momentum and the slipstream, down the inside.
I think he's driving a good line.
Yeah, I mean, Corton's driving, within the rules, he can do.
100%.
He can position his cart where he needs to position his cart, and he's doing that. This is allowing Sonny Morgan in, though. Look at this. The two-car battle for the lead, with coming up to a minute remaining, has now become almost becoming a three-card battle. That's a very scratchy PA speaker we've got, Nick. Might have to pull that. That's going to be very uncomfortable for people. There's Corking again down the inside. Now, if Carlton stays on the outside, he's going to very much have the company of Sonny Morgan next time through. These three together into the chicane. Bottom of the Lucy's Valley, the Joey Dunlop chicane, out onto the paddock straight. Corking not feeling necessary to defend now. Through paddock turn, through the unnamed left-hander, into
So it's this one. They should get one more. 22 seconds to go on the clock for the 8 minutes. They're going to get this one more. This is Carlton's last chance of a run at the end of the straight. So if he's going to do it, he needs to do it this time. But he's now got Sonny Morgan on his tail as well, causing problems. Now, goes to the outside.
This is where
gets
Morgan,
an overlap. Is he going to be able to sweep round?
Keep an eye on Morgan. He's down the inside, Morgan.
Think about that.
Not enough. Not enough there. And that's because of the width. That's because of the width of the... I'm not sure what that's saying. Here we go. Into paddock. Still first, second and third. Seb Corkley, Max Carlton, Sonny Morgan, Thatcher, Parsons, Basterfield, Haynes are 4th, 5th and 6th and 7th. Battle for the lead, though, is the one
last
we can't take our eyes. And it'll be...
Oh, no, they've got another lap, haven't they?
It'll be Corking who will lead across the line. Will take the one lap to go aboard. There's Morgan, again, same as before. Not quite enough momentum to get on the inside of Carlton. Corking spreads out, and there's almost a coming together there. It's still the same move there with Sonny Morgan.
Morgan's really aggressive now. He knows he's got a couple of corners. He's looking for the inside and the paddock bend. Is he going to get it? He's got enough of an overlap, but nope, that left-hander's going to stop them. But that's given it to Sebastian Cork in that final battle between Carlton and Morgan.
It was Carlton kind of tripping up over Corking, and that's allowed Sonny Morgan in on the deal. But that's not going to... That has affected the gap to Corking.
Look at that. Right, it's so close at the end there. They go across the line with... Well, what's the difference in the end? It was...
I'll tell you in a minute.
500th of a second.
It was 0.046
so, good run by Sebastian Corking. Excellent. Watching them going over the line here. They come across the line, and the timing line is there, and it's just a quarter of lead. But yeah, great drive by Cork. I think very, very sensible, held over back.
And that was for second, just to remind everybody. That was Max Carlton and Sonny Morgan. Seb Corking takes the heat win. Max Carlton just taking that second place from the ever-charging Sonny Morgan. Gap there, 0.046 of a second. We'd had Riley Thatcher in 4th, Daniel Parsons 5th, Leo Basterfield in 6th, Daniel Haynes 7th, Xari Vizorech, I'm going to murder that all day, aren't I? In 8th, and Jack McGillicuddy in a lapped 9th place. Not sure why, what happened to Jack there, but I think he might have had a problem. He went a lap down very early on. We are getting straight on, and we have out next our Junior Rotax Heat 3. Again, a very well-subscribed class for the Junction 6 NKC, with another 31 carts out in this heat. It's Joshua Delicata with Luca Mulvaney starting on the front row. Luke in the NKC for the first time this year. Finlay Underwood and Freddie Weirlock are on row 2. Row 3 is Ollie Morris and Freddie Moore, with Alex Timmins and Archie Hardiman on row 4. Billy Vogt and Ellie Anderson are on row 5, with Jill Leverton and Dylan Mitchell on row 6. Row 7, sees Will Swales and Levi Goodyear. Adam Catling and Frank Ward are on row 8. Row 9 is Ethan White and Louis Rees. Jamie Slater and Billy Edgecombe are on row 10, with Tom Holden and Jacob Bainham rounding off row 11. Row 12 is Luke Sawyers and George Kay. Maxim Smith and Mason Perrin are on row 13, with Taylor Dixon and Rafi Salentano on row 14. Joel Bowden and Freddie Theobald are on row 15. And then it's Marty Gilfillan who was rounding off the 31 card field.
So, got themselves in a nice line already. This is going to be a quick start by the looks of it for the Junior Rotax Heat 3.
Hopefully we'll get this away now. That's a very ordered grid, isn't it? Everybody looks like they've caught up. Onto the Conrod straight. Then look at Mulvaney on the outside. Gets the jump. They've let it go, and it looks like Mulvaney's got the lead. Luca Mulvaney getting the lead from the outside of the front row. Leads up Lucy's Valley. Down the hill towards the Joey Dunlop chicane. As the rest of the field clamber in there. Mulvaney leads past the paddock. He's under pressure from the 68.
Third and fourth change, I think, at that point as well.
Is that the 88?
I think third place dropped to fifth actually there through paddock bend. There's kind of a variance of corners they take, isn't there, on the bump?
Yeah, Freddie Werlock it is in second. I can confirm the number 88. Josh Delicata has dropped down the order as they come across the line to complete one lap then. Mulvaney gets a bump along from Werlock, who just couldn't stop the slipstream coming into effect. So it's Mulvaney leads. Oh, it's Freddie Moore on the 68. I thought it was Freddie Werlock. He's in third. Joshua Delicata drops to fourth. Then we've got Ollie Morris, Finlay Underwood, Levi Goodyear, Alex Timmins, Archie Hardiman and Ellie Anderson rounding off the top 10. Change for the lead. And it all happened at the Joey Dunlop chicane. It looks on Mulvaney into the chicane. That's been the bane of his weekend for Luca Mulvaney. Had a big off there in practice on Saturday and damaged the cart after, well, it wasn't his fault actually. He had the cart.
First and second tied together though, Joe. Sorry, it's Mulvaney and it isn't Mulvaney because he's been off. So it's Moore and interchanges. Werlock takes the lead. So Freddie Werlock on the 88 cart gets past Freddie Moore in the 68. Ollie Morris third.
Down Lucy's Valley into the Joey Dunlop chicane. We've now got the bright red cart of the number 88, Freddie Werlock. Change for second as the 91, Ollie Morris, goes through in very determined style there. Didn't take any prisoners there, did Ollie Morris. And he leads across along Rogerson Straight into the left-hander. That leads to Luna. And look at that gap now to that number 88. Let's see and confirm that it is indeed the 88 of Freddie Werlock as they come across the line. I can indeed confirm that. Fastest lap as well, 44.312. Ollie Morris, though, the gap is 1.3 seconds.
Underwood's now
it's not going to be that
place.
The next time by.
I think Underwood knows. Well, Finlay Underwood's going to move into third place now after the break that Freddie Werlock's made. It's now Underwood in third, just behind Ollie Morris. They go underneath us in the commentary booth now. And in fact, the 12 car, almost got past on the inside there, but he got kind of squeezed out.
So Underwood challenging the Ollie Morris leader.
Tripping over each other through the chicane.
Got four carts breaking away into the lead. There's the leader.
Leader's gone. No, Freddie Werlock's just
Werlock's
gone.
It's Ollie Morris that we see battling for second. There's Werlock just coming there. The red cart just flashing underneath us. That's the battle we're looking at. And alongside, is he going to pull alongside? No, he can't quite get there. Oh, the 12 down the inside. Yes, the 12 of Finlay Underwood.
Oh, and a massive sideways moment for the 8 cart. That was of Levi Goodyear.
Levi Goodyear.
Absolutely put the. He came in. This is what happened. That was he nudged or did he just get a huge moment? No, he got a nudge there. I think. Comes on. Yeah.
He turned in.
He didn't know the guy was there and turned in. That was it.
Number 8. Showing the number 8 for 8th in the 2022. Junior Rotax.
I think there's a few people who are taking too much curb on some of these. I'm not sure it's deliberate or they think it's a good tactic. I think they're taking the curb is knocking the car out of line.
Well, yeah, you need to stay off the curbs, but
they're not, are they?
Well, no, because
clunking like heck.
They're just carrying too much speed into the corner, and it's to their detriment overall.
So this is the train that's going up through Lucy's Valley now. That's second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth. They sweep to their right. And it's all the pressure on the 8 cart of Goodyear. So that's Will Swales. And it's a bit of lots of momentum behind him. It's the 15 cart now under pressure from Freddie Moore, who's dropped back from the front earlier in the race.
3.5 minutes remaining then, and this junior Rotax battle beginning to heat up for second, third, fourth and fifth there. 4-car train in those positions. Freddie Worlock has got a 3-second gap in the lead of this race. And then we've got 1.2 seconds between Underwood in second, Ollie Morris in third. There's Ollie Morris there on the 91. The number 8 of Levi Goodyear challenging there, and then behind them Willie Swales and Freddie Moore. Will Swales trying to get on terms along Rogerson's there. Little bit of engine management going on there with the cover on the radiator being flipped up by the 91. Sorry, not the 91. Levi Goodyear, the number 8. Where did they come then?
Whitlock's paused out now with 3.5 second lead, so he needs to back off now and save his tyres.
There's a challenge, didn't come off.
Oh, it has done though. 3 corner, nope.
They do concertina up into that first sequence of bends at the S's there, off Conrod Straight, as they concertina up out of the Joey Dunlop chicane there. Unavoidable little bit of contact there. You've got to watch the nose cones. Don't want to hit too hard, or else you'll incur a penalty.
Some of these drivers getting wise to the potential of being overtaken going into the paddock bend, and they're perhaps not taking the fastest line, but they are staying hugging close to that right hander and stopping them come up the inside. So the procession continues. I think unchanged this lap for the first time in the race.
Yeah, here they come then.
A little bit of change back in 7th and 8th, I think, there.
Gap out to 3.5 seconds between Worlock in first place and Finlay Underwood in second. But this battle here that we're watching, change for the position behind Ollie Morris as Levi Goodyear loses out to Will Swales. It's now the number 15 stacking up behind the 91. There they are there.
And now he's got a chance. But look, it cuts across. They're really getting... Oh, and there's some real shuffling around there. There's 6 carts trying to operate really in the amount of track available for 4. There's a little bit of shuffling and bouncing and bunting off each other.
Got to be careful for that nose cone. They are bunching up into these corners. And look at that. There's no doubt that the number 91 is a cork in the bottle, because they're now being joined by, he's got 5 carts behind him. They fan out on the Conrod Straight and a spinner.
Oh, that's the wave of disappointment there for the 15 cart that's gone. That's Will Swales.
I wonder what happened there. Let's take a closer look at that.
He got touched on that one. I think he may have just put too much. Oh, he did get very touched, yeah.
No, he didn't get touched at all. He just lost it.
He locked it.
He lost it on the brakes.
Yeah,
unfortunate. He was pushing hard.
I mean, there was a lot of action going on, so he may well have felt it was a problem. But now we've got a breakaway in second now. I think Finlay Underwood's managed to get a gap into second because someone disappeared behind. So third, fourth, and fifth are still together.
We're getting down to that last lap to go board. It'll not be this one.
The
it's
next
still
one,
30 seconds. So one more lap to go after this one.
And up the inside, looking for a move. Yep, that's the 38 that's got through, or 68 it must be. Freddie Moore getting past Levi Goodyear. Oh, no, it wasn't. It must be... Oh, they weren't in that order, that's why. They weren't in that order, that's why.
Yeah, Mason Perrin, I think that is the number 30.
Yeah.
Right, let's get a grip on this then. Who have we got where?
Whitlock leading by 4.3 seconds, and another 3 seconds between Finlay Underwood and Billy Edgecombe. Edgecombe's on camera... No, he's not. It's actually, but Edgecombe's then got a second on Levi Goodyear. And Goodyear's the leader of this trio of carts, which is now a duo.
And that's Mason Perrin on his tail.
And up the inside of him. That's the first time anyone was overtaken there. Got him coming through.
That was coming out of Luna.
Yeah, coming out of Luna. And Goodyear.
Late apex there. That's not that is deliberate, I should say, to get a maximised entry into that S's. Up the valley and down the hill from Lucy's Valley into that chicane. Past the paddock on the driver's left there. And things beginning to settle in as we head towards the checkered flag. The leader, Freddie Worlock, will be heading towards the checkered flag now. Just coming out of Luna and crossing the line to take the checkered flag now. Freddie Worlock it is. Finley Underwood will take second place. Gap was just under 5 seconds there at the flag. Billy Edgecombe was 2.2 seconds further back in third. And then we had Mason Perrin in fourth, making his way through that gaggle of carts there to get that fourth place. Fifth place is Levi Goodyear, Freddie Moore sixth, Luke Sawyers seventh, Ollie Morris eighth, Adam Catling ninth, 10th was Joshua Delicata, Tom Holden 11th, Ellie Anderson 12th. Then we had Dylan Mitchell, Will Swills, Ethan Wyatt, Frank Ward, Ravi Celentano, Jill Leverton was 18th, Louis Rees 19th, and Joel Bowden rounds off the top 20. Senior Road Tax coming next. That's the 162s. 2 more heats before the lunch break.
Yep, and I'm just looking at the timetable. We're a long way behind the official timetable, aren't we? We're running quite late compared to those numbers.
Oh, the timings, yeah. I mean, I'd never.
I think
really,
that may be wrong in the first place.
I never really take any notice of the timings. We just have to wade through. Round one then of the Junction 6 NKC Championship for 2023. 6-round championship, and let's not forget to plug the O-Plate that we've got coming up in 2023. That takes place in August, and that will take place at Wilton Mill. Get your entries in for that. It'll be a very, very busy timetable for our O-Plate meeting at Wilton Mill, 17th to the 20th of August. For that one, we release our senior road tax for the 4th heat for these carts, and it'll be Tommy Lee Davis that leads the field round with Jake Dennis alongside. Row 2 as Aaron Knight and Alex Warnaby sharing that. Andy Ambrose and Scott Lowther, these two no strangers to one another from racing together in the northeast. They're on row 3. Martin Ingham and Alexander Mazoyan are on row 4. Bobby Rosier and Ashton French are on row 5. We've got Sam Elliott and Max Martin on row 6. Simon Keeble, current champion, carrying the number 1 for this class of karting, is on row 7 with Rob Statham. Mackenzie Stevens and Finley Watson are on row 8. Row 9 is Kieran Gifford and Ben Fachini. Thomas Storr and Louis Ball is on row 10. Callum Farley and Sam Wyatt, the current junior champion, carrying the 21. They're on row 11. Row 12 is Nathan Chafer and Jack Hayes Roberts, with Toby Case and Ryan McAlelf are on row 13. Jacob McDonald and Alex Jackson are on row 14. Dan Andrews and Ollie Varney are on row 15. And then rounding off the 32 kart field is Matt Lewin and Benjamin Boros. They're on row 16.
Sam Lloyd say, come on, Lee Moyes, you got this. And well done, Josh, from Michel Delicata. A little bit of an extra pronunciation bonus for you there.
Yeah, so that is obviously a family member of Josh Delicata.
Well done, Billy Edgecombe.
We've got this thing going, I think.
Oh, have we?
Yeah, we've started.
It's always important to kind of watch what the racing's doing.
And off into the lead. No incident to report through the first section of corners there at the S's, but we're already into paddock turn. It's Alex Warnaby up into second place there, and already checking out there, the 74 of Jake Dennis has pulled a bit of a gap from second place start alongside the pole man, Tommy Lee Davies. And as they come through Luna and out onto the Conrod Straight, we'll see just how the first lap has panned out for this field of senior road acts. And the field across the line with Jake Dennis leading. Warnaby it is in second. Lee Davies starting from the pole in third. Andy Ambrose and Scott Lowther fourth. And Vic Max Martin up into sixth. And then the first of the Masters, Martin Ingham in seventh spot.
And the move for second there by the 55 kart. That is Andy Ambrose up to second, going past Alex Warnaby as they come into the sharp left and then the chicane after the paddock bend. Already gapping is Ambrose. We saw at the front earlier. So it's Davies from Ambrose, and this battle now for third, fourth and fifth.
Well, if Andy can hang on to this, that's going to score him very well in these two heats that we've seen to date. Move for third there.
That was
two karts coming together.
Wasn't the cleanest move in the history
No,
of moves,
that
was
was
it really?
Tommy-
And he's dropped back 2 at the end of it, so that wasn't so good.
I'm not quite sure who was responsible there, Nick. All happened very quickly.
We got that one?
It was just trying to fathom out who it was.
Oh, no, it's a different one entirely, isn't it?
Yeah, so the
Well, it's not.
25
Oh, no, hang on.
of Alex Warnaby has Tommy Lee Davis,
yeah.
who slid sideways
curb.
into him.
Got curb at the start of it.
Yeah, he hit the curb there, Tommy Lee Davies, and then slid. And then that completely compromised them through the S's and up Lucy's Valley. And here they are, side by side. It's not over yet, is it? This battle here for third,
Hung out
fourth,
to
fifth,
dry
and
in the
sixth.
light colour car, isn't he?
Yeah, that's letting Andy Ambrose and Jake
3
Davies
places.
check out.
3 places lost by, I can't see the colour, but the light colour car, which is I think the 30, I think of this one. I'll tell you it is when they go past me again. My eyesight, not what it was even like 3 weeks ago.
So across the line, it was Warnaby, Watson, Lowther, Martin, Tommy Lee Davies down to 7.
It was the 50 car who's the big loser. It was Scott Lowther who was the big loser out of that one. Just say drifted out. Couldn't get back in again. Now he's got to do all the work and try and find his way back into position.
I thought the biggest loser there was Tommy Lee Davies, Nick. He came through in 7th from the previous lap. Here they come again then. We'll get a recheck them across the line as Jake Davies completes 4 laps. Andy Ambrose, he's closing the gap, is Ambrose. Closing the gap ever so slightly. It's Watson, Martin, Warnaby, Lowther, Tommy Lee Davies in 7th. 8th is Ryan Mikhailov. Bobby Rosier. Remember Bobby Rosier from the previous heat. Ashton French rounding off the top 10. This battle's still going on.
Oh.
Still raging, isn't it?
So through paddock bend, so we got it's a slight 6-kart train here, Joe.
Yeah.
No one really looking. There's a slight gap from the leader of that, which I think is Watson. He's going to lose. Oh, he's going to lose that by the slipstream now. Trying to go too wide round Luna. They will cut back work for that that fourth of the 6 cards to try to work out who it is. The second of the yellowy cards with the blue and red and white. And up the inside is actually the 71. I can see who it is. That's Ryan Mikhailov getting through.
Yeah.
Making position on the 50, so he's now at 5th officially. I think they may actually be 4th. It depends where they are.
Andy Ambrose is about to have a go at the leader. Jake Davis, the gap between Ambrose and Davis is
Got in there.
to
Nice
a 10th.
move by the 71 again, past the 25.
So as that battle rages, we look at Ambrose.
Oh, there he comes on the 133. It's Watson now battling. They're everywhere, aren't they?
Yeah, there's the 55. Ambrose, I think that's him in the lead
It
now.
is, yeah.
Yeah. So
what
Andy
happened-
Ambrose.
What happened to Davies then?
Who? Tommy Lee Davies. He dropped down the
No,
order
Jake
2
Davies.
laps ago.
Jake Davies.
Oh, well,
Who was?
Andy Ambrose was catching and catching and catching. And now he's got Finley
I was
Watson
watching
catching
the,
and
I was
catching.
watching the wrong part of the track there.
Yeah.
So the top 3 right together, and there's a gap, and there's like 400 carts together. So with the leaders, your new leader, Andy Ambrose.
Yeah, let's just get a grip on that. Andy Ambrose is the new leader. But I think Jake Davis is going to be starting to get pressure from Finley Watson.
Yeah.
So they're your front 3. We're inside of 3 minutes now. And if anything, it looks like Ambrose has broken away slightly. He's been one of the quickest men on the tracks. It's Kieran Gifford down in 10th who has the fastest lap of this race. Here's the challenge for second. The 133 of Finley Watson has to look down the inside, and we've got Jake Davis now having to defend down the Conrod Straight and into that S's, up and out of Lucy's Valley, down into the chicane. These two battling for second. This is allowing Ambrose to check out. So Ambrose is going to consolidate that lead for the 4th heat for this class. Wow, we've still got a battle behind these 3 that we just need about 17 cameras and 14 commentators.
And that's the battle
to keep,
there.
Yeah, that's the battle there.
Thanks, Scotty. That is the battle for, I think, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th.
Yeah, we need 2 broadcasts, don't we, Nick?
Yeah, I am available to do that for just a few more pounds.
Like Bernie's digital supply. You can.
Oh, we're going back to my past now.
You can check into whichever battle you want to.
You got track 1, track 2.
Yeah. So we'll keep an eye on this. This is the battle for.
I think 4, 5, 6, 7. It could be 5, 6, 7, 8.
Right. Who's that?
It's 5, 6, 7, 8. Max Martin was leading that. Then Rosier. Then Kieran Gifford. Then Alex Warnaby.
So that's Max Martin there, the 126. So 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th, that is.
120.
And it's not over, is it?
Up the inside. It gets him on Luna. Oh, what happened to complete loss of momentum on 126? He's lost 2 places.
He intimidated him out of that position there. Cross the line. It'll settle in.
Yeah, it's Rosier and Gifford now. We're looking at 5 and 6.
And we've still got over a minute of racing left, so it's not over.
What's happening at the front? You carry on watching this, and I'll see what's happening at the front.
Right, Kieran Gifford is up to 6. He's been the quickest man on the track.
Okay, first and second are right together. We need to go back to the front for first and second. They're right together, going through the hairpin after the paddock bend. And now on the back straight, the Rogerson straight.
There they are.
There is your leader, Ambrose from Watson. You were right. Watson dispatched Davis while we were watching the other battles going on.
Yeah, too much to see. This is fabulous racing.
It's casting, isn't it?
It's
too much going on.
Absolutely fabulous.
Yeah, it's half blocked. I thought
and he uses a tin opener on Andy Ambrose there. He just made his way. He's made that move. He made that gap happen.
I thought he'd lost the momentum halfway through quickly before it happens again next lap. See that one again.
Yeah, let's have a look at that replay. And there's
a point
Finley
here.
Watson.
At this point, I thought he'd lost momentum, gave him a little bit of a nudgette, and then almost made, I think, Ambrose think, it's not happening this lap. And then he opened up enough to get the line that suddenly flipped through, went Watson. Great move over a couple of corners in the straight. As they come up and over now the valley.
I think Watson was a little lucky there that Andy Ambrose actually carried a bit too, and just kind of slid a little bit, opened the gap up for him, and he slotted that number 133 in. So it'll show Watson in the lead last lap. I don't know if they crossed the line there. It was right on the cusp, wasn't it?
It's 8:08, it says. So, yep, so this is the last lap.
Right, here we go then. And look at that. Watson's checked out from Ambrose. Ambrose will be happy with this. He's new to the NKC. It's his first season running in a national series there. He's been racing at Teesside and Warden Law. So I'm quite familiar with the young lad. And he has shown a turn of speed. He's out of Louis Large's team. And he's got to be happy with the way he's gone so far. 2 great finishes. And as we get the checkered flag flying, Finley Watson takes the win from Andy Ambrose in second, Ryan McAuliffe in third, Jake Dennis fourth, Bobby Rosier fifth, Kieran Gifford, man to watch with the finals coming up later. He was in fifth. Kieran Gifford, sixth. Alex Warnaby was in seventh. Max Martin eighth. Scott Lowther finishes ninth. Then we had Ashton French rounding off the top 10. Current junior champion Sam Wyatt, he finished 11th. Ollie Varney 12th. Thomas Storer in 13th. Then we had Benjamin Boros, Tommy Lee Davies, Lewis Ball, Alexander Mazoyan. Simon Keeble, current champion in this class, finishes 18th. And then we have Sam Elliott and Alex Jackson. It was rounding off the top 20.
Catherine Potter Racing, come on Andy, what a drive.
Yeah, Andy's Catherine's driver coach actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's been helping Catherine.
Well, therefore he's obviously knows what he's doing.
Yeah, you would. Yeah, absolutely. Any more, Nick?
No, I mean, there's a few from the past that don't make no sense because they're in different races entirely.
No, we should give them a mention.
Well done, Billy Edgecombe. Come on, Max Carlton.
Who's that from, though?
That was from Eddie Stewart Racing. Pedro da Silva, come on, Max Carlton. Thank you all for watching us on both the YouTube and everything else. All these different methodologies. Right
then, we've got the Rotax 177s. This is the heavier group, the 177 kilogram group here. Philip Howarth was our 2022 champion. He's lost a bit of weight, moved into the 162 category. And this leaves the way open, wide open then for the championship this year, the Junction 6 NKC for 2023. Great to have Junction 6 on board as the main sponsor. The bottom right-hand corner of your screen, by whichever way you're watching our live stream, is the other sponsors of the series. And a big thanks to everybody who has gotten on board and supported the series. It is in a very, very healthy state with 64 Rotax 177s subscribing to the first round here at Three Sisters. Let's have a look at the grid. As you can see them lined up in the collecting area, waiting for the get-go. The number 42 of Taylor Adams is on the pole position. First of the Masters, Brian McCready starts alongside. He's on the number 84. And then row 2, Harrison Crook and James Frost, as they get the go-ahead and leave the collecting area, go out on track. Row 3, Adrian Smith, Jake Lewis alongside. Ian Brandfield and Oliver Smith are on row 4. Billy Watson, Scott Smith are on row 5. Chris Scivier and Jason Bear are on row 6. Jonathan Harrison and Dan Millward are on row 7. We've got Steve Stewart and Tyler Kelsey on row 8. Lee Todd and Thomas Charles are on row 9. Mike Edwards and Alex Thomas are on row 10. Keith Mason and Aidan Hammond are on row 11. Then we've got Carl Bryant and Richard Evans on row 12. Joshua Pickford and Lawrence Hilton are on row 13. With Nick Skelton, Chris Thomas, row 14. Row 15 is Alan Cook and Scott Lee. And then rounding off this huge 32-cart field, Danny Russell and Alfie Williams.
This is our last race before lunch.
It is. We go into the lunch break after this. I'm not sure how long the lunch break is going to be because, as you said, Nick, we are a little bit behind schedule.
Try and play out as much of the paddock walk as we can.
Where else can you see that if you're not going to watch it?
Well, you can watch it on Karting Live TV, the YouTube channel. Just go to YouTube, put in Karting Live TV, find the channel, press subscribe, and then you'll be forever notified of all the great things we do and all the bad things we do as well, in fairness.
So, pole position man, Taylor Adams, cart 42, Brian McCready alongside. They're our front row, just coming out of that section of track that really doesn't have a name here, but they are on the Rogerson Straight now. That does have a name. We need to find a name for that left-hander. Out of Paddock Bend, into the double apex left-hander. That leads to a little bit of a kink onto the Rogerson Straight, so we do need to name that. Answers, please. Message us that. Keep it sort of relevant and in context with the Three Sisters and the Wigan area. And here we go. That's the words of the voice of Sarah, our grid marshal in the background there. Not sure if you can hear that.
Half-hour lunch break from now, apparently.
So half-hour lunch break from now while we're still racing. And here we go. We are racing indeed. 8 minutes and 1 lap. And a 3-card battle. We've got a card off.
Who's that?
That is the number 84 of Brian McCready, who was kind of found no room on the outside. 3 wide into turn 1 is never really a good mix.
He went off on his own, but I love the way he waved as if to blame somebody else, because that's what I do.
He probably felt a bit squished.
Yes. There was no more road for me to turn onto.
They are out of the unnamed corner and onto Rogerson Straight already. The rest of this 32-cart Rotax 177 field into the left-hander, and cool tyres quite apparent there, quite evident as we see cart sliding around. There's the leader though. It's the number 72 of Harrison Crook that has established himself at the lead of this 177 field. Taylor Adams it is in second. The first of the Masters, James Frost in third. Second of the Masters, Oliver Smith in fourth. Then we've got Billy Watts, Ian Brandfield third in the Masters in sixth. Jake Lewis, Adrian Smith, Scott Smith and Dan Millward rounding off the top 10.
Super close for the battle for second, third, fourth and fifth. As we move into the third, fourth, fifth and sixth. Yeah. There's some cars involved. As they break into 2 pairs and then come back together again.
Yeah, this is what we're going to see all day, isn't it? Out onto this straight and then alongside.
The inside, and that's going to be a very early overtaking mover.
That's Oliver Smith ahead of James Frost there, Nick.
So he's actually scored ahead even as they went past the timing beam. He's quite a lot earlier in the straight than the end corner. Yeah,
both in the Masters as well. So that's a change of lead in the Masters subclass in this 177 category. Onto the paddock straight there and into paddock turn the right-hander leading very quickly into this double apex left-hander. It's virtually a hairpin as you described. It's kind of you turn the lock and you keep the lock on, don't you?
And then it goes into a chicane. So it's like, let's throw all the corners we can think of in one small area. Yes. But the reason being is you're kind of crossing between Circuit 3 and Circuit 6 and back onto Circuit 4 again. And here at Three Sisters.
You've missed out Circuit 13.
That's more at the other end of the track.
Okay.
But I mean, it's a fantastic complex here, and they race all sorts of things from drift cars to they've got a bit of rallycross. They've got obviously larger, faster machines which run on a wider loop, less naturally.
It's a great circuit for spectating. You can see pretty much the whole track, and the spectator banking there that has been created here for spectators to come along and watch this racing. Most weekends at Three Sisters and other forms of motorsport, as you said. But it's a great facility here.
Second and third, big pressure now as Oliver Smith looks to look for a way past Taylor Adams. Smith in the very common colour scheme of blue and yellow. About 7 different teams have blue and yellow karts, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
I'm not quite sure why. And
down the inside.
Inside, and no, says Taylor, and then has to give way, and they've just about left. Oh, lovely little opportunist move there, I think, from, was that Billy Watts who pinged into the space that didn't really exist there, coming up through Lucy's Valley.
Side by side, through turn 1 into the S's and up Lucy's Valley.
Yeah, I think actually it was Ian Bramfield who's also gained a place as well there. Yeah, certainly Watts is now in third.
They were always going to compromise their momentum.
Oh, a lot.
And that really did play into the hands.
So let's see when they cross the line how this changes the order.
Yeah, it is. Harrison Crook leads. Taylor Adams has dropped down to 5th now, as Oliver Smith, first in the Masters, has gone up to 2nd. Billy Watts has gone with him. Ian Branfield 4th. Taylor Adams now from 2nd down to 5th. Jake Lewis 6th. Scott Smith, James Frost, Adrian Smith, and Thomas Childs now running off the top 10. So, considering the first few laps, things, I would say, quite settled there on this lap.
Yeah.
They're on to Rogerson Straight now, heading towards the final stages of the lap, through the left-hander that leads into Luna. And out of Luna, very crucial part of the track there to be smooth and keeping that speed up. Here they come across the line. That number 88 of Billy Watts looks like Ian Branfield, very much lining up a bit of a charge. But behind them, Jake Lewis and Scott Smith having a bit of a squabble into the first part of the lap, down the hill from Lucy's Valley into the Joey Dunlop chicane. There they are there. Past the paddock there and into paddock turn there, which is a very fast right-hander. A bit tighter than in the days that I raced here. You've got to turn a bit further to the unnamed sequence of left-hand corners. So there, this field with under 3 minutes now of this heat. And we do go into a bit of a lunch break. I think we will just have time.
Yeah, I think we're about 20 minutes. We're going to have. We should be okay.
We will have time to
back
show
live at 1:30 apparently UK time.
Show the paddock show is what I was trying to say. So Harrison Crook leads by just under 3 seconds, let's say, from Oliver Smith, who has a half a second on Billy Watts, Ian Branfield, Jake Lewis, Scott Smith.
Let's go, Billy Watts, says Kelsey Mulholland.
Well, Kelsey, he is going. And he's right on the tail of Oliver Smith in that number 88. So the number 88 looking like he wants to kind of mount a challenge. And as I say that, when they come back into our view, the gap is the same. So Billy Watts, half a second to Oliver Smith, but he's got to be careful because he's got Ian Branfield right with him. So Ian Branfield in 4th place, just 0.2 of a second behind. Second in the Masters. Oliver Smith is leading the Masters subclass. He's in 2nd place overall. About, like I said, just under 3 seconds behind our leader, Harrison Crook. 90 seconds before we get the last lap board. So the clock ticking down very fast for these drivers. Here they come to complete what will be 9 laps. Harrison Crook already across the line. It's Oliver Smith, Billy Watts, Ian Branfield, Jake Lewis, Scott Smith, almost together there. Those 5 karts forming that chain into the Joey Dunlop chicane. And they're beginning to concertina up now. We're getting towards the final stages of this heat. We continue with our heats format after the lunch break, with a little bit of time to go before we get to the all-important finals. And a challenge mounted there and a bit of contact there from the number 148 of Ian Branfield there, just contacted Billy Watts. Let's see what happened there as they go into Luna. He just...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
lifted him up. And I think I was
Well, the 148 Ian Branfield might have just picked up a bit of a bumper penalty there. Remains to be seen. The bumper,
looking down?
No, it doesn't actually. It doesn't actually. Or does it? Hard to see from this angle. When we do call the results of the races, they are provisional, of course, because by the time they get into the Parc Fermé and then penalties will be applied, the actual official results of the heats will be published on the website on Alpha Timing. Alpha Timing results is where you can see what's been before. Not just in this weekend's race, though. All of the NKC rounds from the previous years are all up there.
Oh, I'll be inside.
There's a move, yep. They come back. And he's Branfield allowing Billy Watts through without too much of a fight. Maybe he felt guilty with that nudge.
Yeah, that's it. Because guilt's a common thing in racing drivers. Oh, there's a lot of guilt in common racing drivers.
I mean, Jake Lewis is saying, yeah, sort yourselves out, lads. I'll have this. Because Jake Lewis has gone through into third after that. And that's a distinct brown, looks like a brown livery on that Jake Lewis kart 47. There's the leader, Harrison Crook, just underneath us there to take the checkered flag and the heat win. Oliver Smith, it was first in Masters, second overall. Jake Lewis third. Billy Watts was kind of handed that fourth place black from a very sporting Ian Branfield, I think. Scott Smith sixth, Chris Thomas seventh, eighth is Alex Thomas, Jason Bear ninth, and then rounding off the top 10 for the final heat of the morning, Jason Bear and Adrian Smith rounding off that top 10. So we'll go into our lunch break period now, where we've got our paddock walkabout, where you see me talking to some of the drivers and with a few stories to tell. Some of the stories residue of the 2022 championship. But we'll go quiet on you now, and we'll be back in about half an hour, 20 minutes, half an hour, where we will kick things off with the Junior Rotax.
Hello and welcome to the Junction 6 NKC 2023, the bigger, bolder kart championship for the whole country. And when I say bigger, wow, it's grown this year. Massive grids, Joe.
Massive. I mean, National Kart Cup, the NKC, sponsored by Junction 6 this year. It's perhaps the biggest growing series in karting in the UK, certainly UK karting. 64 senior Rotax 162s, 64 senior Rotax 177s, over 50 junior Rotax, and I think the junior category only came on board last year. We've got, I think, just over 30 TKMs, and we've found a home for Minimax as well. The changes of the MSUK that they've made to the junior categories, Minimax was kind of a redundant formula. Well, bring your Minimax here to the NKC, because you can race with us.
And of course, we also have a couple of new tracks. This week, we're Wigan. In a few months' time, we're at Dunkeswell, or Mansell as it's known. But this one, Three Sisters Wigan, what a fantastic circuit.
Have I mentioned, Nick, that this is the place where I very first drove a racing kart, 100 National, and that's where I got the bug, this very place. One of the best drivers' tracks in the country. It is so fast. I'm trying to think of an area of the track where you actually slow down. There isn't any. Even the slowest parts of Three Sisters are very, very quick. So it's going to take a lot of precision driving. It's very high speed. There's lots of space, so we're going to see a lot of overtaking.
Well, the track's bursting, it seems, and we're boasting with enthusiasm to tell you about the Junction 6 NKC. But first, young Joseph is going to go and talk to the great and the good of the paddock.
One of the, perhaps if not the most competitive classes in the NKC, certainly in 2022, and there's going to be no difference this year, was the 177 class. And this man here with me finally and did indeed take the championship. Phil, it was a really, really tough 2022.
It was a long season. Louis kept it really close the whole time.
Yeah.
And had he not had a mechanical, I think it would have gone right to the final.
Yeah, I think so.
So yeah, it was a good year, really good.
So here you are back at the NKC,
Yeah.
a little bit different though, and behind you, Phil, you've got all of this responsibility now. You're not just looking after Philip Howard with your dad, you've actually got your own customer race team.
But I've done it again. So I had a team back in 15 to 18. We won the O plates and we've done quite well. And I said never again. And here I am doing it a second time. But it's a bit different this time because I'm doing it with it's my karting family, as we call it.
Right.
So it's more of a friendly awning than a dedicated race team.
A little bit different for you as well, considering you're not just running the team, you're also driving, and there's a little bit less of you this year. The 177 class is the heavier class. You've dropped some weight, I can see. There's less of you.
Yeah, about 2 stone. 2 stone I've dropped.
Wow. So tell me, how did you do that?
Lots of diet shakes and doing the dreaded running. I hate running.
Who doesn't? Unless you're being chased, of course.
There's not one part of me that wakes up and goes, I fancy a run.
Yeah.
I still do it.
Yeah.
It's getting there. But
so the 162 class, we mean that. What we mean by that, everybody, is the weight is 162 kilograms.
Yeah.
That's a massive difference to 177. Does the cart feel differently with the less weight?
it definitely feels more nimble.
Right.
I've got less belly slosh now going on. The drivers, they're all a lot younger, and it's a completely different field to be racing in.
Yeah.
And there's some big names here for this year, some quick guys that are proven quick. So
What was the decision process then? You won the championship 177.
Yeah.
You wanted a fresh challenge.
I think it was the fact that my favourite pair of jeans got too tight, and I looked in the mirror and I thought, I think I need to have a little bit of a life change. So I feel better for it.
Yeah,
I feel a lot better for it.
You look really fit, mate.
Yeah,
good luck
there.
for the rest of this weekend, and of course the rest of the season. You're in for the full lot, I take it.
I'm in for the full lot, and the O plates. So we're going to go for it.
And you go over the championship, of course.
Yeah, I'd like to do the back to back.
Yeah.
I would like to do that.
Well, we're going to enjoy watching you, Phil. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you very much.
We speak a lot about how competitive the 177 class is, and indeed was in 2022. We saw the battle. We've already spoke with Philip Howarth, and here's the other man that was in that battle, Louis Large. Louis, little bit of a different role for you this year. Second in the championship last year, completely different. And you've just been telling me how much of a headache now that you've created this customer race team.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you say, second last year, we got lost out to Phil. Congrats to Phil, he did a great job, very consistent, very up throughout the year, hard to beat. This year, we opened up LRG Motorsport, me and my old man, setting up something to try and bring people through the grids. I thought the karting side of things was the hard work. It turns out it's not. It turns out it's the other side of the fence where the grey hairs come from and the stress, but it's been good. We've enjoyed it so far. We've done a lot of winter testing. The boys have put a lot into it, and we're really excited to see how they get on tomorrow, just to see their hard work comes through in results.
Well, I've done a bit of team managing, and you're finding out that you are the team psychologist, the team social worker, the team mother, the team everything.
I don't know if any of those words have been used yet, but definitely many hats is what they use. But it has been good. It's been challenging, something different. But feet are getting itchy. I didn't think I'd miss the racing as much as I do.
Now, Louis, last year, you and Philip, who is in the 162 class, remarkably this year, it was a fantastic battle. But there is a point in the season, what I want to talk to you about, where I think you knew just where the championship kind of escaped you. Just stop there a moment. We've got a bit of footage to have a look at. Here they come again. Louis takes the ideal line into that first chicane. Philip Howarth having to defend. This is momentum. And Louis, what has happened there?
Is it the chain?
Dejected.
Oh, no.
It looked like the chain. I saw something flapping underneath that cart, and Louis' head goes back. He knows that's the NKC Championship gone now. And Louis steps out of the cart. A dejected Louis Large. He's ran Philip Howarth ragged the whole season. So, Louis, I've got a bit of a memento for you. We've had this lovely memento created for you. This is your actual chain. Now, Louis' championship ebbed away from him when his chain snapped at the fullback round.
Did, yes.
Now, you'll notice, Louis, that the break in the chain is exactly at the point of the track. Now, I want to give that to you.
Thank you very
And I know
much.
you've got a great sense of humour, so you'll see the
I
fun
see
side of that.
That's the,
Your dad and me worked on that all for a few months.
Well, that's-
But tell us about that point there. We've just seen a bit of footage where you knew what had actually... It wasn't just about a broken chain, it was about a championship that slipped out your hands.
Absolutely, yeah. As soon as you hear that noise, when the engine just revs, you know it's gone. There's nothing you can do. I've got to be careful here because I actually sell these now. So I can't bad mouth the stock, can I? Yeah, but it's one of those moments where you've worked all year, you've won races, you've won heats, you've battled tooth and nail, and then a link goes in a chain and it all goes down the drain. But it's motorsport, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, we've all been on the other side of it, we've all been on the winning side of it, and sometimes you've got to take the rough and the smooth.
Yeah. And you're still smiling. That's the main thing.
I am now, that's going to go right in the mantelpiece.
Great stuff, mate. Newcomer to the Junction 6 NKC for 2023 is young Jay Leverton here. Only raced 3 times this on the big stage of a national series. He's only his 4th time, Jay. Welcome to the NKC. How are you feeling?
Thank you, yeah, I'm feeling good. Thanks for welcoming me.
Yeah, are you looking forward to the weekend?
Yeah, I'm looking really forward to the weekend. We've got some good testing done. Yesterday was a bit wet, but I think we've got through it and it's back into the dry now weather. It should be good tomorrow.
Yeah, it was really wet yesterday. We were complaining about wet feet, weren't we, yesterday?
My feet were soaking.
Yeah. Now you're with Ozan Racing, and I remember racing against Paul. Let's bring Paul in. How are you finding? Just bring Paul over. How are you finding the information and the experience that Paul can give you as a young driver?
It's just amazing. Like, he's helped me with everything that comes to karting. He's helped set up my kart. He's helped bring me into karting. It's just like, I can't thank him enough, to be honest.
And he's speeding the process up because you're gleaning all that experience on driving and everything, aren't you?
Yeah, I've picked up on him so much and I've become quite a good driver in a matter of 3 races from Paul. So it's very thankful.
Paul, can I bring you in here?
Yeah, certainly.
Young drivers, bringing them into the sport like you are, that you must get a lot out of that.
I do. It's good actually running the team again, working with the gold cards, and doing what I really love, which is the race side of things, as you know. Jay's come along, and I first saw Jay at the indoor kart centre. He showed a lot of talent. Obviously, he was interested in the racing, and at the time they had no idea of my pedigree and background.
Right.
So yeah, it's all kind of gone from there,
Right.
and working with him to say he's going to be his 4th meeting ever. You know what I mean? He's done 2 kind of club meetings at Hooton Park, which was the start off. He's also doing the Super 1 series. He was thrown into that at the deep end, and obviously thrown a bit further in the deep end with this.
Yeah.
And what's difficult for him every time he's out on the track, whether it's the different championships. It's different tyres, different tyre regulations.
Right, yes.
So not only is he having to learn to drive, he's having to get his head around the various compounds of tyres that he's using as well.
Right.
But he's done remarkably well, so yeah, 4th meeting.
You said it at the deep end. I mean, you're racing as well, of course. You're in the 162 class. Paul there has just said in at the deep end, but you don't seem phased at all, G. You look forward to it.
Yeah, like, I think throwing in deep end's a good thing because you get the experience of the drivers as well. There's a lot of great drivers, and being thrown into these group of drivers, I've learned a lot from them and stuff like that. Yeah. Because like, just going out on track and being behind on somebody's fast bumper, you're picking up the line, and it's just a massive massively good thing.
Yeah. Where will you be happy to be? When I come to see you on Sunday afternoon, where would Jay Leverton like to be?
Well, of course we want the race win, but anywhere in the mid-grade will be fine, yes.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Paul, I don't even have to ask you that question. I know exactly where Paul Ozan wants to be. Best of luck, lads. Have a great one. Junior Rotax for Jay. Senior 162 for Paul. The old master has still been the master. Thanks, Paul. Kart 47 in the Junior Rotax for this year's Junction 6 NKC Championship is Louis Rees. I'm with Louis now, and there was a point, Louis, where you thought you weren't going to be here this weekend, and there's a bit of a story behind it, isn't there?
Yeah, basically I had a crash at Kimbolton last weekend, so kart spun off, came onto the track backwards, stayed stationary, and then 2 karts in front of me split, one went left, one went right. I was in the middle of those 2 karts. When they split, I couldn't see the kart, didn't have time to brake, didn't have time to avoid him, went straight into his side pods, the entire of the kart was bent, and I was kartless for this weekend. Yeah,
bent kart's not a good thing. Firstly, we always forget this in motor racing, don't we? Are you alright?
Yeah, a little bit of a sore foot, sore back, but I'm alright mostly in the past. I'm able to race this weekend, that's what matters most.
Yeah, you're here. Now then, there's a bit of a story in how you came about being able to race, isn't it?
Yeah.
Fabulous story as well, everybody. Will you hear this? What happened?
So KR Sports came along and gave me a cart, but I don't think they would have been able to give me a cart without the support of my mum, dad and Flex Motorsports being able to do all that. But I would like to say thank you to all of them for helping me get the cart and preparing it for this weekend.
Yeah, so this weekend we're already in the throes of it. How's it gone so far?
Alright, more or less there in the pace. Got to fix a few things, but I think obviously we've got one more session now before the first heat, so I think if we can get that right, we'll be on the pace and hopefully be able in the top 10.
And is there any discernible difference with this and the chassis that you rode off?
I did feel a little bit better to drive. It's a newer kart, so it does feel more easy to turn in.
Right. That's going to help you, isn't it, around here?
Yeah, massively.
Yeah.
Fast track, technical, so the more turning I can get, the better, I think.
Great stuff, Louis, and it's great to have you here. And big thank you from everybody to KR Sport. Louis Rees is in the picture. The NKC for 2023 has a brand new sponsor. Junction 6 is the sponsor of the 2023 Championship, and I'm with Mitchell Ball, whose family business it is. Mitch here is also a competitor though, but I've got to say, Mitch, I'm talking to you here not as a competitor but as the series sponsor, and it's down to your dad Nigel, who was perhaps one of the biggest stalwarts of this series, and perhaps you could argue that the presence of the NKC in such a way is down to your dad, who was there at the very beginning.
Yeah, I mean, we joined the NKC in the second year of its running. We really enjoyed the championship the whole year. It was a great laugh. We really enjoyed the sort of relaxed feel of it. It's a lot different from the MS UK racing we'd previously been doing. And at the end of that year, we were told by Chris and Ollie that the championship would be stopping because they couldn't financially support it themselves at the time. And as a company, and me and my dad, we stepped in and said that we would help prop them up for the next year to help keep it moving, and it's grown into what it is now.
Yeah, and now primary sponsor. Tell us, what does Junction 6 mean? What exactly is your company about?
We sell commercial vehicles. We've been established now for 14 years. We sell them worldwide and in the UK. We sell a variety of vehicles, whatever anyone's looking for, we can normally find, and we're always looking for new things. And we hope to sort of help anyone we can in the paddock as well. If someone has that sort of need, a race vehicle, something like that, they want to convert, we're always happy to look for something.
So trucks, vans, that sort of commercial type vehicle?
Anything 3.5 ton generally, heavier than that, we are prepared to look at.
And Junction 6? Where's that name come from?
M6 to the Junction 6 of M6. Junction 6 to the M6. It's a very simple name, but something we came up with 14 years ago. It's worked well, and it's pretty simple, really.
Yeah.
Actually,
and nobody has a problem finding you.
No, exactly. Exactly.
Looking forward to this season as well in the NKC as a driver this time.
Yeah, I mean, last 2 seasons I've been second in the championship. 2 seasons before that I was first. Unfortunately, Louis Bevan, close competitor and quite a good friend, taking it off the last few times. But I'm looking forward to it this year. We've got a new kart with us. We've got some fresh engines. We're feeling confident. It's a good grid.
Bit of inter-team rivalry with you and Louis, isn't it, in the flex awning? Does it sort of stay on the track, or does it sort of overflow to the awning?
No, we're very fair with each other. We're as safe as we possibly can be. I mean, like I say, we're good friends. Louis is not too long from now coming round to my house to go for a weekend where I live. We're good friends. Keep it as nice as we can, but we're close on the track and fair with each other.
Well, we'd love to see you guys race, and we're looking forward to the season as well. Thanks, Mitch.
Thanks very much.
Jasmine Taylor is in junior road tax for 2023. Last year she was in Minimax. So Jasmine Taylor, I need to ask you, what's the big differences between the junior kart that you're on this year and the Minimax?
It's a lot faster, obviously, a lot more power, just a lot different driving wise.
So you can really feel the difference in the engine being a little less restricted?
Yeah, because you can't just put your foot down, you've got to ease it in.
Wow, right. And you're with Momentum Motorsport. Does that help being part of a team with many drivers?
Yeah, it helps a lot, obviously, because Adam, he does a lot for us, because we can test the different setups on each car to make it faster and easier.
Yeah, and so where do you expect to be on Sunday afternoon? When I come and see Jasmine Taylor Sunday afternoon, where will you be happy?
I'll be happy on the top step of the podium, obviously, but we're just hoping for a good finish to get the championship started easy.
There's not many girls in karting. Why do you think that is?
Obviously, it's a male-dominated sport, but
yeah, why is that?
I don't know.
That doesn't stop you, though, does it?
No, because obviously there's a lot more girls getting into it. With the girls on track program is getting
was your priority to beat all the boys? So you've kind of got it, haven't you?
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what do you think of the circuit, Three Sisters? Great track.
Yeah, it's a really nice track, really fast. It's not too technical, so pretty easy.
And much better on a junior Rotax than a Minimax.
Yeah, a lot faster.
Jasmine Taylor, Queen of Speed here this weekend for the Junction 6 NKC. Welcome back to the first round of the Junction 6 NKC. The 2023 season is well and truly underway here at Three Sisters. Hope you had a great lunch break. Hope you had a nice lunch. I know we did. We have got Junior Rotax lined up in the collecting area and ready to rock. We're going to kick things off now. We've got still got to get through our heat phase, taking us into our B finals. I'm not even going to have a punt at the approximate timings, as we're already about, 50 minutes behind the schedule. And so we will see where we're at. We've got a set of heats for pretty much all of our classes to get through. And then we go into our B finals for Junior Rotax, Senior Rotax, the 177 B final. And then we get into the finals proper, where it's all to play for the trophies and the steps on the podium in all of our classes. So we're just waiting for the junior grid to get formed, and in fact I can hear in the background the starting up of engines, which means that we've released our juniors out onto the track. It's Jamie Salter on the pole position from Leighton Burrell alongside. Will Swales and Lewin Hughes are on row 2, with row 3 the treble 6 numbered Frank Ward with Taylor Dixon alongside. Mitchell Mulvey and Jacob Bainham are on row 4. Row 5 is Mason Perrin and Ellis Warlock. Freddie Warlock and Jaden Hewitt are on row 6, with Luke Sawyers and Finlay Underwood on row 7. Row 8 is James Burgess and Tom Holden, and then we've got Ollie Morris with Archie Butler alongside. Row 10 is Daniel Whitfield and Levi Earl, with Alex Timmins alongside Levi Goodyear on row 11. Row 12, Dylan Mitchell and Joshua Delicata, with Luca Mulvaney after that unlucky previous heat there where he ended up going off. Luca starts in 25th on row 13. Presley Walker alongside him. Are on the 14th row with Alex Fraser, current 2022 reigning Minimax champion, moving up into the junior category for the first time for the 2023 season. He starts alongside Marty Gilfillan on row 15, and the 31 cart field is rounded off on the back row, 16th row, for Freddie Theobald. Well, Nick, I forgot to mention, if you're just joining us, my name's Joe Bradley, with alongside me Nick Damon. And Nick, we've got the important bit coming up later this afternoon, where it's all to play for. Yep. Trophies are up for grabs, and indeed egos and the very
final
fragile.
battles.
Yeah. So
here
we've
we go.
Got the carts.
And they're underway.
Getting underway. I'm not sure if we've been given a start.
I think so. Can't see the flags.
Yeah, we're underway. We've got a cart off in Lucy's Valley there, coming out of the Esses chicane. That cart's not pointing the way it should be. We'll see him resume. The rest of the field, though, already through Paddock Bend for the first time.
Jamie Salter in the lead. He's got a break on these three, who are second, third and fourth.
Pole position starter there, maintaining that first place.
And pulling away, actually. You can see he's got a good seconds lead. I'd say, perhaps 3/4 of seconds. They come round the Lunar Bend for the first time, and on to the Conrod Straight here at Three Sisters in Wigan. If you're joining us for the afternoon, it's just about the quickest track you're going to see us at all year. And a change of position there using the slipstream and momentum.
So Jamie Salter leads, Will Swill second, Mitchell Mulvey third. That
I think
might be
Swills
a
has lost
change.
that second,
I
actually.
think so. Mulvey moving ahead of Swills into turn 1. Mason Perrin fourth. Fifth is Freddie Warlock. Lewin Hughes is sixth. Seventh, Frank Ward. Finlay Underwood 8th. Ninth, Ellis Warlock. And Jacob Bainham.
Yeah, it's a battle for the lead. It's Mitchell Mulvey just taking the lead. In fact, he got around the outside nicely then, took the lead. Second place is Salter is second. I'm not quite sure who's third at the moment with the red helmet, but we'll find out in a second when he gets. Well, he's going to be second any second now. He's got so Salter didn't even enjoy a whole lap in the lead there, as through goes the 30 cart of Mason Perrin. So it's Mulvey from Perrin from Salter from Swales.
Yeah, we've seen how quick Mason Perrin can be. It's kind of an orange liveried cart, isn't it? It looks red in some light, but it's distinctly bright orange.
It depends what screen you look at it around here, because some of the screens are set slightly differently.
That is true.
It's orangey red, in fairness.
Well,
it's not McLaren orange at all, but it's orangey red.
It's orange. Let's call it orange. We have got the orangery red of Mason Perrin closing down on Mitchell Mulvey, and this is now a battle for overall honours in this heat. Junior Rotax coming towards the line to complete 3 laps.
Yeah,
It'll show Mulvey leading, and it'll show Mason Perrin second. But that's not going to be for long, Nick.
The thing to remember, of course, within the NKC is you're not just fighting for your position on the grid in the final. You do get points every heat as well. So there's championship points up for grabs every single heat, obviously less than the final. Oh, someone's pulled over. And that's bad news for that particular kart, who's never got... Oh, 32 has broken down. Who's that? That's Luke Sawyers. Oh, and he's not chuffed. We need to see that again, because that's an excellent overreacting from Luke there. What a naughty kart. Let's see Luke now. He's pulled over, and he's not at the kart. It's a very, very... he's not the Messiah. He's a naughty, naughty kart.
It's very Basil faulty there. Oh, he's even kicking the front wheel. Not sure what that's all about. But I'm sure he'll get over it. We crack on with a change of lead.
He came back to him. He was like, oh.
I know.
But you know what? It's good. It's good that it matters that much. It matters that much, and it's good.
Well, what matters right now is this change of lead.
Oh, excellent pick up there.
Yeah, Mason Perrin into the lead in the number 30 ahead of Mitchell Mulvey. And the bright orange kart, which we've decided is orange, is indeed leading. We knew it was coming as they come out of Luna and head down towards the start-finish line. Mason Perrin will show first for the first time in this heat. We are getting towards half distance. In fact, we are rapidly heading towards it. And there's a change for third, I think.
Ooh.
As Freddie Worlock, it slots back. He did go down the
Swales
inside.
and Worlock, yeah.
Yeah, it was. And Swills came back at him, but Worlock's made it stick. And he makes it stick all the way through the Joey Dunlop chicane and onto the paddock straight into paddock turn. And the number 15 of Swills will begin to drop back a bit.
We've got 3 pairs of 2 in first, second, third, fourth and fifth, sixth. All with little gaps between them. Mitchell Mulvaney was really having a think about perhaps getting back at Mason Perrin last time by. In fact, first and second are the closest now, so we'll have a look at these boys down the straight and we'll drift forward and look at the leaders again as they come around that corner. And there we go. There are your leaders with the orange/red. Oh, it's just a kart. It's number 30. It's Mason Perrin. But everyone's just got a little bit of a gap. Look, that same sort of gap between first and second is in second and between third and fourth, between fifth and sixth.
We've got Freddie Worlock breaking a gap to Will Swills now, so it's going to space out. Mason Perrin's broke a gap to Mitchell Mulvey, and then we've got Freddie Worlock a little bit further behind, breaking a gap to Will Swills. Finley Underwood and Luke Sawyers are in fifth and sixth, and I think they're in a kind of a circulating pair, aren't they?
I think fifth and sixth might be slightly closer. Actually, I'm not sure. Let's just see. Let's drop back. Let's let the first 2 go by. Just at the end of the straight, let the first 2 go by. Let second and third go by, and then we'll pick up fifth and sixth and see what's going on.
So as Mason Perrin goes over the valley,
the top, we'll watch them now on this loop across here. Oh, what happened there? That's 1, 2, 3, and 4.
And that's the sort of view you'll get.
Oh, there's 5 and 6. There we go. Coming down in front of us here. You can see. If you're standing up where Scott is, you can see so much of the track.
Pretty much all of it. Every single part. There's the 5th place Finley Underwood with Luke Sawyers. Again, they're in a pair, but they've got about a couple of tenths.
And they're not very close either.
No, a couple of tenths in between, yeah. So it's a very, very conservative approach to this 4th junior Rotax heat. Rest of the field stringing out. Jasmine Taylor moves up to 11th, I've noticed, just got ahead of Levi Goodyear. Taylor Dixon stays in 14th. Taylor Dixon in 13th. 14th is Lewin Hughes. There's the 41 of Daniel Whitfield in 7th. And Daniel having a bit of a lonely time as well, as he's got about 3 seconds before Levi Earl comes into play. With under 90 seconds to go, just coming up to the final minute of this race, and it's been very, very orderly for sure. Once Mason Perrin got ahead of Mitchell Mulvey, we saw him sort of maintain that gap of a half a second, and then just under 2 seconds to Freddie Worlock. Will Swills 4th.
Yeah, everyone's really stretched out. This is the kind of, I think, the first race. How about they've all just kind of Had a bit of a kerfuffle for a lap and a half, then stretched out. Though they are trying to make a bit of a battle here. The 5th and 6th, 12 and 32.
Yeah, so 12 Finley Underwood, 32 Luke Sawyers. And it looks like Sawyers has moved and bridged the gap to the bumper of Finley Underwood. Time is running out, 30 seconds on the clock. So it'll be 1 lap to go board next time round for the leader Mason Perrin. And likewise for these two here, Finley Underwood and Luke Sawyers. They'll get the 1 lap to go board as well.
I think Will Swells is dropping back towards them as well, actually.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, as they come past the paddock on the left
Not sure 2 laps is going to be enough to catch him up, but or a lap and a half to catch him up. But he's certainly dropped off the back of his battle, his personal battle, the 3rd and 4th battle.
I'm not sure we're going to see Luke Sawyers being able to challenge. He's bridged the gap. He's certainly got onto the back bumper of Finley Underwood, but I'm not sure he's got the performance to actually mount a challenge. 1 lap to go board for these drivers. So heading through the S's, up Lucy's Valley, and they'll head down to the downhill entry to the Joy Dunlop chicane.
A couple of our one of our retirements is Archie Buttle, who won yesterday's heat. So his chance of being high on the grid has gone. He's had a problem. We've also lost Presley Walker. Well, not lost, but also right at the back is Presley Walker, who's doing well in the previous heat. So it's a right old shuffle up this one. So I think when we get to see the grid for the junior road test, it's going to be anyone's game, I would think.
Yes, that bodes well. Not for Archie Butler, who's going to have a lot of work to do with if he's going to have a non-finish. Checkered flag flies then for Mason Perrin in very dominant style there from Mitchell Mulvey in 2nd, Freddie Worlock in 3rd, 4th is Will Swills, Finley Underwood 5th, 6th is Luke Sawyers, Daniel Whitfield 7th, Levi Earl is 8th, 9th is Ollie Morris, and 10th was Jasmine Taylor.
And the number 1 Daniel Whitfield fan on the control feed, not on the Karting Live feed, well, he should be on the Karting Live feed really, and subscribe to the Karting Live TV YouTube, says, yes, Daniel Whitfield up to P7. So he or she was very pleased that Daniel Whitfield P7.
Yeah, making good ground there. Outside of the top 10, we had Frank Warden 11th, Taylor Dixon 12th, Levi Goodyear 13th, Luca Mulvaney 14th, Lewin Hughes 15th, Alex Fraser was 16th, Tom Holden 17th, Ethan Wyatt 18th, 19th was James Burgess, and rounding off the top 20 was Ellis Warlock. Seniors coming next, that's them lined up in the collecting area. The Rualf Racing of Benjamin Burrows there in the bright yellow and blue. And then we've got Mackenzie Stevens on the number 19. The Jam Racing livery on that cart. That will be our pole position starter. Behind them, on the 2nd row, the number 60 cart is Toby Case. He's in 4th, but Lewis Ball on the 77. He's alongside in 3rd. Row 3, Kyle Dunford and Luke Evans. Row 4, we've got Charlie Walsh. And Charlie Walsh is in the number 11. And Charlie Walsh with ST Racing, I believe. Marcus King's alongside him. Christopher Harris is alongside James Wood. Ben Harper and Josh Morris are on row 6. Row 7 is Tom Eldridge and Alexander Mazoyan. Tommy Lee Davies and Ben Fichetti is on row 8. Robbie Rigby and Philip Howarth are on row 9. Ari Barker and Lewis Berry are on row 10. Row 11, Joseph McQueen and Robbie Rathbone. Paul Ozan and Reese Pope are on row 12, with Ryan David Mills and current champion Simon Keeble on row 13. Patrick Williams-Rojas and William Jones is they're on row 14. Row 15 is Braden Hill and Liam Deedman. And then rounding off what is a 31 cart field for this heat number 5. Senior Rotax 162s is Adam Rogers.
I take it there's some recovery going on because it's a bit of a longer gap in between these two heats than we would expect. They do some grid reordering down there as well. I've seen there's a lot of carts being moved to the left and to the right. So I think there's either someone's pulled out. There's been some changes. These carts are reordered in the waiting area, the collecting area. So we should get rolling soon.
Round 1 of the Junction 6 NKC, the National Kart Cup for 2023. Next month we head off to Rowra, staying on the west side of the British Isles. Head to Cumbria, 19th, 21st of May for that one.
And don't forget, make yourself an extra hour or two. Stop at the National Pencil Museum, which is on the way. And
we're not travelling from here to Cumbria, Nick.
Well, from my house to Cumbria, you go past the National Pencil Museum.
Oh, right, you do.
So if you're coming from the south, you go past the National Pencil Museum. Obviously,
Right,
perhaps you're coming from the east, you don't. But so
did you actually go in the National Pencil?
No, I just drove past it.
All right.
And then I found out it has a very big pencil in it as part of its pencil exhibition. So,
I've never really been in that much into pencils, to be honest.
Is anybody?
Clearly they are. There's a museum for them.
There's a museum for everything.
Well, that's true.
Trust me.
There isn't
everything.
There isn't a karting museum that I'm aware of. There's motor racing museums, of course.
Don't know, perhaps you should start one.
You're onto something there. Right then.
There's a little exhibition of old carts at Clay Pigeon.
There's a massive exhibition at the Donington Historic Festival in 2 weeks.
About the gearbox carts, wasn't it?
No, there's all sorts. Ayrton Senna's DAP is there. That he
Not
raced,
his dad, his DAP.
Raced against Terry Fulton. Angelo Perella of DAP died recently, didn't he?
He did?
Yeah.
I had a Perella engine.
Great name. Different engine, different Perella.
I had a Perella engine. Nothing to do with the guy who died.
All right, okay.
It's like Rossi. Obviously Rossi is the most common name in Italy. So you think, no, that's a different one. Oh, no, that's a different one.
Yeah, I know.
Mr. Red.
For years I thought the Perella engine was a derivative of the DAP company, but it's different apparently. Right then, we've got a nicely formed grid, dare I say it, as they come out of Luna. Mackenzie Stevens, Benjamin Boros on the front row of the grid. The Jam Racing and the Roalf Racing carts get off and running. We've got the green flag and we get going almost 3 wide into turn 1. And that was a second row starter there. I think that was Toby Case going around the outside.
There's 2 or 3 carts got stuck at the exit there. There's a problem, a little kerfuffle on the second part of that turn, the S's.
You can see the residue of it there,
picking
Nick.
up. Sort of midfield, like 9th or 10th places, I think, and further back. I don't think it's going to affect the front of the field. So out and away on this first lap, the bright green, that's a lot of curve.
Oh, no, that looks like Boros. That's got off into the lead from second place
With a
on
bright
the grid.
green helmet. There's been a shuffling, actually, in the last couple of corners as well.
Here they come then. This is where we find out how things have sorted themselves out as they cross the line to complete.
No, it was Stevens in the green helmet. So Stevens stayed ahead. Luke Evans from Boros. I think that Boros was in second but lost a place during sort of going through Luna Bend a bit earlier.
Of course, it was Boros on the... and there's an off.
Oh!
A massive coming together.
Let's see that again with 4 carts. 4 carts for the problem. What happened there? So... up and over the hill. You never want to try and overtake there. He's come through and he's squeezed him. We've got curb. He's in a totally innocent party in the white top, and then somebody else has gone off in sympathy. So 3 of the top 7 or 8 have gone, including the leader.
Yeah, I think that was Benjamin Boros calling
so
it
now
a day.
Evans lead from Case, from Walsh, from Lee Davis. The big droppers are Boros, Stevens and Ball.
Early leader involved in that, Nick.
Yeah, Stevens, Boros and Ball have dropped from the front to the middle. Braden Hill not started this race, by the way. Well, didn't make the start. I think he may have had a problem on that first corner we saw. So some bad luck for some of the drivers. Moving to the front. Car 3 of Evans is a nice little lead. It's a big battle now between second and third. So the second and third is where you want to be. Second and third, there we are. Round Luna Bend now.
Yeah, the leader's checked out, hasn't he? Luke Evans will lead and complete 3 laps. But there's the battle for second.
So is Walsh going to pop out from behind Case? Nope, not this lap. Case in the 60 white helmet, all black suit, much more colourful for Charlie Walsh with another yellow and blue liveried on the... Who knows who that is? Could be the same as everything else.
That's ST Racing.
Right. Aren't Hunter yellow and blue as well?
No, it's orange and black.
Orange and black.
ST Racing's from the northeast, John Stewart's team.
Right.
And Charlie's been with them for quite a while now. He's in third place. It's Toby Case who's in second. But they're being joined by Tommy Lee Davis and Kyle Dunford. Look at that. 2-card battle soon becomes a 4-card battle. And Charlie Walsh down the inside.
He's going to happy.
What does that mean, Nick?
Well, it's a 60 car. he was thinking about turning in, and he braked, and then it was almost like he just kind of, no.
Do you want to fancy verbalising that so we know what you're watching?
I'm here for bright colour. You're the lead, I'm the colour. That's me being colourful.
Yeah.
I know my place. Hampton R.
Yes, you really did there. Charlie Walsh has broken free of Toby Case, who's now come under massive, massive pressure from the number 89, Tommy Lee Davis. And was Tommy Lee Davis the cause of that massive incident at the Joey Dunlop chicane? It was the Lando Norris kart of Tommy Lee Davis, I'm pretty sure. Oh, and down the inside, he's gone on Toby Case, and Carl Dunford's gone with him.
I know.
Carl Dunford said, hang on,
the corner of his life.
Don't leave me behind.
Yep, so they both swept through.
Right,
so 1 and 2 have got a little bit of a gap. So it's a 3 from the 11. Then we have 89, 66 and 68.
Right, he says to me, Tommy Lee Davies is now saying, right, game on. Carl Dunford's gone with him. They've dropped Toby Case already. So the question now is, can Tommy Lee Davies on that Lando Norris kart catch Charlie Walsh on the SD Racing entry? Luke Evans, by the way, he's still got 0.7 of a second lead, and he's leading.
Looked comfortable ever since the incident at the start where the second lap in where 3 karts took themselves out.
Yeah, he's gone. The thing is, Charlie Walsh is lapping slightly quicker, 0.2 there. So the gap has come down from a second between first and second. So this is good stuff. Tommy Lee Davies, Kyle Dunford. Kyle hanging onto the rear bumper of the Lando Norris of Tommy Lee Davies. And I'm not sure Dunford has the pace. This is where the slipstream will come in, though. See how he just puts his chin on the steering wheel?
Go, and then,
down the inside. Yeah. No, that was a...
I don't know whether he was trying to impress us by jinking like that, but the guy ahead of him can't see him do that.
Last of the late breakers. Oh, and look at that. Ahead of him, Charlie Walsh.
First and second together, right?
Yeah, right
the
on the
leaders
tail.
now together. So it's only going up the inside. Oh, no, a good line there by Evans. He cut back in and he forced Walsh to take way too much curb going through Paddock Bend, but these two have now come together at the front. And in fact, the momentum lost there by Walsh having to take that overly sharp corner. It's going to take a while to catch back up again. He's got 3 or 4 laps to do it.
Well, the ST Racing driver, Charlie Walsh, was gaining a couple of tenths, but he took a chunk of time out of our leader, Luke Evans. Evans on a Lando Norris kart, I noticed, by the livery. And Luke Evans carries the number 3 because he was third in the championship
and third
last year.
And fourth changes there. And through goes Carl Dunford past Tommy Lee Davis. But let's stick with the first 2.
There's the leaders into the Joey Dunlop chicane, and Walsh once again.
Back marker problems coming.
Yeah, back markers are coming. Oh, and look at that, Luke Evans driving defensive to late apex there for that paddock turn onto the Rogerson straight through the kink now.
Too much curb.
And, you've got to take that curb there, Nick, right on his bumper into Luna. This is where he needs to sit on his bumper now. Gets the throttle in, the back marker stays out the way. He hasn't played a part at all. And onto the straight now. Conrad straight on a little bit of oversteer there. Walsh lost out, but the slipstream's helping him. And look at that, Luke Evans having to drive defensively with still just over a minute left. Luke Evans still got it all to play for, right on his tail now, into Valley.
It's really all to play for now. There's certainly a lot of aggression from Walsh. He's moving around, he's looking for different lines. But Evans knows what he's doing. He's running very defensively in the 2 places he knows he can be overtaken.
But now he's having to drive defensively. It's slowing him down.
And here comes Dunford and Lee
Davis.
Dunford
and Tommy Lee Davis.
Yep.
Dunford, remember, has gotten by Lee Davies, so he's got pace. We know that. And here comes Dunford. Dunford's going to join in.
Now, the interesting thing is Walsh there was looking for a different line, but suddenly, effectively, was opening the door to an attack from Dunford.
Oh, look at that. Charlie Walsh has got so much momentum. He's nudging the back of Luke Evans. They've got 2 more laps of racing. It's a 4-car battle for the overall lead, and anything can happen here. With Luke Evans driving defensive, you just know that that's going to create space for Kyle Dunford, and Tommy Lee Davies is going to wait. He's looking and saying, come on, boys, hurry up and trip over one another.
Dunford here has got to be intelligent and work out where he can make advantage of the other 2 slowing each other up. And there's going to be places.
This is just a heat.
It's points, mate.
It's just a heat.
A little bit of momentum gain there. The orange cart with the orange suit with the orange helmet and the orange cart. That is Dunford. Now looking for a different line. Now he has a chance to possibly get up the inside. No, they tighten themselves up at the final exit. Luna now going really early. Walsh, he's gone wide and he's left it open for Dunford. That was kind of coming from miles back.
Charlie Walsh.
So obvious that was going to happen. Now has Dunford though got the skill and the guile to get past Evans, or can Evans now shut him down for a lap? We are on the last lap. This is so there's no chance to go past the straight. It's now all wide. There was a risk. He got taken under by the 11 of Walsh, but it's looking very much like this is the order they're going to be in when they get to the end.
It's getting a bit naughty there. It's getting a bit naughty. We've got a bit of contact coming into play as they go into Luna for the final time. Luke Evans is leading, but Carl Dunford right on his tail, and Charlie Walsh likewise on Dunford's tail, but it's going to finish like this, I think. We haven't got enough track for the slipstream to come into play, and that's the closest finish of the afternoon, I'd say.
Good drive by Evans.
Luke
Good
Evans
drive.
takes the win. Carl Dunford second.
This is where it all changed for second and third, and really in looking to find a way past the number 3, I think Walsh forgot to think about what happens behind, and he moved out looking for a line, just opened the door.
Well, he lost the slipstream. He lost the slipstream, so lost that speed that he had behind Luke Evans. So, but a great race that bodes well, very, very well for the rest of this round, first round.
And from RF10 Sports, come on, Luke!
Yeah, he certainly
and he came on.
Certainly did come on. Provisional, of course, until they get through scrutineering. Luke Evans took the win. Carl Dunford was in second. Charlie Walsh third. Tommy Lee Davies fourth. Paul Lazan takes first Masters honours and fifth overall. Toby Case was sixth. Ryan David Mills was seventh. Philip Howarth up the order. Philip has had some good finishes, and that'll bode very well for him. We've got Junior Rotax coming next. I've lost the timing screen, so we're going to have to move on to Junior Rotax.
Seems fair enough.
That doesn't look like Junior Rotax to me.
Is it not?
So we've got Junior Rotax down as the next
Junior Rotax
race.
We just had Junior Rotax.
Yeah, but we've got 8-5. So we'll keep that spare. We've got got Rotax 177s in the collecting area.
Yes, could we?
Yes,
that's what it should be.
That's what it should be, but it isn't. It's
you're right. Oh yeah, swapped. Very good point. Well made.
I'm not going mad. Don't worry.
Not this time.
Not this time, indeed. So we've got 177s on the track. It's Steve Stewart and Alfie Williams who share the front row with Alex Thomas and Joshua Pickford on row 2. Neil Hemming and Paul Horton are on row 3. With row 4, Alex Joyner and Tommy Austin. Steve Gilly and Harry Wainwright are on row 5. Zach Bolton and Matt Zanetti share row 6. Row 7 is Brendan Smith and Oliver Smith. Taylor Adams and Charlie Jowers are on row 8. With row 9, Oliver Moss and Adam Sadler. Alex Jones and James Yap are on row 10. Stephen Horner shares row 11 with Ben Johnson. With Martin Heath and Stephen Loggin on row 12. Ryan Walker and Jonathan Harrison are on row 13. Row 14 is Dan Fleckney and Rhys Llewellyn, with Paul Moran and Jai Oliver sharing row 15. And then the 31 cart field is rounded off by Ryan Taylor Truman on the 16th row of the grid in 31st.
Looks like juniors are coming up next. I think the two junior heats are too close together, so they've swapped it round. Because obviously some people in heat 4 are also in heat 5, so they're giving it an extra few minutes.
That's easy to get confused with.
So the big boys are out. Rotax 177. 177 refers to the minimum weight in kilograms of cart and driver. So if you weigh 100 kilograms, you can only have 77 kilograms of cart. How much do Rotax carts weigh, Joe?
What?
How much do Rotax cart? How much does an empty Rotax cart weigh?
I don't know. Good question.
You're with them every day.
Yeah, but it varies. It depends on your driver, isn't it?
No. If you take the driver out,
I know.
It'll weigh the same.
Not necessarily. Not if you need ballast.
Well, yes, that's true.
80 kilograms.
An expert at last. Thank you very much. Thank you, Gaz.
You should give him a job. Oh, he's got a job, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's got a better job than us.
Happy birthday to Gazberry, our media officer, by the way.
21 again.
As we start this heat.
Off we go.
We start this heat. He's really struggling with being 36, by the way.
No, he gave us these.
Oh, we've got a bumper off.
Oh, that's the wrong track. That's not the way the track goes.
No. There was a bumper that flew off to the left as everybody came through.
Went with it.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure who's that is,
got
but
off?
it's been ripped off.
He's got off.
There's a bumper.
Yeah, there was it was like that. It was a cross thing.
maybe.
Who's not got a bumper? Let's find out when they go round.
Joshua Pickford leading by my estimation.
Whoever it is, he's not in the track anymore.
Out of the unnamed corner, the orange and black livery of that number 56.
Bit of retirement
leads
there.
into Luna for the first time. And coming out of Luna and down towards the start-finish straight to take and complete lap number 1. Still lots of racing to go and a challenge for second there as both karts go very squarely on the brakes.
I'm
not really sure there was any of that. He didn't really have a choice. And that was Matt Zanetti on Alfie Williams.
So Tommy Austin and
Paul.
So it's Paul Horton who went off on the long loop. Possibly he lost his nose as well.
Joshua Pickford in the lead, but now that he's got Matt Zanetti, who has made his way through, Zanetti looks like he's got pace. He certainly was the quickest on lap 1, and he's closing the gap massively there to Pickford. It's going to be, it's going to come soon. I hope Joshua Pickford can do something about that. 4-card battle there for
4th, 5th, 6th, 7th.
Yeah. Oh, and a change for
the double change. Is he going to get squeezed out? Is he going to be?
My goodness, how many?
He
Harry
went from
Wainwright.
4th to 7th. 4th to 7th.
Yeah, and
for Steve Stewart.
And it was Harry Wainwright who was the last of those
and
three
he got
carts.
Steve Gilly in there as well. So you know some aggression in those carts behind him.
Yeah, great racing all the way down the order.
So first and second are now together. That's where we need to be. As they go on the short shoot straight, also known as Rogerson Straight. Sorry, my brain can't even read the writing. And I did the track map, so I should know what's going on. I sit there staring at these edits, doing them, and obviously nothing goes in. Nothing goes in.
Nothing at all. Coming up to 5.5 minutes remaining. So this battle for the lead, Joshua Pickford, he is aware that he's got Matt Zanetti right on his bumper now. Down towards the Joey Dunlop chicane. It's the right, left, right. You've got to stay off the curbs there. Totally upsets the car. Joshua Pickford, I'm glad to say, has been able to find the performance to stave off Matt Zanetti.
Yeah, Zanetti's not looked massively. It hasn't tried anything particularly aggressive so far. They've got a nice little gap from 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. So that's a little bit of speed. Now I'm not sure it's Alfie Williams using, so I think it's Alfie, and he's now trying to bridge that gap. But the two of them, they had a second last time round. I guess it's the same, if not larger, this time between second and third. It's gone up to 1.4. So these two, despite having a little bit of a squabble, are pulling away.
I think Zanetti's playing a waiting game. He knows how much time's on the clock. He knows what he's got to do as Harry Wainwright gets ahead of Steve Gilly. That's the battle for the lead there. Oh, and look at that, Zanetti having a go at Pickford. Into the paddock turn, onto the Rogerson straight, and Zanetti getting towards half distance now. He's still got plenty of time to mount a challenge, and now he's choosing that time to be now. So we'll keep an eye on this battle for the lead. Behind them, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, Harry Wainwright was that moved ahead of Steve Gilly. Ahead of them, Alex Thomas in 4th, Alfie Williams in 3rd. Harry Wainwright on a charge, though, right on the tail now of Alex Thomas.
So the leaders, 1st and 2nd, and then coming around again, they've been stuck nose to tail the whole way through. So going now through Paddock Bend for the leaders.
Out on towards Luna then. And we'll be picking up the leaders. Just ahead of them there in the picture, out of Luna and onto the Conrod Straight. We're getting towards the time when Zanetti will make a challenge. And Pickford ducking down. Oh, and there's the move there. That's what we've been waiting for. Zanetti, we knew it was coming, and it comes right now in front of us. Matt Zanetti takes the lead. Joshua Pickford now in second, and just look at how much pace Zanetti has got. He's now uncorked the bottle, and away he goes. Already pulling a gap of 2, maybe 3 carts lengths as they get out onto Rogerson's. Heading down towards Luna. Just behind the paddock here. They curl around the paddock. There's the cafe and clubhouse. Great facilities here at Three Sisters. And there's that battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. Wainwright, he's the man on the charge. And there's Wainwright down the inside of Alfie Williams and makes it happen. The very tall figure of young Harry Wainwright.
Someone.
He had to move into senior Rotax because he was basically too tall for juniors, and he went in underage effectively, and now he finds himself having to move up another weight order, and he finds himself in 177s because he's so tall.
And now he has to stop putting any weight on ever.
He needs to stop now.
Just stop.
Stop growing, Harry. So Harry Wainwright in third place. The gap to third was 2 seconds. And it looks like Harry is breaking away from that battle of Alfie Williams, Alex Thomas and Steve Gilly. First of the Masters, Steve Stewart. He's in 7th, just behind this little gaggle. And Alex Jones, Oliver Moss and Ryan Taylor-Truman rounding off the top 10 there in this 177 senior Rotax battle. Just under 2 minutes now of this heat left. And Wainwright, yeah, we thought he would. Let's see what the gap was. The gap was 2 seconds between Pickford in second and Wainwright in third.
I think it's staying that way, isn't it? The top.
Well, I think Wainwright's got a lot of pace.
It's coming round now. Wait for him to go across the line, and it's stayed at 2 seconds, Joe. So it's got no closer. Third, fourth, and fifth on screen at the moment. Sorry, yes, third, fourth, and fifth on screen. Wainwright, Williams, and Steve Gilly. Up and over. Sweeping into the Joe Dunlop chicane. Down the pit and paddock straight.
So Wainwright pulling away from Alfie Williams. He's got to be closing the gap to Pickford. He took a couple of tens last time by. I suggest that we might see that gap closing, whether or not he's got time. I mean, 39 seconds on the clock now. It's going to be one more lap after this one. The gap between Pickford in second and Wainwright is 1.7. So another, well, we'll call that 1.8 actually. So 0.2 of a second quicker is Harry Wainwright. So not quite enough time, but we'll be happy with that. Matt Zanetti now breaking clear by 1.7 seconds. Joshua Pickford will be happy. Steady drive that. Showed a lot of pace and maintains that second place going into the final lap of this race very soon. Harry Wainwright third, Alfie Williams fourth, Steve Gilly fifth, Alex Thomas sixth. First of the Masters, Steve Stewart in seventh. And we've got Ryan Taylor-Truman, Alex Jones, Oliver Moss. It is running off the top 10. Then the second of the Masters, Neil Hemming. He's in 11th. Zach Bolton in 12th, just outside the top 10 for the Zach Bolton fan club. We'll see how Zach does in his... I think he's got one more heat as young Zach Bolton.
So last few corners. Oh, nibbling there as they came out of the chicane. And he's nibbled quite effectively.
Yeah, it's Steve Gilly, isn't it?
But, he's going to... Oh, massive save there. He was all over the shop.
Let's just see how Steve Gilly's reactions came into play there as we look towards... Whilst we look at this replay, Steve Gilly
comes in, goes, oh no, I didn't want to be there.
And that was true Scandinavian flick
yeah.
style, wasn't it?
I think he put the brakes on and went, yeah, don't want to do that.
Yeah, I think he did. Matt Zanetti takes the win though. Joshua Pickford second. Harry Wainwright with a very strong drive through the field to third. Alfie Williams fourth. Steve Gilly with a sideways fifth. Alex Thomas sixth. Ryan Taylor-Truman seventh. Alex Jones eighth. Steve Stewart, the first of the Masters, in ninth. Oliver Moss 10th. We had Zach Bolton finishing in 11th. Second of the Masters, James Yap in 12th. Third in Masters, Neil Hemming 13th. Fourth in Masters, Stephen Horner finishing 14th. Then we've got Alex Joyner, Charlie Jowers, Adam Sadler, Rhys Llewellyn, Paul Moran and Dan Fleckney. They're your top 20. Juniors are out next, and that was well sussed by Nick, that heat number 5 for juniors, which had some of the competitors from heat number 4. It's a little bit too early in the programme. So we've still got 6 heats coming after this one. Sorry, no, I got that all wrong. We've got 4 heats coming after this junior one. And then we go into the first of our B finals, which will be indeed for Junior Rotax. So we, before we have a look at the grid, we were talking about the season ahead of us. and we'll stop talking about the season ahead of us because we've released the car.
Look at the grid. Look at the grid.
Yes, this is. I've got to say, TV does not control karting.
No,
it's not like car racing where the TV tells you when to go. Reece Green it is on pole position with Lucas Fletcher alongside. Presley Walker and George Kay are on the second row with Daniel Whitfield and Alfie Butchell on row 3. It's Tom Holden and Levi Goodyear on row 4 with row 5. Gio Leverton, we spoke to him in the lunch break, didn't we? Joel Bowden's alongside him on that row 5. Row 6 is Taylor Dixon and Maxim Smith. Then we've got Jasmine Taylor, another driver who we spoke to. She's on row 7 with Mitchell Mulvey. Freddie Moore and Alex Timmins are on row 8. Row 9 is Billy Edgecombe and Nicholas Ellis. James Rigby and Louis Rees are on row 10. Riven Welsh and Ollie Morris are on row 11 with Frank Ward and Levi Earle on row 12. Lewis Llewellyn and Jamie Salter on row 13. Row 14 is Archie Hardiman and Leighton Burrell. And then rounding off 29 kart field is Alex Dole. I tell you what, Nick, these guys, some of these guys and girls were out only a few minutes ago.
Yeah, well, they're young and fit, aren't they? It's junior road tax. It's not an issue.
You and I would have had to lie down on a nap before we did another heat.
I wouldn't have got as far as being, do I have to undo the tyres? No, off you go. So we've got our front row drivers, Reece Green on the number 11, Lucas Fletcher on the 77. Just bringing the field round in a very ordered fashion there. That right-hander there is called Luna here at Three Sisters. And perhaps the most important corner on this whole track because that really designates just how well you're going to go down that straight. Slowing them down?
Yep, slowing them down a little bit too fast for the starter. We're in good formation though, and we should get this underway. As Reece
Green. A little bit of a jump there, Reece Green. Has he got away with it?
I think he has. Reece Green will lead, and there down the inside, Presley Walker. I think it was Walker who'll go through the S's and up Lucy's Valley, over the brow and towards, and we're almost 3 wide. Who's that down the inside into the chicane? We've got a yellow and blue liveried cart. It's the 110 of Presley Walker.
So Walker had a bad run out just half an hour ago, didn't we? We mentioned he was right at the back of the field. I think he had a problem early on, and now Walker's now leading.
Tom Holden from 6th, now up to 3rd in that orange and black cart there, and about to go to 2nd. And gone with it. That's contact.
That was
there.
very aggressive, and I can understand why the 11 is going, what on earth? 77, I think, actually, going, what on earth? Has he got a bend on the chassis?
No, that's the number 11. And it was
That's Reece Green who was early on. Let's see that again, because I think he's pretty upset about that.
Yeah, well, it was the 41 that followed him through. He followed Tom Holden through, and he just ran wide, didn't he?
No, you can't. It wasn't deliberate. It's one of those things. He drifted out, and Reece was there, and he didn't know where to go, and that's unfortunate. So
we're not the judges of fact here.
To be honest, having seen that again now, that is just a racing incident. It's one of those things. There's no malice involved in that whatsoever.
That's the battle for the lead, though. Look at
110 now, and looking to get past him is the 87 of Holden.
No, not quite, not there. Tell you what, though, Nick, Holden's got a lot of pace because he's just absolutely closed that gap to Presley Walker. Oh, look at the pace he's got on the straight, side by side, towards turn 1.
Yeah, a little glance wasn't really necessary, but Walker just eases out to give him enough space not to cause other problems. There you go up to Lucy's Valley. And that first and second now, I'm not sure whether Walker will be able to hold on to Holden. My guess is probably not, unless he was really not pushing it maximum prior to that.
No, I think that that number 87 of Tom Holden showed a massive amount of pace, went from 6th to 3rd to 2nd, and now we find him in the lead in a very short space of time. We've only had 2 minutes of running now, and I suspect we're going to see Tom Holden pull away.
Well, I don't know. Look.
No, I don't know. I'll tell you what, Presley Walker is proving me wrong.
He's going to get a free couple of tenths there as well.
Yeah, he got pulled along there, didn't he?
Slightly didn't really ace the corner at the end there. Lost a few kart lengths, but they up and over Lucy's Valley. And it's now dropping back. I think that Tom's decided to give himself the hurry up as they come down the Pit and Paddock Straight into Paddock Bend and now into the no-name slightly wide hairpin followed by chicane into Rogerton Straight.
Tom Holden hit the curb there. You don't really want to do that there.
And behind them
use
is
that
now
one.
a gaggle of carts.
You can use that one.
So this is the run for, is this 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th?
That's 4th.
That's 4th.
Yeah, that's Billy Edgecombe, Alfie Bushell, Lucas Fletcher.
Levi Goodyear has got himself to no man's land, hasn't he?
Yeah, Levi Goodyear's got a lonely. Well,
Oh,
sorry, no, that is Levi Goodyear.
Oh, yeah, he called up. So it's Edgecombe. It was. I was right first. I
You
was
were
third
right,
place.
mate. Yeah, it
right.
was
It's a pound
third.
for me to make up the £10 I lost earlier on my cock-ups. So it's Edgecombe. Oh, Goodyear's got a squirrely little cart underneath him, isn't he? Going over that little drop after the chicane, and that's spreading out. So obviously the pace of that group was Edgecombe coming through. Goodyear, who's been there or thereabouts in this sort of top 5-6 position in all the heats we've seen so far today, Joe. So he's going to have a reasonably good starting position, I think, if he doesn't obviously throw it off for the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, all these fast drivers that are sort of making their way through the field during these heats, we are going to see them all together at the front of the grid for the finals, which is exactly what mixed grid is all about.
Then again, you see Reece Green, of course, who started in pole and was doing okay. He's fallen down to 22nd after that coming together.
Yeah.
So he's not going to get the points he needs.
Damage limitation afternoon for him ahead.
Alfie Bushell, he's up again after a non-finish. He had a win yesterday. He's fifth this time, but he had a non-finish in Heat 2. That means the best who qualifies, what, 7th, 8th, 9th?
Well, just to remind everybody, that mixed grids means that you have 3 heats to compete with before your finals. You start near the front in one of them, start in the middle area of the grid for the second one, and, well, not necessarily the second one, but one of them. And then the next one, you start near the back, so you get a full spread of starting position. And that should even things out by the time you get to the finish of these heats. But, of course, incident can ensue, and that's what we saw. Yeah. Alfie Bushell and who was in this one? Lewis Green, yeah.
So fourth and fifth now under heavy competition. It's Levi Goodyear in the kind of orange and grey, and the very, very fluorescent yellow machine of Alfie Bushell, the 26. That's looking to get through and get himself into fourth overall. 1, 2 and 3, a little bit spread out. They get closer, we'll come back to them. But this is the only real battle on the front end of the track at the moment. And these two guys sweep round Luna Bend, and I'm sure that Bush will be looking to get that drive that will get him past Goodyear at the end of the straight. Doesn't have it at the moment, but he'll pick up a couple of tenths now.
Yeah, he's going to pick up that slipstream there. He just closes the gap, but just not enough to.
Oh, 47's pulled out. I'm not sure who 47.
That's Louis Reeks. Remember Louis Reeks, the driver on the Kia Sport donated chassis after that big off at I think Kimbleton. We spoke to him in the paddock show.
Hopefully he's okay. I know he's nursing a couple of injuries, wasn't he, from the previous event? So I hope that's completely unrelated.
So this battle there with the number 8, the fourth place, Alfie Bushell.
Goodyear fourth, and then Bushell fifth, and that's pulling Taylor Dixon, Mitchell Mulvey, and Louis Fletcher back towards him. And if it carries on like this, we may get a run of like 6 carts. The lead now is 1.1 seconds to Tom Holden. Tom Holden from Presley Walker. Walker has 2 seconds on Edgecombe, and then it's 2 seconds back to this bunch here, who are scrapping like mad as they go up Lucy's Valley.
They are concertinaing up as we get towards the final 2 minutes of this heat. And it's Levi Goodyear who is going to be the cork in the bottle. They are all ganging up behind him. Alfie Bushell, Taylor Dixon, Mitchell Mulvey, Lucas Fletcher, James Rigby. We've certainly got 4, 5, 6, 7 carts there as they come onto Rogerson Straight, heading towards the left-hander that leads into Luna. And to me, Nick, there's none of those carts that seem to have an advantage onto the Conrod Straight where we might see a move.
Yeah, that required overspeed, effectively. You just need a couple of extra miles an hour and the slipstream.
Well, it hasn't seemed to. We're down to 1 minute. So we're getting very, very close to 1 lap to go aboard.
They're going to get they'll get this and 2 more, won't they?
Yes, they will. 2 more laps after this one. Now then.
Oh, that's it.
Here's the challenge. It's a 2-line track, though.
I don't think at that point that Bushell was aggressive enough there. He half-hearted that one and didn't tough it out, and now he's giving himself an issue because he's got Taylor Dixon right behind him, and Dixon, I think, is prepared to be a little bit more pushy.
Yeah, Dixon, contact there. He might have got the attention of the stewards with that move. He had the momentum, he didn't want to check it. And that's...
Has that dropped his nose?
Well, that might have. That was a good hit. What that has allowed is the number 8 of Levi Goodyear to break away a little bit, give himself a bit of a breather. With only 20 seconds on the clock, it's going to be 1 lap to go aboard next time by for our leader, Tom Holden, we've kind of forgot about. He's the challenge again, though. Alfie Bushell back onto the bumper of Levi Goodyear, and Taylor Dixon's not out of it either. As we head on to Rogerson's,
It's good driving from Goodyear. He's managed to keep back this field, and that's no easy matter.
Composure, isn't it? It's very fine composure. Just kept his
now, at this
composure.
point, suddenly Bushell appears to have a better run.
Defensive driving from Goodyear, though. 1 lap to go aboard. They all know time has run out.
So there's no more runs to the end of the straight. That's it now. So the only real chance now is to do something coming after this corner here, and then down the pit and paddock straight and into the paddock bend. But actually, interestingly, Bushell looking left, looking right. He's going to leave himself open to a really aggressive dive. Nope, not quite. And they now come through the unnamed but very complicated corner before Rogerson straight.
Here we go then. Time running out for Bushell to make a move. And who's that getting involved as well in that position behind Alfie Bushell? Is that Taylor Dixon still? Here they come across the line. Checkered flag has already flown, and it's going to be side by side across the line there. Tom Holden takes the win. Presley Walker was second, Billy Edgecombe third, and then Levi Goodyear, Alfie Bushell, Levi Earl it was who got ahead of Taylor Dixon. And the gap between Levi Goodyear in fourth and Levi Earl in sixth, with Alfie Bushell in the middle, was about a tenth of a second. So a tenth of a second between fourth, fifth and sixth. Incredible. Taylor Dixon, seventh then. Mitchell Mulvey in eighth. Lucas Fletcher, ninth. 10th was James Rigby. And then we had Nicholas Ellis, Joel Bowden, Ollie Morris, Maxim Smith, Lewis Llewellyn, Frank Ward, Daniel Whitfield, George Kerr, Jamie Salt, and rounding off the top 20 was the 888 numbered Riven Welsh.
Now, the rescue cash car has gone out, so it's your chance to talk about the calendar.
Yes, been trying to talk about the calendar for a little bit, haven't we? Yeah. So 2023, the Junction 6 NKC, the National Card Cup for 2023. I mentioned we're going up the west coast to Rowra in Cumbria next month in May. Then we head back down. We can stay on the west coast, actually. Come straight
Even
back down.
more western
M6,
coast.
M5, turn right, head towards Devon and the Mansell Raceway at Dunkeswell near Honiton, 24th and 25th of June for round 3. Round 4, we head to Daventry on your doorstep, Nick, Wilton Mill, 20th to the 30th of July. We stay in Wilton Mill for a non-championship round, but a very important round, and that's the O Plate. The NKC O Plate will take place at Wilton Mill on the 17th to the 20th of August.
Exciting guest classes.
Oh, yes.
We've got House of 100 back.
Yes.
We've got KZ.
KZs, Gearbox carts, yeah. That's going to be a good one. Get your entries in now for that if you're not already registered. Final 2 rounds of the 2023 season. We head to Lincolnshire, where we visit Fulbeck, old school airfield circuit there, very demanding. And then the season rounds off a little bit later than we did in 22, all the way to 20th to the 22nd of October, where we head down to good old Clay Pigeon, one of the classiest and historic kart tracks. We've been racing at Clay Pigeon now for decades. Absolute decades. I've been making that trek all the way down to Dorset. But we're ahead of time. We're still in the throes of round 1 with a full season to look ahead to. Out next is the Senior Rotax for their 6th heat. And we have plenty of time to have a look at the grid while we recover these karts. Ben Fakini is on the front row. He's on the pole position from Ryan David Mills alongside. That's them there. Ben Fakini on the 28 with the LRG liveried kart with running with Louis Lodge. Ryan David Mills is in the 667 numbered. That's the Xenon team kart livery there, the bright orange and black. We kind of easy to spot on the track. The Royal Alf Racing number 71 of Ryan McAuliffe is on the second row with alongside another of the Xenon team, Alex Jackson. Row 3, Callum Farley and Matthew Lambert with Harry Barker and Robbie Rathbone on row 4. Row 5 is the first of the Masters runners, and that's the old master himself, Paul Ozan. He's got Rhys Pope alongside him. George Sanders and Aidan Pomeroy are on row 7, with Ellis Humphreys and John Hobbs on row 7 alongside. Benjamin Boros and Matt Lewin are on row 8. Row 9 is Ollie Varney and Dan Andrews. Sam Wyatt and Luke Evans are on row 10. Sam Wyatt, remember, the current junior Rotax champion. Row 11 is Carl Dunford, Marcus King, Christopher Harris and James Wood are on row 12, with Jake Davis, Aaron Knight on row 13. Alex Warnaby and Grace Lee Davies are on row 14. Andy Ambrose starts his final heat all the way at the back on 29th slot on row 15 with Scott Lowther. They seem to have been side by side on each of the starts. Max Martin is the final driver to count in. He's in 31st and final spot.
So just
final words from Louis Large there, the vice champion, the current NKC vice champion in the 177 class, who's now found himself running a team of customers, and Ben Facchini is in that number 28 and will start this one on the pole position, Nick.
Yep, some engines being run, but I think that's actually behind us, isn't it? Some testing an engine rather than the actual engines from here. They're waiting for the rescue cash guy to come back. He's currently parked up, picking up a car and a driver over at the far end of the circuit. So any second now, the Qashqai will return. The Qashqai will return, and they will then
the return of the Qashqai.
Release. Yeah, those of you familiar with karting, you know that what tends to happen after a race is a selection of dads and pick up the dads and mums and lads and girls get picked up and wheeled back down the track. Unfortunately, Wigan is such a large track, you have to get picked up by a rescue Qashqai with a flatbed.
Yeah,
I mean it hasn't got to be a Qashqai. It happens to be this week. It could be anything, you know. Be a rescue Cinquecento.
Old school as well, because the driver stays on the cart, on the trailer.
I think I've misplaced. I think it's a Nissan Juke.
Oh, is it?
It's not a Qashqai. I think it's a Juke. Yeah, I've over-spec'd the Nissan that's doing the trailering.
And you'll notice that the driver stays in the cart on the back of the trailer. Keep your foot on the brake, son.
Does he get to wave to the crowd like he's won a 1970s race at Brands Hatch?
I remember
on the back of that open-backed Capri.
I remember karting events where the winner would go on the back of a trailer with a checkered flag and do a lap of honour.
Really?
Yeah. Where did we have the time?
Well, I suppose in 1975, nothing else. You hadn't got to do a TikTok or anything, had you?
Not that old. 75. Evans. So Senior Rotax out for their sixth and final heat, actually. We're into the final heats now of all of our classes. Senior TKM coming next. Then we have the final heat for the 177 runners, and then the final Mini-Max heat. And then we go into our B finals.
Is it 4 to bump up?
I believe so.
I love bump ups.
I will confirm that.
Bump ups is my thing.
It certainly was last season. I don't know whether we've changed that. Talk amongst yourselves while I find that out.
Okay. So the carts now just bringing themselves. This is quite quick. I'm surprised they're getting the slowdown. They seem to, even visually they're going quicker than normal, and they're putting the foot right down as they get away for this, the final round heat of Senior Rotax. And they've got it. They've got a no. They've got a no.
Starter didn't like it then. Not quite sure, have they?
I think it's a no.
Yeah, it is a no. Yeah,
it looked wrong. It was too quick for a start. So interesting, because they've let a lot of things go in there. They've got baseball umpires. Some of them have a bigger strike zone than others. So sometimes you can go, and you need to know what your umpire's calling when you're a pitcher. Well, I think you need to understand what your clerk of course is calling when you're trying to start. And the clerk of course has been. Quite lenient, and therefore, sorry about that, has been quite lenient, and therefore.
But remember, Nick, we're looking at the front.
Yes,
he might be looking at the back.
That's true. He's been quite lenient with the front, I think, because people had some quite big jumps.
He might have seen something further back that he didn't like. Too many stragglers.
Trying to talk like this now, don't I?
Just told me like
that.
He might have seen too many stragglers,
like that,
and he didn't like the look of the back. Whereas we're focusing.
Sorry, we just amused ourselves. I do apologise. Okay, Here comes the Senior Rotax Heat 6 starting.
The clock on the top right of your screen will readjust when we reset. We'll reset. Here we go. Now that looks good. All the way down the back. We should get the green flag, and it's Facchini who will lead into turn 1 by the looks of it. But who's that down the inside from the second row? That looked like Ryan Mikulev. As they sort themselves out up Lucy's Valley, down the valley into the Joey Dunlop chicane. Oh, bit of contact there in the midfield. Oh, it's the 71 that goes wide.
Ouch. That will hurt him. He's kept the lead there.
Mikulev.
Still leading.
Mikulev.
Just waiting for our friends at the Alpha Time to get the scoring, and here it comes.
Ryan Mikulev went wide there, out of the chicane and along the paddock straight, almost all the way on the grass. He's pulling out a gap though, and it looks like Ryan David Mills on the 667 is the second place cart. There in third has gone Matthew Lambert. Ben Facchini through in fourth. Rathbone fifth. Alex Jackson, Reese Pope, Paul Lozan up to 8th. John Hobbs, the second of the Masters runners, up to 9th. And Harry Barker rounds off the top 10. Over the valley and into the Joey Dunlop chicane. And look at the gap now. Micallef has pulled a bit of a gap there, 0.3 of a second. It might sound like nothing, but it's a huge gap in karting. And the two karts behind, Ryan David Mills and Matthew Lambert, that's where the battle is at. They will want to chase down Ryan Micallef as we continue to.
There's kart off. I think it's 112 kart. I think is off. It might be the 12. There we go. It's the 12 kart.
Yeah.
That was James Wood, who was running reasonably okay. It's got it rolling. Well done.
James down from Cumbria will be racing on his home track next round. Was with us last season in NKC. Great to see him back out there for 2023. Unfortunate because he was running well, spacing out now at the front there.
Yeah, this is quite rare. This is kind of a gappy one.
A gappy one.
In senior Rotax.
Technical term.
It's very technical, and there's gaps between them. What's the other technical term? Clumping.
What do you say? Chuntering?
That's trundling. That's when you go in the pit lane. But clumping, obviously, is the multi-class clumping is a big thing. But this is a single coating of karting. A little bit of argy-bargy there through the S's entry and up through Lucy's Valley.
Wow, great battle there.
And Scotty going to prove again that if you want to watch it, Three Sisters, just go and stand there banking. You can see the whole track.
Yeah, you really can. Great views there.
So this is the battle for about 7th, 8th and 9th, I think. Is it 38, is that? Is that
Reese Pope down in 8th?
Yeah, it might be 8th.
9th and 10th. Yeah, I mean, that's a string of karts there behind them. Great battles all the way down the order. It is the 38 of Reese Pope, Benjamin Boros, Harry Barker. Oh, a little bit of a coming together there.
Got him through.
Yeah, the 87 of Harry Barker just kind of eased Benjamin Boros out the way, didn't he?
That's one word for it.
Yes.
Lenton in a friendly way.
Yes.
Whole stream of karts coming past us now. Though, in fairness, the top three. We got an accident off the bottom because of the big accident at the bottom with the 86 at the paddock bend. Who was 86 battling with at the time?
It's Benjamin Boros, isn't it? 86. Benjamin Boros. It could have been Harry Barker.
Yeah, because they came together and the other kart carried on going.
Were there two Rolf Racing?
Yeah, they were similar colours, yeah. So that's not good news as we rejoin the middle of the pack, up and over.
Yeah, Boros out of this heat. As
down the pit straight with our leader, 1, 2 and 3, 71, 95 and 667. I'm not quite sure. I'm not a big fan of these triple numbers on those small plates, to be honest.
Yeah, they are clumped.
So he's not. See, Ryan Davis, he's not the number of the beast. He's one more than the number of the beast at 667.
We have got a treble 6. Some in one of our classes.
They're choking in the engine there and full aerodynamic look.
That wasn't choking in the engine. That was the radiator event.
Yes.
You're thinking back to the old days.
You don't choke a Rotax. You choke a TKM, don't you?
Yeah.
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 I never got that right. Hence the reason I was doing very well at Buckmore Park.
Hence the reason you're sat here.
Hence the reason I was twice leading at Buckmore Park and it nipped up at the end of the straight and threw me off. And it was so light a nip up that when it unnipped itself, the engine was absolutely fine.
Yeah, of course it was. Yeah.
So upset.
After it cooled down, you mean?
So upset.
Micallef leads with the gap of 0.6 of a second last time by. Matthew Lambert, he's got 0.8 to Ryan David Mills in third. Paul Lozan, first of the Masters, up into fourth, with John Hobbs second in the Masters, going with him now behind the top three. But they're quite spaced out. There's a gap of 3 seconds to Lozan in fourth, and then John Hobbs half a second behind.
So
the battle that we've been looking at is Harry Barker, Ben Fakini, Alex Jackson, Reese Pope.
1, 2, 3 are kind of stretched. 4, 5, 6 aren't close either. 7, 8 aren't close. Paul Lozan now in 7th, is it?
No, you're looking for Ben Fakini, who is on the tail of Harry Barker, number 87. Number 87, Harry Barker is in 6th place. 7th is Ben Fakini, Alex Jackson 8th, Reese Pope 9th, and then Sam Wyatt, our current junior Rotax champion in NKC, rounding off that top 10, but that's a battle that's come together. There's literally just tenths of a second between those drivers.
Where?
As we watch the
Couple of minutes
leader.
to go. Still the leader leading. Obviously, that's what leaders do.
There's the paddock viewing area.
And there's us over there. Yeah, this one's a bit kind of spread out, really. It's not the greatest entertainment ever, but that's not what they're here to do. They're here to score points for the NKC.
Time ticking by then. We've got coming up to 90 seconds remaining in this, the sixth and final heat for the senior road axe class. This is the 162 weight category. And Ryan Micallef has really dominated from got into the lead at turn 1, down the inside of the front row, started on the second row of the grid. Really had no right to be leading up into Lucy's Valley. But there's a great battle that's kicking off there.
Who's that going up and through and round?
Down the hill towards the chicane. You really get, that was the curb, wasn't it?
Too much curb.
Yeah.
So that's the 47 and the 38. So that is Alex Jackson and Reese Pope. And they've swapped positions already once. That's your 9th and 10th. They've swapped positions once already. The orange car, 47. Blue helmet of Sam Wyatt. Back with the leader who's going past lapped men. And that's always confusing.
Now he's just crossed the line with about 43 seconds on the clock.
So he's going to get
the lapping in the 43s.
Oh, he's put the brakes on, shouldn't he?
I'm not gonna even hazard a guess whether or not
he's got 42.9, so he's not going to quite make. He's just going to click it at 8 minutes, 0.6, I think.
Yeah,
they sweep round.
There's going to be 2 more laps, isn't there?
This one and one more. There's that battle again. The bright orange car having a right old ding-dong with the much darker kart. 38, there we are. And really looking aggressive as they go into Luna Bend. But this is swapped twice already, so why should you swap twice more?
Plenty of time for that.
Last run down the straight for them, though. Time is... They missed an extra lap by 0.4 of a second. So... as they go into this last lap for everybody, Micallef still leading, 1.2 seconds of Matthew Lambert, who's got 1 second over the third place for EJ Mage. This is a car having a squiggle there for no discernible reason.
Trying to find some fuel, maybe.
Be a bit bad, wouldn't it, running out of fuel?
Yeah. The leader is...
Oh, what's happened to him? He's dropped right off.
He has.
47's dropped right off. And now he's under pressure behind us. They all underfueled, these cars.
Carts.
Twice. I don't know, 15 times. You're talking about...
Checkered flag then for Ryan Micallef, who takes the win from Matthew Lambert in second. Ryan David Mills takes third. Then we had Paul Lazan first of the Masters in fourth. John Hobbs second in Masters in fifth. Harry Barker was sixth. Sam Wyatt did make his way through into seventh, with Reese Pope, Alex Jackson, Ollie Varney finishing in 8th, 9th and 10th. We then had Jake Dennis in 11th, and then had Aidan Pomeroy, Max Martin, Robbie Rathbone, Kyle Dunford, Dan Andrews, Ellis Humphreys in 17th. 18th was Scott Lowther. George Sanders was 19th. And Andy Ambrose up from the back of the grid in 29th, up 9 places to finish and round off our top 20.
So the rescue Duke is on screen there. That's our rescue vehicle on the left-hand side. As you can see, you don't get someone coming out with their trolley. You have to get picked up.
Is it a Duke?
It is a Duke, yeah. The lights give it away. So, backed up, stop, and they have to then lift it onto the trailer. Actually, somebody is rescuing just behind them. Somebody is doing a manual rescue. Obviously, that's close enough to
the paddock, yeah.
The paddock
just to our left,
yeah.
There they are.
So they can
it's Boros.
Oh, he's a very, very rearranged nose that's got from the coming together they had.
Yeah, unfortunate there.
So you see, the rescue man loads the carter onto it. The carter has to stay there. Put the brake on. As you said quite rightly, on the low loader.
I've been in that position many times.
What, waving the checker flag?
No. Keep your foot
on the low loader. So, should we follow the low loader round? It's very exciting. I'm not sure if Scott. I think Scott may have got off the camera actually.
Has he taken 5?
He's taken 5.
He's having a Kit Kat.
He's having a break. Absolutely.
Yes, he's having a break, having a Kit Kat. Senior TKM, their third and final heat coming next. And then we'll be in the throes of forming. In fact, we're already in the throes of forming grids for our junior Rotax and senior Rotax 162s. So hopefully Gasberry is listening and will be on his marks to... we are following the recovery round. On his marks to get those grids to us for our B finals. That is how we recover karts here at Three Sisters. And keep your foot on the brake.
Would you steer around the corner? So give it a bit of left now as you're going to go around the corner.
No, I can tell you what, he's not feeling very good there. When you're coming back on the back of a trailer is not a good place to be.
There he goes.
You know why you're thinking that? What's going on?
Do you know what that reminds me of? It reminds me of really low rent carnivals you occasionally run into. When you got the carnival king queen of Bridlington or something. And they're like, I'm from
other small towns in Yorkshire are available.
It doesn't matter where. It could be anywhere. It could be a small town in Kent, like real. It could be Wales, Real or Ryde, which is in Sussex, I think. Or
shall we stop talking before we're sued?
No, I was desperately trying to think of a Kentish town, so I didn't annoy anybody by any talking about towns in other counties.
There is no north-south divide. Let's have a look at the grid for senior TKM.
Oh, go on then.
As they are there, lined up on the pole position. 70. What? I said there they are lined up. Didn't
I think you missed one of the words out there.
Adam Circa is the number 77 there. And then that lovely grey or silver and black livery of Charlie King, the number 26 there. That's quite a distinctive livery, isn't it? Second row is current TKM champion and vice champion alongside. Got Louis Bevan in the number 1. And then we've got, that's Louis Bevan in the red and white colour card. Now, Louis Bevan usually runs with Flex. That's not a Flex sticker kit on that cart. Mitchell Ball alongside him. He hasn't got a Flex sticker kit either. Mitchell Ball on the number 2. They're the champions and vice champion from last year. Andrew Platt and Leo Crabtree are on row 3. Matt Cardwell and Steve King are on row 4. Row 5 is Jason Lovett and Joseph Jacks. Alexander Lehman and Matthew Horton are on row 6. Joseph Phillips and Ollie Milner are on row 7. Ryan Layton, Theo Hesketh are on row 8. Matthew Temple Purcell and Joseph Booth are on row 9. It's Matt Slate and Chris Whiteside on row 10, with Adam Croft Davies and Craig Summers on row 11. Tom Johnson and James Hull are on row 12. And then row 12, Tom Johnson, James Hull. Fen Chapman shares row 13 with Will Cragine.
That's right.
Only into season 2 of our live streaming the NKC, and we find out it's Cragine.
Sure, there's many more names we've been
absolutely
doing
row 14
serious damage to.
James King and Molly Nicholas Biles. Ben Watson and Gordon Smith are on row 14, and guess who's the 31st and final runner in this heat?
Don't know.
Caelan Lamont.
Is he?
Yeah.
I think there's a couple of people out there who've put their second set of new tyres on. There's some very shiny tyres out there.
Well, you're allowed 2 sets of tyres for the whole season, and you can pretty much do what you want with them. And if you so choose to put a new set on for your third and final heat for the first round, then so be it.
Might be you've had bad qualifying. They're going to get a wave round because
they
don't
so.
look anything like it.
No,
the other thing about these TKMs is sometimes they deliberately go out of order to get an extra lap from warm-up.
They do. Yeah, they do. I think people are out of grid order there, and I'm not sure what's going on. I think we may have even started.
That was terrible.
That was a very
okay.
That was
not.
I think
someone's got a bit of advantage.
I think we had the whole field going side by side into the S's there for the first time. Let's see how they sort themselves out. Look at that. Who's that in the lead there?
Number 2.
The fully black.
So Mitchell Ball from 3rd is now leading by an hour and a half.
Yeah, he's gone, hasn't he? I think that was caused by people tripping over one another. Where's current leader Louis Bevan?
Row 3 was 3 wide.
It was more than 3 wide.
No, as they went over the start finish, it was 3 wide. And I think they think, let's get a second. They love a second warm-up lap.
Oh, there's Louis Bevan hits the curb there, Nick. Louis Bevan on that red and white livery cart. He's under pressure there from, who's that? It's Charlie King.
2 of them through.
Oh, look at that. 2 wide through the S's. Up Lucy's Valley. Oh, lost out big time. Very much Mitchell Ball in the lead, though. Leo Crabtree second. Third is Adam Circa, Louis Bevan fourth, Charlie King fifth, Andrew Platt sixth, Matt Cardwell, Joseph Booth, Joseph Jackson, Ollie Milner is the driver that rounds off the top 10. TKM delivering as ever.
Yep. So just a lap and a half down, and we've got certainly Mitchell Ball's not getting away now. He's been slightly dragged back into the whole thing, but it's third and fourth where the action is at the moment. It's Bevan from King.
They're going to close
Adam
back up.
Seacar got overtaken in the last corner, so that corner last lap, shall I say.
They're coming back towards leader Mitchell Ball, aren't they? Look at that. Look at the gap between Ball and Crabtree there. Into the chicane and out the chicane along the paddock straight. And Crabtree almost on the rear bumper now. A little bit of a gap to Bevan. But then we've got Charlie King on Bevan's tail.
So the top four have got themselves in a nice little procession, all, 3 kart lengths apart. Mitchell Ball trying to gap this, but it's not happening. Now what will happen is, because of the wonders of aerodynamics, they will start to concertina together down the straight.
Yes, they will. But they stay in that order. Ball, Crabtree, Bevan and King.
Caelan Lamont up to 15th from dead last.
Oh, wow. That's pretty good going. Started 31st. So he's gone through half of this grid.
And that's all about getting points for the overall grid position in the final in a few hours' time, a couple of hours' time probably.
Now then, just to remind everybody that the number 2 is in the same team as the number 1.
Does that matter?
They're both with Flex. And as soon as Bevan starts having a go at Crabtree, who I think is also in with Flex. So a Flex 1, 2, 3. I'm trying to see the livery, and maybe not.
And there goes Bevan thinking about it. Is he going to put the brakes on? He hasn't. Swept up the inside. So Louis Bevan pings himself into second place in this final heat of TKM.
I thought Bevan would squabble more with Crabtree, and that would allow Mitchell Ball away, but he hasn't. He's made that clean, and he's got by, and now Bevan, the old protagonist from 2022, continue into 23, and Louis Bevan, he's going for a hat-trick of championships, remember. He won the championship in 2021, he won the championship in 22, and he starts here in round 1. He had a nightmare start to 22 as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
And then he came back right at the very end.
The lead is
and
about
here
to change. I'm not sure that Mitchell Ball can hold him off. He can't. And Bevan, with that well-practiced overtaking manoeuvre now at the end of the main straight, takes it. By the way, I've only noticed, but I'm quite pleased to open the door slightly more. We're getting a fantastic two-stroke smell out of this.
Oh, is that what you did?
Yeah.
Deliberately?
I love two-strokes. I've got a real problem.
Strange.
Got a real problem.
Strange man.
It's basically, that's the motorbike cyclist in me. I love it too. My housemate, my female housemate, used to have an RGV 250. So when I said I was smelling her behind, she knew what I meant. It's behind her RGV 250.
Look at how Bevan has pulled out a gap already. There was literally, he made the move into turn 1, and now he has pulled out a gap of 0.3 of a second, almost 0.4 to Mitchell Ball. Crabtree still in third, Charlie King fourth. It's Cardwell, first of the Masters in TKM, in fifth. Theo Hesketh.
You got big points earlier, didn't he?
Theo Hesketh
Sixth now.
Started in 16th, and he's up to 6th place.
Yeah, but Lamont's now 12th.
And Lamont is 12th. He's the biggest mover, isn't he?
Yep, 31st to 12th. There's the 26th car of 4th place Charlie King.
Caelan Lamont.
Is it?
A man
You
on
sure?
the move. I have no idea, but I'm going to take a punt at it.
So now 3rd and 4th getting a little bit more interested in each other. Crabtree in the 44. That's, of course, the Lewis Hamilton numbered car. That's his race number. Behind him,
Charlie King looks very, very... It looks like he's being held up, I'd go so far as to say.
And the leader's waving at the back marker.
Oh, Bevan getting tripped up there with the back marker.
That back marker's terrible driving.
Yeah, let's Mitchell Ball right onto his bumper.
That's Adam Seacar. I think Adam Seacar's got some scores settled from earlier on.
Oh, no, it's not going to be like that. Circa became aware of the leaders behind him. He's even more aware now, and he'll probably get out the way for Leo Crabtree and Charlie King.
And there's a chance for ball to go wide.
We've got
Knocking upside of Bevan.
Bevan had to defend there, didn't he? I mean, that's the first time we've seen Louis Bevan having to defend. He was fully aware that he lost momentum.
And they're going
Third and fourth have cleared the back marker. Adam Surkar. Louis Bevan leads onto the Rogerson straight. Less than a minute and a half remaining in this third and final heat. As these two, who battled throughout 2022 at the front of this TKM field of carts.
glance over there, and Bevan's going to be pleased what he sees because ball's dropped off him again. Third and fourth right together now to come in, and it's changed. No, it's not. It stayed the same way. The King got past Crabtree. Crabtree had already got past King the previous laps. They've had a double swap. And it's now King back in ahead of Crabtree. Sorry, yes. No,
Crabtree's always been third.
Well, the 26 is now in third.
Right,
so
he's just
King
made a move.
Crabtree.
Yeah. The 44 is now fourth.
4-4-4.
4-4-4.
Yeah, my short-term memory let me down again then.
It did, really did, yes. Now then, 25 seconds on the clock when they cross the line. In fact, just less than 25. There's the leader through. So 2 more laps of racing. There's third and fourth. Not over yet. Oh, he's let him through. What's going on there? He kind of gave a wave. Said, come along then. So 44.
Are they just swapping every
Leo
lap
Crabtree.
now? I think they're swapping every lap. I think it's just too much momentum.
What? Hang on. Gasbury's got something to say. 4. Right, brilliant. You know what, Gaz?
That was what we were interested in.
I'd forgotten the question I'd asked him.
It's fine, bump ups.
And he's saying 4.
But we thought there was something to do with this race.
Yes.
Now, the top 3 have got another...
Considering we've just mentioned 44 being in 4th, and he comes to the winner and goes 4.
Oh!
Yeah,
top
we
2
know.
back together. Another back marker trips up Louis Bevan. He's looking behind him again. He's got enough of a gap, so it's now the... Oh, has he? What's Mitchell doing? Oh, dummy move.
Last lap
and
board
again, look at it happen. King went past Crabtree again. And now they're going to get very held up going up through Lucy's Valley.
Oh, big style. Oof. That's really affected that battle for third and fourth. Meanwhile, at the lead, you've got Mitchell Ball right on the rear bumper of Louis Bevan going into and out of onto Rogerson
There's
straight.
One
there
and
they
two
are
together
there.
again.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Nick. Onto Rogerson's for the final time then. And into Luna. Mitchell Ball had really closed the gap. But now he's got a comfortable lead as Louis Bevan.
Mitchell's gained from every interface with the back marker. It's a normal way, isn't it? Oh, the race ended. I didn't even notice that. It's so exciting. The race has ended.
Yeah. Do you pay attention?
Oh, you never said last lap.
Pay attention. I did. Louis Bevan leads. Paul's just had a trip. Mitchell Ball second. Charlie King third.
Broken something whilst doing it.
Leo Crabtree did eventually finish fourth. Theo Hesketh was fifth. Sixth is Matt Cardwell and takes first Masters. Joseph Jack seventh. Ollie Milner eighth. Ninth was Matthew Horton. Joseph Booth was 10th. Then we had Ben Watson. Caelan Lamont finished 12th. Tom Johnson 13th. Then we had Alexander Lehman, Andrew Platt, Ryan Layton, Will Cragine, Matthew Temple Purcell 18th. 19th was Joseph Phillips. And 20th was Joseph Hull.
Come on, Louis Bevan from his mum. Well, his mum, Caroline Strentham, his mum did a great job.
Yeah, she's always with us. Is Caroline?
Come on, Louis Bevan, and he won. He did it. You're going somewhere as well. Oh, but I can't lose all of you to the toilet, and I haven't got the grids to read out. So, I'm kind of. Hang on. Oh, I'm not allowed to read the grids. It's entirely I wasn't. Am I allowed to read the grids? I don't know. This mini max won't take very long. Oh, excellent. Okay. Here we go. Right, the final road tax heat. It's Thomas Charles on pole, Ryan Walker's second, Lawrence Hilton's third, Chris Thomas is fourth, Keith Mason's fifth, Billy Clark sixth, Alex Jones is seventh, Ben Johnson is eighth, Martin Heath is ninth, Stephen Loggin is 10th, Gary Cox is 11th, Cole Edwards is 12th, Colin Campbell 13th, Tim Darlow 14th, Alf Williams starts 15th, 16th will be Danny Russell, 17th Scott Clee, 18th Alan Cook, 19th Aidan Hammond, 20th Paul Horton, 21st, Neil Hemming. 22nd, Tommy Austin. 23rd is Steve Gilly. 24th is Harry Wainwright. 25th is Brian McCready. 26th is Harrison Crook, should I say, sorry. Well, it's Cook, I went to court. Harrison Crook. 27th is James Frost. 28th is Daniel Hammett. 29th is Adrian Smith. 30th is Jake Lewis. And 31st, so bringing up the start of the 16th row, is Jason Bear. Plenty of points to play for. There's a B and an A final in Rotax 177, of which 4 people will bump up. And the carts are released for the warm-up lap. Fire their way out of the collecting area.
Well done, Nick.
I only read one of the names wrong. She's got bad for me. And down the main straight they go.
Right then, the last of our... Where am I?
You're there.
There we go.
There.
Last of our senior Rotax heats is what I was going to say.
It's our penultimate actual heat. We only have one more
Yes.
heat after this, which is the final mini-max.
Yes,
And then we get into B finals and then A finals.
Yes. So, final senior Rotax heat is what I was trying to say there.
Well, I'm glad you said it.
And we've got 31 carts.
And we currently don't have Paul.
And we currently don't have Paul.
No, so no one's cutting the pictures, which means I'm going to have to cut the pictures, right?
All right, okay. So we're stringing out, and that's not uncommon to see, as the drivers will endeavour to put as much heat into those tyres to get them optimised. Oh, we've got a spinner,
accident.
and I'll tell you why, because Gasberry's just reported to me that we've got splashes of rain.
Have we?
So that
yeah.
could well be. That's definitely rain that I see on the window of our commentary
And they're
box.
doing silly, skiddy things.
Yeah, well, they're weaving to get heat into the tyres, and then that is the area where we're just to the right of that picture in the paddock, and it's certainly raining at this point. We've got the grid formed.
Yep.
If that rain continues to fall,
it's not really.
It's
I've
not,
got
is
4
it?
drips
It's
against
not-
the window.
Yeah, it's not really raining. It hasn't been really raining at all today.
It's not been really dry either, has it?
And it hasn't been. It's been like kind of a drizzly sort of.
been English weather.
Yeah, grey, dull. Yeah.
Here we go, lining up for
Certainly
the final
not-
177 heat.
Not like the racing though. So Thomas Childs and Ryan Walker lead the field round in great order and in good orderly fashion as well. That means we should get this thing underway. After that little bit of confusion there with the spinner, we do get things running into the first turn. Oh, and I'm not even going to have an attempt at who's leading that one up the hill of Lucy's Valley. Up and over the brow. There's the whole field. That will go into the chicane there. And who have we got just coming in underneath us? They're still sorting themselves out. And that's one of the LRG machines that is out. I think that's Keith Mason, who's had a spin at paddock. Caused consternation behind him. And we've
very wide there for the second place man.
We've definitely got a bit of track condition change, I think, Nick. The way these carts are sliding there out of Luna, we've not seen that all day. They're pretty stable and pretty solid.
Second and third's a big battle, Thomas Charles and Lawrence Hilton. But see what you're saying, because there was a huge tank-slappy moment there, sliding out.
Yeah, challenge there, side by side, over the brow of Lucy's Valley and into the Dunlop chicane. Out of there, I'm trying to fathom whether or not we are getting a change of track condition, because there's certain parts of this track that's just not affected whatsoever. This is the part of the track that I think might be
I think we've lost the 10 cart.
Towards Luna. Yeah, we've got a cart by the wayside. Yes, off they go. There's rain. There's rain at Luna.
Oh dear, oh Lord.
That is absolute confusion there. And we've got carts that are crossing onto the track and re-entering the track.
We've got rain.
We've got proper rain now. That is proper rain, and that's what happens on slick tyres when it rains. Drivers completely caught out. I can't see any stoppage being considered.
We've got a slippery weather flag out.
Right, that's right. The driver should have an idea now, but that could have been very nasty indeed. And this
it's drifting 101.
This is going to be very, very tricky to get these. I mean, we've still got 6 minutes of this race to get through.
But they should know where the issue is. We'll stick at the front with these first two.
Yeah, well, this is now onto the Rogerson Straight and down towards Luna.
Oh, look at it. Yeah, all the time it's trying to bite.
Now they know what to expect. They can back off a little.
Let's just see what happened when they didn't expect what was going on.
Yeah, you
look
turn
at that. Look at that. It did no bite. Turned it and it didn't bite.
Nothing happens.
This is a lap ago.
It's like on ice. And you see there the confusion reigns.
What's going? So, do you want to? Well, let's have a reposition. We'll go back with our leaders and we'll have a reposition if we can with our leader. And there's a team going through. Here's our leader. So we'll have a bit of a reposition here. And
right, here we go. Right, we've got the number 62 in our sights now. And he's definitely fighting that cart more than we have seen him do. So Thomas Childs it is that leads, Chris Thomas second. And it's going to be a tippy-toe event for the next 5 minutes, isn't it?
There's Charles in the 62. He's got a bit of a gap back to second place Chris Thomas. And then Alfie Williams. This is a bit of a leveler, isn't it? There's someone here who thought they were going to make a few points is going to be very upset, and someone who thought it was going to be a disaster is going to be very happy with a few points.
Well, it's going to be a bit of a leveler indeed, but local knowledge of where the grip is.
Like, are they a lot slower?
Oh, yeah, nearly 10 seconds slower.
That's weird. It doesn't even look that wet.
No, it is wet. You just need a little bit. Look at the rain coming down at Paddock Turn.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's heavy. Paul's got damn shoulders, and he's only been to the toilet. I'll not ask.
Right, I need to go and rescue someone's coat that's just fallen off.
So we've got the leader there. The rain is coming down, but there's enough of a dry track for it to dry off pretty much straight away. And we're seeing that. That's the power going down there, the acceleration going down there on Thomas Childs' cart as he crosses the line now. That's 5 laps completed. We're inside the second half of this third and final heat for Rotax 177s, and Thomas Giles is being caught by Chris Thomas and Alfie Williams. There is no question about it. Steve Gillies in the mix as well. Tim Darlow, he's in the mix in 8th. Chris Thomas, first of the Masters, is now right on the bumper of the number 62 of Thomas Giles on a Rogerson's. And this is the tricky bit. How hard do you push? How hard can Thomas Childs push to keep Chris Thomas behind him as they come out onto the start-finish straight? Thomas pulls alongside and goes down the inside, and that he made that look very easy. I'm pretty sure that was not as easy as Chris Thomas made that look. We've got a new leader into the final 3 minutes. Into the final 3 minutes of qualifying process here, with heats deciding the grids for the B and A finals of the Rotax 177 class. And we're just going to monitor exactly what sort of condition the track is in.
I was just out there a second ago, and it's not much rain, but each drop's really big.
Yes, so that's why we're seeing the change of track condition, isn't it? The precipitation's been building in the sky, hasn't it? It's been really great.
Even now,
look at the rain on that window.
But you look at it, you go out there and you look in 3 directions, you think this is never going to rain. Look at 4th direction, perhaps it is, and it's just falling out. It's one of those days where you think it's going to hold off all day, and then it doesn't.
Now, the thing is, Nick, right? We've got Chris Thomas, who's pretty much the quickest cart, certainly at the front. We've now got 96 Alfie Williams, who's about to overtake second place Thomas Giles. The thing is, Nick, those guys are on slicks. They didn't have a choice of tyre.
He's done him. I've never seen him. He's just done him going into Luna.
Yeah, if you're on the grid now, though, what do? If you're a Minimax driver, do you send your child out?
Most of them are staying on slicks.
Yes, I would suggest.
I think it's too. I think you would just rip a set of wets apart.
Yeah,
I mean, I know wets are free. Well, not free as in league. The rules they're free. It also costs money. But
well, what you mean, Nick, is
you can use.
You have to buy them,
but
you can use as many as you like.
That's the one. let's put it that way round, shall we? It's probably the English language. The same word means different things.
Yes.
I've always struggled with the English language, and I can't speak any others.
I think Thomas Childs will be happy with that third place that he finds himself in now. He's got a huge gap back to fourth. Just to give everybody an idea who's where, Chris Thomas leads, Alfie Williams is in second, Thomas Childs, that's the yellow and blue cart you see in our picture there, he's third. Lawrence Hilton's in fourth, and it's Cole Edwards in fifth, Steve Gilly in sixth, Tim Darlow seventh. Oh, Harrison Crook now up to seventh, and Tim Darlow down to eighth. Ben Johnson is ninth, and Keith Mason, who I'm pretty sure I saw spin off and pointing in the wrong direction, is up into 10th now. So he's really benefited from that massive incident which caught everyone out. Of course, if you're behind that quite a way,
you'll see everyone.
You see everybody spearing off and think, oh,
I'll just ease the brakes on a little bit.
Yeah.
Slow down, I'm moving too fast.
Right. Where's our leaders then, Paul? Because we've got zero time on the clock.
No, they've got another lap to go.
There's
they went over at 7:59.6.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, good point. Well spotted, Nick. He missed out by 4 tenths.
He has to do another lap in this conditions.
Yes,
another wet lap.
Oh my goodness!
I don't want to do it. You've got to do it. Another wet lap.
Another 2 laps.
Well, an extra wet lap, then he'd be 4 tenths behind.
Yeah. So that's second and third there. That's third place car.
Lots of drama in this one, caused by Mother Nature rather than the drivers. So the drivers then had to deal with the drama caused by Mother Nature. And it's resulted in a reasonably good result for Harry Wainwright. He's come up from the back to 14th. I find it hard to call this 177. Who's going to be where on the grid, I must admit.
I have no idea. I think we're probably going to have Philip Howarth up near the front and Steve Gilly.
There's the race finish.
But I think we've got a very
that race early.
A competitive field. They've pulled 1 lap early.
Yeah.
I think we saw it as 4 tenths.
Yeah.
I think the starter saw that as no time on the clock.
Right. Yeah.
Which was probably the right decision.
Obviously, there isn't a hundredth of a second clock inside the car.
Inside. Yeah.
They must have got it close enough. We've got the last lap ball out.
Yeah. So let's have a look and see who came where there. Chris Thomas took the win. Alfie Williams second. Thomas Childs third. Lawrence Hinton fourth. Cole Edwards fifth. Steve Gilly was sixth. Harrison Crook 7th, Tim Darlow 8th, 9th was Ben Johnson, 10th was Keith Mason, Ryan Walker was 11th, then we had Phil Horton, Harry Wainwright, Tommy Austin, Billy Clark, Aidan Hammond was 16th, 17th was James Frost, Scott Clee, Gary Cox, and rounding off the top 20 was Adrian Smith. Final heat of the weekend coming up then.
Before the finals?
Stand by, caller, let me finish. Let me finish.
I know people tuning away.
I know your job is to talk over me, Nick, but at least let me finish my sentences when I'm making a state. What? What are you looking at me like that for? What do you mean? Is that come as a shock to you? Right. What was I saying?
I don't know. I'm just a bit squashed by this bus you throw me under.
The last of the heats is coming up next.
Hello.
Then we go into our final. So we've got Minimax coming next. Everyone looks like they're on slicks. All 9 runners in Minimax are on slicks. And after this one, we've got the first of our finals will be Junior Rotax. But right now, Daniel Haynes, that's the number 4. That's the orange and black liveried card. 27 is Sonny Morgan. Hello, Sonny. Gives us a nice wave there. Hello, Daniel. Your job is to bring this field round nice and orderly so we can get things underway. I'm not jealous in any way of where you're at now, mate, because the track out there is neither wet nor dry.
Envious.
I would.
Anyway.
So there's Daniel and Sonny on the front row there.
And these massive great tyre marks off me.
Riley Thatcher is third with Zauri Vizarech.
You're having fun with that
I
name,
hope
aren't
I've
you?
said that right. On row 2. Row 3 is Leo Basterfield and Jack McGillicuddy. Daniel Parsons and Max Carlton are on row 4 with Seb Corking at the back on row 5. So, right, we are waiting for a couple of carts to be recovered. I can see one just over there. Nick, is there anything you want to talk about? What's coming up next in the series or anything? You've got anything that we're going to be looking out for on our Facebook page?
No, the most important thing of all is that if you are watching us on Facebook or you're watching us on the Control Sport YouTube, thank you. Lovely to see you. But we'd very much like it if you would wander over to the new Karting Live YouTube and subscribe, as we're going to make that a much more full-size motorsport karting orientated channel. But a couple of special events are going to be on that channel. A couple of special events you want to be involved in. If you like watching people talk or you like seeing classic cars. I'm not saying any more.
Can I see it?
Yeah, go on then.
It's Le Mans Classic, isn't it?
No, it's Studio Vision at Le Mans and something else I can't talk about classic
All
cars.
right, okay. Right, we've released them. The Mini Maxes have been let out. These young drivers will get their first taste of what the track conditions are.
I think they're dry now. Because that's been drying up for the window. Yeah.
Have a go at it?
No. 33. N.
That's for novice.
Ksari Vizorek, I'd say.
I'm going to have to find Gaz and...
yeah, I think it's probably best.
Gaz Berry will find out what the pronunciation is. Paul Mann, Daniel Haynes will head off and get some heat into these tyres. Ash is going to tell me if it's still raining or not. It's iffy.
So it's been iffy all day.
A little bit in the air still. It's not raining as heavily as it was, though, so we perhaps won't see the track.
I think the track's okay again now.
Yeah, I think so.
It'll drop.
Well, have you seen the pace of that warm-up lap? That's the pace lap, everybody. These drivers would be spearing off at a tangent. The energy that they're putting into that steering input is massive, and that's because they want to get the tyres working. They want to get the tyres. These slick tyres are absolutely like on ice. When they're cold, you have to warm them up. They've been told to slow it down. Daniel Haynes will do that exactly.
Well, they've gone so fast, no one could catch up.
Yeah, that's what happens, honestly. You get into a big national series and you can't keep up with everybody on the pace lap. That happened to me once. Right, here we go then. Daniel Haynes on the pole, Sonny Morgan alongside as they come out of Luna through the two right-hand kinks onto the Conrod Straight proper. And it'll be Daniel Haynes who gets his foot in. And it's the second road driver, Riley Thatcher, I think, who benefited as well. The field already corking off the back of that grid has already overtaken Carlton and Parsons by the looks of things.
Oh, it's gone round on the wet.
A spinner. I think that was Sonny Morgan.
Is that damp or too much ambition? Let's see it again.
A little bit of both, I think, there.
So he comes... Oh,
yeah, just a little bit too much speed there. I'm not sure who that was. I'm not sure who that was. So we've got Daniel Haynes still in... Yeah, it was who was that then? Daniel Haynes, Riley Thatcher, Sonny Morgan, Basterfield.
Must be Max Carlton in the back.
Vizorek, Daniel Parsons, McGillicuddy, Seb Corking. There it is, man. Daniel Haynes, Sonny Morgan, Basterfield. It was Max Carlton.
It wasn't Riley Thatcher.
Was it Riley Thatcher?
Must be Riley Thatcher.
I think it was Riley Thatcher who's gone round. Now he's clicked across the line. So it was Riley Thatcher. Now that the timing has caught up with us, Daniel Haynes is in second. Sonny Morgan is through into the lead. And that is Sebastian Corking in third. The LRG driver coming from the back of this 9-kart field. Behind Corking, we've got Basterfield and Daniel Parsons. And if anything, Corking looking like he's lining Daniel Haynes up very much for a go at him. Down the straight then, towards the braking area. Right on his bumper.
Second and third, close.
Not quick enough to get by him, though.
Nice lead.
Interesting.
Morgan now, broken nicely as he goes through the chicane for the third time. And it's 2, 3, 4 and 5 beginning to come together. So second and third very close. Haynes trying to hold off Corking. Haynes with the orange and black kart. Corking in the multicolour, but probably looks mostly white on the screen to you guys. Bit of flashes of red. But nice little bit of gappage there by Haynes. Pulls away. But now we have 4 karts in a almost train. Slight gap between third and fourth.
The way that Corky moved onto the back of Haynes, I expected him to move straight by him. Man, now it happens. Corky moving alongside Haynes and moving into that second place as they get towards the braking area for that first turn. Then into the S's, up Lucy's Valley, over the brow, down towards the Dunlop chicane. And now the question on everybody's lips, with 5 minutes of this race remaining, can Sebastian Corking catch Sonny Morgan? The gap was about a second between first and second last time by. I can tell you the track conditions look like they've become dry again.
Lap time's saying that as well?
Yeah, lap time's down to 47s, which is about right for a mini-max. Here we go then across the line. That looks narrower than a 1 second gap.
Nice job at the inside there by the
change
119 Basterfield. And in fact, they're both going past the 4. So they're not a great couple of seconds there for Daniel Haynes as both Basterfield and Parsons go past him at the end of the straight. And they come up over the valley into the Joe Dunlop chicane. And it's all change. And this little gaggle of third, fourth and fifth perhaps can bridge the gap to first and second.
First and second closing massively. Corking closed the gap to 7/10. And Corking now just drawing up to the rear bumper of Sonny Morgan into Luna. And just look at that. There is no gap whatsoever now. The gap was 7/10 of a second. He's taken that 7/10 out of him. And if anything, Corking looking like he's going to shape up for a move. Whether it be this lap, it is going to be this lap. Down the inside into the braking area for turn 1.
Lovely.
Now into the S's and up Lucy's Valley. New leader, he had the wherewithal to just open his radiator flap as well.
Morgan, though, not necessarily going to be thrown off by this because obviously a lot of that overtake is done by the advantage of the slipstream. So now if he can stay close during these next few corners, round Paddock Bend and now through the complicated left-hand complex before down Rogerson Straight. At this point now he needs to stay close enough so he himself can gain the benefit of the slipstream and perhaps get him back again.
We've just cleared half distance. Going into the final 3 minutes, in fact, very soon. And a change of leader for the first time. Seb Corking will show in the lead of this heat. But no, Sonny Morgan coming back at him. And down the inside, these two swapping places like they're playing a deck of cards. Swapping cards. Football cards. I knew what I meant in my head, but it didn't come out right.
It's the Panini football stickers of racing.
Yes, it is. Sonny Morgan. You know what? Seb Corking's gives Sonny Morgan a bit of a wake-up call.
And he's absolutely going for it now, isn't he, Corking? But he's got to get himself back ahead of Morgan, who took him beautifully at the end of the straight in a tit-for-tat move.
Yes. Now then, if anything, Sonny Morgan has, I think, been surprised by the presence. He did take 7/10 out of him in that lap that he overtook him. Now then, can Corking come back?
I think he can.
I think he can. He's got the slipstream. Maybe
not. Well, it looks so far back, but he's still got a chance. And they've changed again. So what they need to do is work out backwards how many laps there are to go, and we can work out who'll be in the lead.
Absolutely, yeah. There
was no real attempt by Morgan to actually prevent Corking going past.
No, he just let him, didn't he? It's very wide here at Three Sisters. Plenty of room. Seb's a NASCAR fan.
Is he?
Yeah.
So he's okay going left.
So he's okay. Yeah, he's a NASCAR fan, and he's all right going too wide through corners, I think. And very rare for a young British kid to be in the NASCAR.
It's very hard to watch it these days. It's another story entirely.
Yes. Here we go. Sonny Morgan's turn this time.
No.
Corking.
If you want to go, you have to go around.
Yeah,
around the long way. Yeah, he blocked him. Basically, he stayed in the inside. He took out the momentum from Morgan and then moved back on his line again. And Morgan was like, I don't know what to do really. But then, in fairness, actually, Morgan wants to overtake him not this lap but next lap.
90 seconds or thereabouts left. So here we go. You're right, Nick. It's going to be like who wants to lead. It's like an oval race. Seb will be over the moon with this. It's like an oval race. Who wants to lead?
He's got a little bit of a gap. It's just
he's pulled a gap, but this is where Sonny Morgan closes it. Look at that, quite a variation in the line there. Now they come. Now the slipstream kicks in, and here comes Sonny Morgan again.
And if he's got any sense, he'll let him go, and he does.
Yeah, he does
because he knows there's one more trip down the straight. Because the next time they'll trip the beam, it'll be 4 seconds to go.
You've got to stay with him, though. That's the chance you take. So into the Dunlop chicane. There's the paddock on the left of the drivers there. And in the paddock turn. And
Keeping close.
Corking's staying together. He is staying on the tail of Sonny Morgan.
Oh,
Sonny Morgan will want to
don't know,
try
he lost a little bit there.
Nah, but it closes back up, Nick,
Yeah,
on the Rogerson
that's
straight.
a bigger gap than we've seen for a long time.
I've got to say, I think you're right, mate. I think you're right. Can he get the slipstream? I think he can, you know.
He just picked up some momentum
Yeah.
now.
Here he comes.
But
10 seconds.
why doesn't Morgan go super defensive?
2 more laps to go. 2 more laps to go. So there is time. Now then, Morgan needs to pull out all the stops and break that toe from that second place kart of Seb Corking.
Corking's closer this time. He needs to make a push.
He's got to stay closer through this section here.
He lost it actually on the left-hand turn. He was fine here, and he lost it during this complex here.
Yes.
The left hairpin followed by chicane.
Yeah. This is where he's got to hang with him.
And again, a little bit wide.
He does go a bit wider than Sonny Morgan. That's where he loses the time.
Carrying more speed, though, through Rogerson Straight. Round Luna.
Oh, that's closer.
It's going to be an arse.
Yeah, it is.
But it's
Last
this
lap
point
board.
now, Morgan needs to put himself in a position. Actually, Morgan got a good drive out of there. He's
defends.
gone defensive.
He
He's gone
defends.
defensive the first time.
Final lap for these two. Sonny Morgan leading. Seb Corking right on his bumper.
And Corky's now thought, well, anything I can do, get around the outside to the... No, he's going to do anything he can do now is try and get... And he's not close now. He should have been literally as close as he possibly could and then just got the inside here.
Yeah, but you've
at
got...
Paddock Bend.
You've got Sonny Morgan driving defensively now. He defended into the Dunlop chicane. He's defended into Paddock. Here he comes. We know he's quicker out of here. Not this time, though.
Doesn't need to be.
Yeah, but we've seen before how there is very little... There's not enough track to slipstream by to the line. And this is his last chance. Corking's got to get by him now, and I'm not sure that's going to happen.
No, it's good. Morgan's driven the last 3 laps really sensibly.
Yeah, and Corking knows that.
Oh, and he gave him a wave for a heat win.
Sonny Morgan fought hard for that.
Yeah,
he fought hard for that.
It's a good race.
Very good race. Great way to finish the Minimax third and final heat. Sonny Morgan takes the win. Seb Corking second. Daniel Parsons it was in third. Leo Basterfield in fourth. And Max Carlton it was in fifth. Daniel Haynes finally came through in sixth. Zauri Vizorek is in seventh. Riley Thatcher eighth. And Jack McGillicuddy finishes ninth, our final finisher. That's our heats concluded for round one of the Junction 6 NKC. We've already got our B finalists for Junior Rotax already lined up. And qualifying on pole position for the Junior Rotax B final, Alfie Bushell, would you believe?
On the B? In the B?
Yeah. Well, we knew he had a bit of a torrid time with that non-finish. So, just to remind everybody, it's 4 qualifiers. The important position to focus on is who was fourth and who was fifth. Alfie Bushell's on pole. Jay Leverton is alongside. Joshua Delicata is in third place on row 2. Freddie Moore is alongside. Row 3 is Ellie Anderson and Reese Green. Row 4 is Luca Mulvaney and George Kate. Luca, remember, having that big off at the Dunlop chicane. That's put him down the order. Row 5 is Jamie Salter and Louis Reese. Row 6, Freddie Theobald and Jacob Bainham. Archie Hardiman and James Burgess are on row 7, with row 8, Leighton Burrell and Maxim Smith. Ellis Warlock and Alex Timmins are on row 9. Row 10 is Alex Dole and Marty Gilfillan. And then the 21st place on the grid, final place on the grid, Billy Vogt. So we've got a man waving at us on the dummy grid there.
Hello, man waving.
Yeah, he's obviously waving to people at home who can say, "We can see you on the live stream."
We can see you. Hello.
Yeah. If
Actually,
you know
he's
his
got his phone. I think he's looking at himself.
If you know his name,
you won't realise we're talking about it. No, he's looking at it now. Am I on? Yeah.
Yeah, you know, if you know his name, let us know. Just waiting for the go ahead. As Luca Mulvaney taking some last minute words from his dad.
Somewhere? Yeah, the Nissan Duke's meandered off somewhere.
So 4 places qualify through to the A final from this one. So you've got 21 protagonists. Archie Bushell will be the driver who will want to get away from the rest of everybody and put that to bed very early on. So we're just waiting for a bit of cart recovery.
No, he went out and he's come back on his own.
Yeah, he hasn't found anybody that needed a lift
He's
back.
like the vultures and bedknobs and broomsticks running out hoping to find an injured vehicle, not finding it.
So the Nissan Duke will
Or is he just doing laps?
Put the clock on him. Put the
Oh
watch
no,
on
he's
him.
come right back to here going, oh, I've found a piece of something. Something's fallen off someone's car he's collected.
Cart.
Something's fallen off people's cart.
That's 3.
It's an exhaust.
Is it?
Half an exhaust, yes. The back end of the exhaust, the second silencer on a Mini Max has fallen off.
Oh,
There you are.
Very good. That's somebody's property that they don't have to replace now.
I think it needs welding.
So the B finals are exactly the same duration as our heats. They're 8 minutes and 1 lap. As we get the startup signal and get these Junior Rotax B finalists released. A few wet patches there in the collecting area I noticed there. So they've
hardly dried all day.
Yeah,
They got soaked yesterday and they've hardly dried.
Yeah, it rained really heavy here on Friday.
There's more rain overnight as well, wasn't there? So, waiting for the cars to click
That's 4.
over.
That's 4.
Oh, stop it.
No, he said cars 4 times now. It's getting towards unacceptable, Nick.
Well, I'll fire myself then, shall I? Oh, dear.
Yeah, all slick still.
I think I thought you were contrary.
Who, me? How rude. Yeah, Gasbury confirms everybody on slicks there. We're kind of, I think that was meant from the previous race, actually, because we saw from the third and final heat for Mini Max that we didn't really have any issues with track conditions. The driver's still weaving, though, to get some heat into those slick tyres, get them up to optimum temperature. We'll probably see that after about 2 laps of racing, but right now, because it's still pretty chilly out there, isn't it?
It's not a warm day.
No, it's certainly about 9 degrees, I think, as the field come through. Nice order of grid there, everybody in position, and we should get things underway with Alfie Bushell moving away at the front, off the front row, and into the lead into turn 1. Rest of the field following him through.
Got to be a strong favourite for this race, Bushell, isn't he?
Oh, he's got to be. He's got to be. Remember, though, Nick, it's that 4th place. That's the final qualifying position to start off the back of the grid in the A final. And if anything, that's kart 111, Luca Mulvaney, who has gone from 7th up to 3rd and into a qualifying place.
He's looking for second now, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He's very much. And he's also coming under pressure.
Second, third and fourth.
So as Alfie Bushell crosses the line to complete 1 lap, the battle there is for those 2nd, 3rd and 4th places. They're beginning to break away, or are they? I was about to say that, and then that 5th place kart of Freddie Moore comes into the frame. So Bushell, Jay Leverton, Luca Mulvaney, Reese Green, they're the 4 qualifiers at the moment. Freddie Moore, George Kay, Joshua Delacarta, they'll be wanting to get involved. But right now, Reese Green is itching to get by Luca Mulvaney. Almost touching the rear bumper of Mulvaney.
So this is Green, who's down here after that accident in the previous race. It knocked him off. Remember, he was running in 3rd and 4th and got spun off the track. And that cost him the points. He's ended up in the B final and has to work his way up. These little things that go wrong in the heats come back to bite you when they get arranged for the finals.
That's that all-important 4th place that Mulvaney and Reese Green's battling over. Reese Green will not want to do anything stupid. And coming into the fray is Freddie Moore. So it's developing into a 3-car battle. Mulvaney only in his first real full season of karting. He's only been karting since, I think his dad said, October.
Wow.
So that's really, really good form to be running at the front of the B final. Here they come then. That's what we're focusing on. 3rd and 4th, who have broken away slightly from Freddie Moore, who around the rest of the lap, it's got to be said, does seem to close up
Oh, now
onto
second,
the back.
third, fourth. There's a little error from Leverton going into the corner at the end of the straight. Now we've got a train of carts, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Well, Jay Leverton, he's only in his 4th ever race. So, they're in the B final, but these youngsters are only just starting out. And Jay Leverton, that we saw in the paddock show, being mentored by the old grandmaster himself, Paul Ozan. He's with Ozan Racing, and considering how composed he looks, in fact, Leverton, Mulvaney, Reese Green, but Mulvaney and Leverton brand new to this sport, really, just off novice plates.
Yeah, Freddie Moore, he's
trying to hang on, isn't he?
He's trying to hang on. I think he's pushing. I think it's at the edge of his speed ability to stay on the back of these 4. But they are liable at any point to trip each other up. Now, what they need to realise is the guys in 2nd, 3rd and 4th need to realise that they are not battling for anything more than a yard or 2 or a metre or 2 on the grid. And they need to just think about that and how it moves forward. And Reese there looking all round the back of Luca Mulvaney.
Yeah, they seem settled, don't they? They seem to not. I mean, Reese Green doesn't seem like he's mounting a challenge. He's just he's sat there. They are edging away from Freddie Moore.
I think Reese doesn't like being in the first drop position. I think he wants to move up 1 place at least to give himself a cushion. And Mulvaney is his attempted overtakeree. That's the
overtakeree.
The blue and the M11 cart, and now on the back of it now, suddenly Freddie Moore's gone, I've got a bit of I'm up to speed, my tyres are warm, I'm feeling happier.
He closes
through the complex. This is a Formula car, you'd say he's got too much downforce on, so he loses it on the straight and he gains it all in the corners, but...
Yeah, he hasn't got any downforce.
He's got a little bit from his nose.
He's got a little bit.
Oh, now he's going for it. So I think Reese...
Oh, yes, and Mulvaney's pulled away from Reese Green.
Yeah, Green must have had a bad exit. So Green now...
Well, no, Mulvaney has moved onto the rear bumper of Leverton. So Mulvaney's upped his pace onto the rear bumper of Leverton. In fact, these 4 are coming together. Oh, my goodness, this is becoming a bit intense with 3 minutes remaining.
Yep. Now, Bushel's doing what he needs to do is controlling the lead. Because one of the advantages of having a B final is you get extra time. One of the disadvantages is you get extra time on your tyres. So... if you want to do the least damage you can whilst bumping up, I'm sure Bushel's confident if he gets into the A final, he can gain several positions during that for the points that are required. No points for this race, of course.
Leverton was under a lot of pressure from Mulvaney.
Dropping out and through he goes. But switch back.
Yeah, he went in too hard. Let's
see that one again.
A little bit of desperation creeping in for Mulvaney.
I'm going to go for it.
He came from nowhere, didn't he? And that's how much momentum he was carrying. He just couldn't gather it up, could he? So that's put him in. Now that's put him back. Oh, change for 4th. Change for 4th is Freddie Moore.
And that's a key one. The change for 4th is the absolute key one, because that's a change for bumping up.
Now, there's no question that Luca Mulvaney is feeling like he's been stifled by Leverton. That's why he's getting a little bit desperate. Luca knows that he's in 3rd. He's not in any position. He's done it again. He's gone from nowhere. Can he gather it up, though?
He has this time. Got it this time, but
he learnt his lesson from the previous one.
But it's Reese Green, I think, who's got to be more concerned, because he's sort of dropped off there. He had a problem in that corner. He's dropped off these 4.
Takes a bit of a bump up the backside. Leverton there under pressure from that number 68 of Freddie Moore.
Oh, that played superbly into Reese Green there, because it held both of them up, and Green, who gapped off and lost it, suddenly gains contact again. But now, Louis Reese in the 47 cart, the man who had to rebuild both his body and his cart in the last week, is on the back of this in potential bump up.
Oh, my goodness, yes, the KR Sport chassis has now come into play, and that's a challenge from Freddie Moore on Jay Leverton. Oh, my goodness, he does make that stick. So Freddie Moore up to 3rd. Jill Leverton is now in jeopardy of not qualifying.
Green gave him a little shove. Hopefully that's not done his nose. He had a little bit of a whinge at the back of Leverton.
So it's Jill Leverton now exposed to non-qualify with less than a minute remaining. The youngster only in his 4th ever karting weekend. That's Luca Mulvaney.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Mulvaney second.
What can Green
Leverton
do?
now in fourth. It's Freddie Moore behind Mulvaney. He has a look. He can see the gap. Still Leverton sits there. He hasn't. He's going to sit there.
No, he's got him.
Oh, he has.
11.
He now has.
Reese Green on the come through, and suddenly Mulvaney was happy and confident, had no problem at all. Is out and falling backwards.
No, it's Leverton.
Leverton, sorry, who was happy and confident. It's him anyway. He's not there anymore.
That's Mulvaney in
Mulvaney
second.
It's Leverton
Second,
who's dropped
third,
back. Who's dropped back from second to fifth. The key point.
That's very true. Yeah. Oh, they're bunching up, aren't they?
Reece,
they're tripping over one another. Leverton's going to come back into it.
Could get two
Leverton's
places.
going to get third, or is he? No, he's into fourth. And with no time on the clock, it'll be one lap to go, Bo, next time by. So Alfie Bushell has checked out. He's got 2.7 seconds. Then it's Luca Mulvaney in second. Reese Green shows in second, and that's an off.
Oh, it's an off for Freddie, isn't it?
Oh, I'm
Freddie
not sure
Moore.
who that is.
I think
Is that
Freddie
Freddie
Moore's
Moore?
gone, yeah. Let's see that one again, because we know the four are going to qualify now, because one of them's out. And it was a 68. Came into that was just a throw it up at the end and see what happens.
Yes, but we think that Reese Green might have fallen back into fifth.
Let's find
That's
out.
Mulvaney in second.
I think you might be right.
That's Leverton in third. Leverton third. Who's that in fourth?
I think that's
Louis
Reese. Louis Reese is going to do it. Reese is going to get it on that last lap, so it costs two of them. Reese gets it into the final bump up place. All because of that last instant. Let's see that one again. Let's see the instant again, Paul.
That's what cost the qualification.
So in goes Freddie. He goes right over. Oh, yeah, and Reese then loses all momentum up the hill, and he's snaffled by the recovering Louis Reese. So bad news for Reese Green there. Louis Reese has done it and qualifies for the A final in about an hour's time, I think. Perhaps a bit less than an hour. So, good start to the B finals.
Yeah, great start. That was. I do like the B finals insofar as you've got that battle for that fourth place. That becomes very intense in situations like that. We've got another one coming up, and we've got the senior Rotax B final coming up next.
Well, this I can tell you right now. This B final has even more karts in it.
Yes, we've got 30. We've got 33. Yeah, 60 plus entries will give you a 30 plus kart B final.
There's the Rescue Duke.
So we'll have a look at the grid order in a moment when we recover the number 23 of James Burgess. Great stuff from those junior runners. So Alfie Bushell qualifies through. Luca Mulvaney came second. He will qualify through. Jill Leverton was the third qualifier. And Louis Reese, the fourth qualifier. Unfortunate incident there causing Reese Green to drop down to fifth. So drama as ever in the Junction 6 NKC Championship. We've become used to drama in NKC karting.
Ready to go. And he gets his little drive around. Oh, he looks very relaxed. He's enjoying himself. Oh, Paul now thinks it's his new job to be driving the Duke. Oh, no, he's sitting in the back in the cart. So Paul wants to be in. I would say that. I don't think you can sit in that cart because that's a junior's cart size.
Plenty of fresh
very,
air.
very narrow hips.
Plenty of fresh air.
And you have many things, Paul, but not that. So the lap of dukedom going on, waving to the crowd. Who is that? He's very relaxed.
It's James Burgess.
Look how relaxed he is.
Yeah, his day's over. He knows that.
You can pack up the tent.
Round one, tick the box. See you at Rowra.
Better mend it.
Better luck next time, James. Bad luck, mate.
But he has got a free ride in the Duke.
Yeah.
See Louis Large down in the collecting area.
Yeah, he's got. Let's see who he's got in this then, shall we? We've got on pole Alexander Mazoyan on the pole with George Sanders alongside. Dan Andrews and John Hobbs, it is on row 2. Luke Evans and Toby Case are on row 3. Current champion Simon Keeble finds himself in the B final here, and he's finding himself 7th qualifying for the B final. 8th alongside him is Marcus King. Jack Hayes Roberts and Tom Eldridge are on row 5. It's Patrick Williams Rohage on row 6 with Scott Lowther. Mackenzie Stevens and Liam Deedman are on row 7. Row 8 is Christopher Harris and Joseph McQueen, with Matt Lewin and Robbie Rathbone on row 9. Row 10 is Robbie Rigby and Kieran Gifford. Ben Harper and Ben Fakini are on row 11. Louis Ball and Lewis Berry. Louis Ball, Lewis Berry, different spellings, are on row 12. Adam Cerner and Grizzly Davis are on row 13. Jacob McDonald and Benjamin Boros are on row 14. Callum Farley and William Jones are on row 15, with Martin Ingham and Aaron Knight on row 16. And then the final qualifier of our Senior Road XP final is Rob Statham in 33rd. We've had Zenon Racing and Jam Racing on our front row before, haven't we? These two drivers. I'm not sure if it's the same drivers. We've got Mazoyan in the 91. He's with Jam Racing. And we've got George Sanders, I should say. He's on the 56. Sarah Darlow shouting at somebody down there. I'm not sure who.
Oh, it's a car that's being wheeled back too slowly.
All right, okay.
We
get the go. We get the get go. We can go.
We can go. We're go-getters, aren't we?
Yes.
Off they roll. Senior Rotax B final. 30 riders and drivers and pilots fighting for 4 places into the A final.
That's the excitement of it all, isn't it? It really is. Oh, we've got news that Simon Keeble is a non-starter, current Senior Rotax champion. He's had
a bad day, hasn't he?
A bad day indeed.
This is one of his drop rounds then.
Yeah, indeed. The championship crept up on him somewhat. He wasn't aware that he'd actually won the championship the final round when he finished. I've said that before. So we get things kicked off then. The first 4 qualifiers again. That's who we are. And I'm not sure if that is. So that's George Sanders with the dodgy. No, it's not George Sanders. I don't know who that is with the dodgy transponder at the top of the timing screen.
That'll probably go at this point.
Yes, it will.
That was actually the guy being wheeled back on the back of the Duke. Fired that.
Right, okay.
That was Duke guy.
That makes sense.
Right, so are they going to line up properly?
Yeah, they will. Well, as they get towards the left-hander at where they are now, at Luna, that's where they will sort themselves out. And that looks like everyone's caught up. We've got a good grid order. If they keep the pace down, the starter will like that. Paul Mann, Mazoyan does indeed do that. And he gets things underway very nicely indeed. Side by side, the front row, that's a very clean start. But out and into the lead has gone George Sanders.
Oh, and off went the person in about second or third. The other one's with John Hobbs from third to off the grid.
That's a tragedy. That's a tragedy.
He will not be bumping up because you don't start the back of a 30-car grid with 8 minutes and get through.
Already defensive driving from the number 1, Mazoyan, who wants to keep the number 34 behind him.
There's a big kerfuffle there. So there's a big kerfuffle at the end of that corner, which we didn't see the end of.
That someone's lost an exhaust as well.
Yeah, I think at the back end, going to the first corner, at the back end of the grid, there was a big kerfuffle. 4 or 5 cars, the carts, 17th time.
We'll identify who that is because we're just crossing the line now. So Sanders leads, Mazoyan second, James Wood up into third, Dan Andrews it was in fourth.
There's a big pack of people who got involved in that John Hobbs incident.
Marcus
Hobbs,
King.
Evans, Hayes Roberts, Williams Ra.
That's half the field.
I think that must be an error. that must be an error on the.
Yeah, just clicking through.
Oh no. Oh yeah, got it all through. Yeah. So basically, there was a big gap, really, between between 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th. About 4 of them caught out the back. Mackenzie Stevens, Benjamin Boris has had a very busy day. Louis Ball, and Louis Berry all had issues, and John Hobbs we saw was spun off in that first lap. But now back to the action. Leading is Sanders. Let's drop it back a little bit. I think 4th and 5th is the key point here. So Sanders goes past underneath, and it's Alexander Mazurian, James Wood, Dan Andrews, and Marcus King. And it is 4th and 5th, thankfully, quite close together, as that's where the battle should be.
1, 2, 3, 4. That's James Wood. Who's that? That's
Dan
the 26.
Andrews and King, that should be.
Marcus King. Now, Marcus King in 5th place, chasing down Dan Andrews in 4th. Marcus King didn't have an entry on Friday. He didn't have an entry for this round and snuck in the back door.
Was he reserve?
When someone dropped out, he was a reserve, and he turned up. He turned up and practiced on Friday, and he turned up on Saturday morning without an entry. He wasn't in the event. So him and his dad stayed in a hotel, came here on Saturday morning, first thing, at the door, when the organisers turned up to unlock the door, metaphorically, he was there saying, "Can I race?" And I think they must have felt sorry for him and just squeezed him on. So he's and he's a beginner as well. So he's just starting out.
So 4, 5, 6 now together, because they've been joined by the 81 car of Robbie Rathbone, who's come through well. Andrews.
We dropped back one car too many.
We're at 6, 7, 8, aren't we? With 23. Yeah, need to move forward.
Yeah, that's the car.
Well, that's
and he's gone. He's gone home.
No,
he's going
never coming back. That's
okay.
it. I'm not going to have a ride in the Duke or anything.
Yeah, my dear.
So there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So 2, 3, 4, and 5 are together. The leaders away, and they're 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Oh, and they've managed to hit each other. That was very, very silly.
That's Dan Andrews. And the number, is that the number 12?
Yep.
That is James Wood. They were the final 3rd and 4th qualifiers. That is tragedy for those drivers. All they had to do was sit where they were. James Wood will be absolutely beside himself. He is. You can see him breathing heavily.
So they need to get those carts out.
I'm not sure what caused that. In fairness to the cart that was on top of James's cart, that might not have anything to do with anyone.
There's a lot of work for the Nissan Dukes to do at the end of this race.
Yeah, they're still on the track there.
I would think those things would start again with those road taxis. They could just fire them up and go, couldn't they?
Well, what's the point?
Well, no, later.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
So where are we at now? Sanders leads. Missouri in 2nd. King is 3rd. Rathbone is 4th from Lowther. Now, that's Rathbone, Lowther, the 81 and the 50.
Well, Rathbone is 2 seconds behind Marcus King.
Yeah, but Rathbone's in 4th. That's the key point.
Yeah, but Scott Lowther is a half a second.
And there they are on screen.
And that's them right there. Well spotted, Nick. well gathered together.
Thank you very much, love.
Yes. So Lowther's in the yellow and blue livery, chasing down the... It's kind of black and white, isn't it?
Yeah.
Black and white livery of Robbie Rathbone. Oh, no, that Scott Lowther. Scott Lowther's with ST Racing, I believe.
No, he's certainly got some pace on the 81. Rathbone is like a sitting duck at the moment.
Yeah, Lowther looks like he means business, doesn't he? But Rathbone, he's got pace. The slipstream will come into play here, though. Oh, and Rathbone defending already. 2.5 minutes. The time has flown by in this B final. 2.5 minutes for Scott Lowther to be the final qualifier for the Senior Road Tax A final.
I wonder if he's going to try and move up the inside of paddock, because I think it was pretty obvious that Rathbone knows how to defend into the end of the Comrod Straight. No, good line there from Rathbone, not leaving anything to chance. Right behind him, probably shoving him along at some points here, the 50 of Scott Lowther.
Yeah, he's got momentum, which brings him onto the rear bumper, doesn't he? He's got to be careful, though. He doesn't want to bump a penalty.
He's holding tight through Luna there, which I don't think necessarily gives him the best exit. His nose is down. He's got a 5-second penalty. I'm sure his nose is down. You're an expert at this. Look at the 50. I think his nose is down.
Oh, right. So
just have a look at it. You're better than me at that thing because you're an experience with it, but I think his nose is down.
Oh, I tried. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah,
he's got a nose penalty. Doesn't matter anyway. He's got a 5-second nose penalty.
Yeah, I think he has. Yes, he's got a big tyre mark on it as well. Yeah, so what we mean by nose penalty is if you notice the front of the number 50, the yellow and blue cart there in the picture, the front nose cone is trailing the ground. They've got a detachable nose. If you hit them hard enough, they will become detached, and it's to deter people from contact driving. It's to deter people from pushing one another off, which was always part of the game when I raced, to be honest. But obviously, it calls for unclean racing, which is not something we want to see. So Scott Lowther looks like he's about to challenge for that final.
And if you come in with a detached
So
nose,
yes, I didn't finish my sentence there, did I, Nick? So, thanks for gathering me up. So when you come in after the race, that is inspected, and it's called a nose penalty if it's become detached, and you pick up a 5-second penalty. So 5 seconds is added to your race time. So at the moment, Scott Lowther, who's showing in 5th place, 5 seconds behind him is 9th. He'd be in 9th place.
which obviously, if it was a point-scoring heat, would be unfortunate. But for a top 4 only qualifying into the main A final, it's disastrous.
Yes. Now the thing is, Robbie Rathbone will not know.
No. This is when you want cart to pit radio.
Cart to pit radio. Or
let him through. It doesn't matter. He's got a 5-seconder.
Yeah. Yeah. 0 time on the clock next time by for George Sanders. And there is... Yeah, you can see it flopping around, can't you? That's pretty definitive. We've got George Sanders, who's now onto his final lap. Marcus King, fabulous. Marcus King.
I don't think we mentioned him the entire time, did we? He must have snuck into
we did. No,
we
did.
Snuck in during that accident earlier.
He snuck up into second. He's in the Masters, though.
We'd have to be seeing
if he's over 35,
Anyways,
I'm like, what?
How old are you? He's 106. So Sanders has won by 8 seconds.
Yeah. Well, there was all that shenanigans behind him, wasn't it?
So Sanders is going to bring home the senior Rotax B final by 8 seconds. Second place is Marcus King. Third place is Alexander Nazorian. Fourth is Robbie Rathbone. Those are your qualifiers. Scott Lowther, well, he's scored 5th, but he finished lower than that because of his nose penalty. Then it's Matt Lewin, Tom Elmridge, Ben Ficini, Patrick Williams-Ra, Ben Harper, Grace Lee Davis, Jack Hayes-Roberts. And Joe's gone. I assume for a natural break. The only problem is I need to make sure. I'm not sure if I've actually got the. Have I got the B final? I have. Yep. I've got the grid for the B final for the Rotax one. There will be a bit of a gap here because we know there's a lot of work to be done by the Nissan Duke in its rescue football. There are two. Oh no, one of those 2 carts that need rescuing is just driven off now. I'm not sure they both have actually. Is there actually no requirement for Duke helpage? Has everyone got back under their own steam? Yep, they're driving back under their own steam and going around the loop. Okay, so this is the grid for the B final of the 177. Top 4 to bump into the A. It's Alex Jones in pole, Jai Oliver second, Billy Clark is third, Reece Llewellyn fourth. Starting 5th, it's Steve Stewart. 6th is James Frost. 7th, Stephen Horner. 8th, Lee Todd. 9th, Gary Cox. 10 is Tyler Kelsey. 11th, Ben Johnson. 12th, Billy Watts. 13th, Tommy Austin. Chris Scriver is 14th and Dan Millwood starts 15th. 16th is Dan Fleckney. 17th, Jonathan Harrison. 18th, Daniel Hammett. 19th is Ryan Walker. 20th, Mike Edwards. 21st, Neil Hemming. 22nd, Adrian Hammond. 23rd, Alan Cook. 24th, Paul Horton. 25th, Brian McCready. 26th on the grid is Brendan Smith. 27th is Oliver Smith. And then it's Taylor Adams in 28th. 29th, Martin Heath. 30th is Simon Kavanagh. 31st is Colin Campbell. 32nd is Dan Edwards. 33rd is Steve Loggin. And 34th is Danny Russell. That is the proposed grid. I'm not certain everyone's going to start. A little bit of a delay here. Not sure what they're tidying up because there's no Nissan Duke action as we speak. Cars sitting on the grid. Appears to be another cart and driver perhaps waiting to get moving. I'm not quite sure what's happening. The cart, he's left his cart there. I'm not sure he's going to get back. He's running back his own. So just trying to work out why we don't have a rolling off yet. So some people waiting to get going. Huge amount of expectation on the grid there. They're all thinking, well, there we go. It was that driver stuck in the middle for some reason. I'm not sure whether perhaps they're not rescuing his cart for some reason. Anyway, off we go. Rolling out for the effectively 1.5 laps of warm-up they get. Sort of the half lap initially when they roll out of this position. And then they go onto the circuit for a lap and they try and slow down in time to get a clean start. Good luck, Dan, says Jenny Thomas. I'm not sure which Dan it is. Are there any Dans in this race? Dan Andrews. There we are. There's one Dan. If it's not Dan Andrews, apologise, Jenny Thomas. But we never know. Come on, Ben and Tom, says TF666. Oh, that was wrong. Dan Fleckney, it probably was Dan Fleckney because it's a different heat. So get the new heat thing. This one, I'm not sure this is for now or previous. Is a Ben and a Tom? No. We've got a Ben Johnson. I don't see a Tom, though. Anyway, good luck to everybody. Top 4 bump into the A final. Oh, Tommy Austin. Yeah, it could be that. So we may have a Ben and a Tom in the world of pointing out names on the screen. Let's see if they can get themselves a nice clean start as they ease themselves through the complex. They're going a lot slower than some of the others we've seen, so they've decided to go for a much more sensible start. Pace led actually more by Jay Oliver, who's of course the starting number 2 position. Alex Jones in pole in the 78. Will start on the inside of the line. There he goes. As they come to the start in what can only be described as one of the greatest pieces of timing in the history of the world. I'll comment. Oh, he stopped. He could have made it. Hang on. They're about to get going, and Joe. So there we are. You can have an actual break. We're off.
We can. Into the first turn, then pole man Alex Jones looks like he's got the lead. But who's that round? He's like, no. He clings onto it. And it's now that I find out I'm out of breath. Up and over the valley and into the Joey Dunlop chicane then for the first time. 8 minutes and 1 lap remaining. Remember, it's all about that 4th place.
Certainly is. They come round and through the paddock bend for the first time. A little bit of an argy-bargy. Eased out slightly there between positions 4 and 5. And they now trundle on through. Well, the all-black number 6, Reese Llewellyn, I think it's amazing. He's literally invested no money whatsoever in stickers. He's just bought some black bodywork and that's it. He's put nothing on it apart from that. And to be honest, that's what I'd do.
That's because of weight.
I know.
That's because of weight.
He's about to lose a position, I think, to 66 Horner. But no, he's gone defensive and blocked him off. And then Horner gets up the inside anyway and sweeps through. So Horner goes into 4th place. And a nasty little squiggle there meant that Llewellyn actually lost a bit of momentum and now put himself in the grasp of what I assume is James Frost.
And but Horner's gone to 3rd.
This is 5 and 6. So, yes, so the first 2 are away.
Horner's gone to 3rd. He also got past Billy Clark.
That's some pace,
now, the thing about that, I mean, that's a great move. Reese Llewellyn's carrying the number 6 because he came 6th in the championship. So for Stephen Horner, that's a great move. And he'd be annoyed. He'd be and that's two
off.
Carts going off there.
Not sure what happened there.
Was that wasn't Horner, was it?
Did we catch enough of that one? I don't think we did. It was just the back of the shot, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But it was nice to make an appearance on the show, wasn't it?
Horner moving through for 2nd now.
Wow. It was Steve Stewart and Gary Cox who fell off, by the way.
Horner is on fire. He's on the LRG, remember? So he's got good backup there. Good waft. And good team support. Just lifts his radiator. He's got his eyes all set on that first place of Alex Jones. He doesn't need to. He's already qualified. The key point there is that black cart, the number 6 of Reese Llewellyn. He needs to get past that cart in front of him, Billy Clark.
I think that second lap wasn't his finest hour, but he's got his head back in the game again.
Yeah.
How upset do you think he is that his race suit had to have white epaulets? Because everything else is black. Hair, hat, visor, the entire thing. But unfortunately, couldn't buy one with an all-black suit.
He's kind of, if this was a movie, he'd be the bad guy, wouldn't he? With
absolutely.
that all black livery, all black helmet, all black suit. Oh, and Horner's into the lead. Look at that. We were focusing on the all-important fourth place, and there's Stephen Horner, LRG Motorsport, leading the B final. He's had three of his drivers, Louis Large, he's had three of his drivers qualified through from the B final. Luca Mulvaney, Marcus King, who's not 35. The reason why he was short of Masters is because he took the reserve drivers. I just clarified that as I went to the...
That's quite amusing.
Yes.
So not only do you have to, you're a reserve driver, you also have to act 35 or more for the rest of the weekend.
I saw him and he looks about 11. And I said, "You're not 35, are you?" He looked at me as if I was stupid. He's about 17 or something.
So pulling
16,
away now is Horner. Jones in second. He's got a small gap, and then it's a battle behind them, which is the Oliver, Clark, Llewellyn, and Frost. Any two of those four will bump up. 4.5 minutes to go still.
I tell you what, Nick, James Frost and Billy Watts, they're just looking there, aren't they? They're going, "Come on, Reese, take him out, then we'll come through."
Well, they would watch the previous finals, and we've seen other people affect other people's races way more than you expected, and people have been benefiting from behind. But they can't be too pleased about that little gap now between fifth and sixth between Llewellyn and Frost. Llewellyn's got a nice gap. Now, he didn't gain an awful lot down the straight, in fairness, on Billy Clark.
Reese will be aware exactly where he is.
When he lost some time there and fell back in the clutch, he wasn't good going up into Lucy's Valley there.
Half distance. We're halfway there. Stephen Horner has checked out. He's got a second.
Looks more than that now.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Had a better lap. And Llewellyn's dropped one. Llewellyn's been overtaken, so he's no longer the man most likely to get back into bump up. Radiator adjustment for the 88. Is it 88, 81? Because they both play. I think it's the 88. I think Billy Watts has got through, actually. I think that was the 88, not the 81. I mean, my eyesight's terrible, so who knows. Well, but I just felt that was the 88. It is.
Oh, it is the 88.
So he's Billy Watts. So Watts has got some pace. He's made two places. And out, pushed. And he's made two more. Let's see that one again. Maybe a bit late. Paul was enjoying the programme so much he forgot to press the replay button and we only get the end of it. Paul, you're not here to watch the racing. You're here to produce the programme. Never get a racing. Your producer should always someone who hates the sport they're involved in. They'll just press the buttons then.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Great racing though. This is Billy Watts gone from sixth really up into now ahead of Billy Clark, and he's gone ahead of and into the final qualifying
he's
position.
Third. Watts is now Oliver.
He's got a third. He's got
Oliver,
Jai Oliver,
because it's a big lead for Horner over Jones. 2.5 seconds for the 66 machine. That's gone. So this is second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. There, bang, 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 bang. So second is Jones. Third is the fast-moving 88 of Billy Watts. In fact, he's so fast, but he's now second. So Watts is now second. Oliver is in. Jones is in third. And now is it still Oliver in fourth? But it looks like Llewellyn's now got himself back up to fifth again. Now, unless a cart's missing from my brain. That's my feeling. And those 3-4 carts together, 1 and 2 are breaking off. So we're going to see Watts and Horner have gone, and it's the battle now here, 3, 4, 5, with only 2 of those currently bumping up. And it is Llewellyn who's got back on the back of that field with the all-black cart and the all-black driver outfit. If it was an all-black driver, it'd be a New Zealand Rugby League player, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Rugby Union player, sorry. And down they come the pit straight. Now, interesting, Llewellyn lost some time there, and he's given a little bit of breathing space to Oliver ahead of him. Billy Clark behind Llewellyn nearly needs to make a move at this point. That's Oliver in close up there, the 32, in fourth place. And a nice little gap now. The fourth place of Oliver has got a nice little gap from Llewellyn. The gap actually is 0.6 of a second, which doesn't sound much, but in this karting world is akin to being halfway down the straight in Monaco where your rival is only coming out of the tunnel. Every now and again we get a view of just how big a drop down there is at the exit of the hairpin. But now they come back together again. So that lead of 0.6 of a second has been lost because Oliver's been held up by Alex Jones ahead of him. So now falling more into the clutches of Llewellyn in the black machine. And they come round Luna. There's 32 seconds to go. There's going to be this and two more because they'll click over on 7. Oh, no, this and one more. No, this and two more. Sorry, they've got this one and then two more. Llewellyn doing a lot of work now, trying to get himself back on the tail of Oliver. I think Oliver's quicker than him, but he's kind of having his progress slightly stunted by Jones ahead of him. And this is get by or go home for Llewellyn. Watching brief behind him by James Frost now. But these three, there's 2 qualifying positions and 1 ability to go and watch the final from the side of the track. Round Luna. And at this point, let's see if Llewellyn's got any sort of pace, because certainly if I was Joe Oliver, I'd be looking to get up the inside of Jones now at the end. But Jones goes defensive. Llewellyn now looking to get up the inside, not quite got it. And they begin their last laps. This is the last lap now. Moving all over the shop is Oliver, which I'm not sure is the best thing to do. I just stick on the line, because otherwise you're going to open it up to Llewellyn to get past. About 3 corners to go. Horner, Watts are absolutely nailed on qualifiers. Jones, unless he throws it off the track. But these others, as they come down the back straight, Rogerson straight, round in for the last time, there's not really enough track to make a move, so it's looking particularly good news for Jones and Oliver. They'll be seen in the main A final in about 45 minutes' time, and that's over the line. Horner, Watts, Jones, Oliver qualifier. Reece Llewellyn, who was in the position, then wasn't in the position, then wasn't in the position, then wasn't in the position, doesn't. He's the first non-qualifiers, obviously provisionally. These aren't the official results, just us reading what we can see.
Yeah.
And then you've got James Frost, Billy Clark, Tommy Austin, Ben Johnson, and Lee Todd make up the top 10.
Stephen Horner meant business there, didn't he? He won that race by what was eventually 1.5 seconds, but he had a good, 4.5 seconds over anyone else?
Yeah, there's a couple of guys obviously had bad days and ended up in the wrong final. Now, their next job is how far forward can we move in the A final? Because we were...
it's all about points, isn't it,
Yeah.
at this point? I mean, Stephen Horner, clearly by his pace there, was out of position in that B final, as was a few of those others. Clearly Billy Watts as well, from way down in that B final, he came through. I mean, when you've got a 64 kart entry, then, someone has to finish 64th.
That is true. And it would be me if I was here.
Which is, again, why you're sat there.
I know. But luckily, I get to watch it all. And...
Right then, Nick. We are into... That was the final of the B finals. The last of the B finals, I should say. We're now into the main bit. This is the first. It's Senior TKM just leaving the collecting area now. Now it's all about taking the overall race win of the first round of the Junction 6 NKC here at Three Sisters. Mitchell Ball, vice champion of 2022, starts on the pole position. Theo Hesketh has had a very good day indeed. He starts alongside. Row 2 is Caelan Lamont with Charlie King alongside him. Ollie Milner in 5th from Joseph Jackson 6th. Then we've got reigning champion Louis Bevan starting on row 4 with Ben Watson alongside. It's Leo Crabtree and Joseph Booth on row 5. Row 6 has Tom Johnson and Matt Cardwell. Row 7, Matthew Horton and Joseph Phillips. Then we've got Will Krajin on row 8 with Gordon Smith. James Hull and Alexander Lehman are on row 9. Row 10 is Matt Slate and Matthew Temple Purcell. Andrew Platt and Adam Crofts Davies is on row 11 with Craig Summers, Chris Whiteside on row 12. Row 13 has Jason Lovett and Ryan Layton, with Molly Nicholas Biles and Stephen King on row 14. Adam Surka and James King are on row 15. And Fen Chapman rounds off the 31 car TKM field. We've got the field in leaving a stream of glorious blue two-stroke oil smoke in their wake as the drivers really richen up that mixture to keep those engines well lubricated. The engines, of course, being lubricated by their fuel, which is petrol and oil mix. That's why we get the blue smoke that appears on this rolling lap. We are very much in order with Mitchell Ball doing a sterling job. Mitchell Ball, whose company Junction 6 is the main sponsor, chief sponsor of this year's NKC, and we will get the first of our finals up and running with Mitchell Ball on the number 2, leading into turn 1. Who will it be that leads out of the S's and up Lucy's Valley, coming back into our view down towards the Dunlop chicane? As the rest of the field, we've got a bit of a moment there from one of the midfielders. It's definitely Mitchell Ball that leads. It's the number 23 of Callan Lamont. Lamont into second in really fine style there. Very aggressive driving from both the 23 and the cart behind him. That's the 60. What number is that? I can't quite see if that's the 60 of Theo Hesketh. We'll find out now, though, as they come across the line. 3 carts battling for second, third and fourth. And it was indeed Lamont and Hesketh. Charlie King in fourth, Ollie Milner fifth, sixth is Lewis Bevan, Joseph Booth seventh, eighth is Ben Watson, Matt Cardwell, Leo Crabtree rounds off the top 10. Past the paddock once again. They're on lap 2 into Paddock Bend. And it's a change for second as they come back into our view here just on the inside of the paddock. It's still very much Mitchell Ball in the lead, but that looks like Hesketh has gotten back ahead of Lamont. Here they come then across the line to complete 2 laps. It's Ball, Hesketh, Lamont, King, Milner, Bevan again up a couple of places to 6th, Booth, Watson, Cardwell, Crabtree. Joseph Phillips is the driver just outside the top 10. They're beginning to close up now on our leader. And just look at this lead, Nick. We've got Mitchell Ball leading, but look at that train of carts behind him. And I wouldn't even call that a gap as Lamont goes through again. Lamont and Hesketh swapping places lap after lap. I do a rundown. I look back up and they've changed position again.
I know, it's just not fair. I mean, it is absolutely what you expect from a top final in TKO, and we have one cart with a tiny lead in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 carts. It's a 9-cart train. Under big pressure is Lamont in second. But he's going, we got a fantastic manoeuvre there. You got the inside there. It looked like he was under pressure, and he just got straight in the lead.
Let's have a look at that again. That was a phenomenal run.
I just thought he was going to get overtaken.
Yeah, that's Mitchell Ball, who has to slot into second place. And Callan Lamont,
there he is,
now leads. And look at that. How many carts have we actually got in that train? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is that the first 9 that we have in one line? I mean, they're so close to one another, you could pitch a 10 over.
Well, they were timed at 1.5 seconds last time round, and I think it's closer this time.
We knew this was going to be the case in our A finals as everybody comes together. Mitchell Ball alongside Callan Lamont.
He's got him already, but can he make it stick? Now, what's going to happen behind? Because I think Lamont might end up... someone's gone over it. Someone's lost it. Someone's gone. Shooting up and out.
All right.
So I'm not sure whether they popped out of the top 9 and they've gone up and over the escape road. Well, I'm not sure if you're allowed to rejoin. I don't know.
No, I'm not sure you are. You'll lose a lap. There's a challenge for the lead again.
No,
it's the 68. Out. It's the... Is that the 68 or the number 60? It's the 60.
68.
That's Hesketh again. So Hesketh. Right, I'll come in again. Hesketh has a turn in the lead of this race. We've had Mitchell Ball in the lead. We've had Callan Lamont in the lead. And look at that. They're absolutely nose to tail. Bumper to bumper. Quite literally bumper to bumper. Challenge for third.
It's Charlie King who dropped out of that leading pack.
He has rejoined though.
Yeah. So obviously he can get back on. He dropped back to 11th.
Under 6 minutes.
Actually, I don't think he did. I think there's going to be a... No, he didn't. Charlie King's gone. So there needs to be a slight shuffle on the timing screen, but he's not there. So Charlie's out, but leading now for Theo Hesketh. He's led for the longest anyone has, hasn't he? He's now been in the lead for almost a lap and a half.
Yes. It's not over though, is it? Mitchell Ball right there. And that's the biggest gap we've seen between second and third all race.
Lamont and Bevan in third and fourth have suddenly got a gap to bridge. They want to get to Mitchell Ball, and some real... You can bet your bottom dollar that as Lamont...
Here comes Bevan.
Yeah, Bevan's got them on, but you better put them down the main straight. They are bending those throttles as they put on 10,000 kilograms of pressure to try and get an extra micromillimetre of throttle action to get to a tiny bit more speed. But I tell you what, they're all together again. Bang! And up the outside, Mitchell Ball now heavily challenged by Bevan. Louis Bevan really pushing now. He's got himself near the front.
Start at 7th, and the reigning champion, if anything, looks like he's got to be a contender for the win. We've still got just under 5 minutes. Remember, longer length of time for these finals. They were down for 12 minutes. I think we've reduced that to 10.
That happens. We've had that a couple of times. Oh, look up the inside, another move there. And that was Bevan getting second place, I think.
Yeah, well, it was Mitchell Ball moving through ahead of Hesketh, and his teammate, Louis Bevan, went through with it.
So Hesketh's gone to third?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's obviously another lap, another order of people. So Mitchell Ball has another go in the lead. That's not. Oh, and now popping out, and will get him round Paddock Bend.
Yeah, Bevan into the lead at Paddock Bend. They come through the little kink there onto the Rogerson Straight. And Bevan has made his way up from 7th, where he started this race. And with 4 minutes remaining, he's made his way to the front of this field. I said he was in contention. I didn't expect him to take the lead within a lap of saying that. I thought he would at least give us another 3 or 4 laps before he challenged.
Real thought there of Mitchell Ball about going up the inside and then decided against. You can see the energy of the car. I'm going to go. No, I won't after all. I'll wait another lap.
There's a reason why these two cars have got the number 1 and the number 2 on them. They have been at the front of this TKM field. Louis Bevan's been the champion from 2 years in a row, and he started where he finished at the front of this TKM field with 3.5 minutes remaining.
Now, whether he'll actually have to lead the championship is another thing, of course, because he obviously didn't have as good heat scores as Mitchell Ball did, even though he'll get more points for the final. So, but he will get the trophy. And the glory.
He's going to get a trophy. He's going to stand on the first step of the podium.
Is he? Because Mitchell Ball's got him back. So Mitchell Ball, but there was, again, no real attempt to fight that, was there? It was like, yeah, okay, you've got the momentum. Let's think about it now. Now the tactics come in. Can I guarantee I'm going to overtake you any lap I want to? Therefore, do I wait for the last full lap? But then you've got a slight problem in that you've got Theo Hesketh and Can Lamont also waiting to nibble at your backside for the first chance they get.
So Mitchell Ball leads, Louis Bevan second. Then we've got Hesketh. Kieran Lamont is in 4th, and you can't discount Callan. As Ben Watson continues in 5th. Milner 6th. 7th is Joseph Booth. Matt Cardwell, Joseph Phillips, Leo Crabtree is the driver. Here we go again. Louis Bevan out of the slipstream into the braking area for turn 1. And who's that going with him?
Tried to get Hesketh, tried to get with him, but didn't manage it.
Oh, and look at this. We've got Callan Lamont and Ben Watson joining in. They want to be part of this party. 2 minutes remaining.
Less than 3/4 second cover the top 5 in that last lap.
Brilliant racing.
And it's less than 3/4 now. It's as close as you can get them.
This is phenomenal train of karts, and it's anybody's. Who would you put your money on? I mean, I know Bevan is a dead cert, but you know what? It's going to start getting intense. As if it isn't intense enough, it's going to start getting intense going towards those final couple of laps. And Bevan knows that. Bevan knows he's got to pull out everything he can. But this is where the slipstream comes into play.
Oh, but
and this is where he's vulnerable.
Back at that point.
He goes defensive.
Oh, again, thinking about it, and they all concertina together to go through the corner before they come up through Lucy's Valley. But they in fairness to Ball, he put in a good performance through Rogerson's and round Luna and gave himself a little bit enough breathing room.
Well, he didn't have anything to.
Oh, and now his chances he could change a second.
Hesketh.
And Hesketh had enough of Mitchell Ball being in second. Now he's having a go.
He didn't have anything to deal with Louis Bevan going defensively. Now, while these two have overtaken one another and will continue to squabble, that's going to play into the hands of Louis Bevan, who's already pulled out a couple of karts lengths. This is where Hesketh needs to pull on him. He'll use the slipstream and close that gap to Bevan.
But is there going to be a double slipstream? It's going to be enough for Mitchell Ball to get back past again.
They're lapping in 45 seconds. We could well have 2 more laps after this one.
Yep, we should do, depending on when the man waves his magic wand, because they should go over in about 9:58. So should get it, but you can't tell because obviously, as you pointed out earlier, it's a manual system, not an automatic clocked system.
Bevan's positioning his kart in the middle of the track. That sort of creates less opportunity for the karts behind to have a go into the braking area. And he leads. Hesketh still second. Mitchell Ball now third. Lamont has dropped back in fourth.
Yeah, it's all about the top three now, isn't it? They've managed to find a little bit of extra, I'll say, class, a little bit extra speed, a little bit of pace, and they now come across the line again, and we must get another lap, surely.
Yeah, we are. We're going to get 2 more laps. So 2 more laps of very intense karting here. It's not over yet. And Louis Bevan will be kicking himself when he watches this live stream back and thinks, if I just could have held back a couple of seconds, it would have been one more lap, that's all. But no, he's got 2 laps, and if anything, he's pulled out a bit of a gap there, Nick.
It's the pressure, the second and third pressure is preventing Hesketh looking down the road long enough. And this is absolutely matter of heaven for Bevan, because now there's even a slight overlap from between Ball and Hesketh there. But Bevan now, he's not going to get challenged this lap, and there isn't another lap coming. So this is a break that may well result in a win, but there's a chance for Mitchell Ball now outside of Hesketh. Coming into the corner at the end of the straight, the S is trying to go the long way round. It's never going to happen.
No, not there. Hesketh was the last of the late breakers, and Mitchell Ball knew he had to be even later, and that's just not on. And this is allowing Bevan to ease out an even bigger gap now, and this is when it counts, because this is the final lap. So the final lap of the race is what we're now on, and Theo Hesketh will want to drive as clean as he can. He's too far back. If anything, he's got to worry about Mitchell Ball in third. And this is where it counts. Mitchell Ball will want to get onto the back end of Theo Hesketh as they come towards the line. No, it's all about Louis Bevan, who continues where he left off at the front of this TKM field. Takes the win in round 1 of the Junction 6 NKC 2023 Championship. Louis Bevan wins. Theo Hesketh is second, Mitchell Ball third, Joseph Booth fourth, Callan Lamont is fifth, Ollie Milner sixth, Ben Watson seventh, Matt Cardwell eighth, ninth is Leo Crabtree, Joseph Phillips is 10th, and then we've got Matthew Horton, Tom Johnson, Will Cragine, Gordon Smith, James Hull, Craig Summers in 16th, Ryan Layton was 17th, Andrew Platt, Mike Slate, and rounding off the top 20, Jason Lovett. What a way to finish for the senior TKMs.
Now, absolutely cracking race in every possible way, that one, to be honest.
Yeah, I think so. It had everything. You know what, Nick? We did predict this.
Yeah.
We've had mixed grids where, we've had a mix of abilities and performance levels all the way down the field, and we knew that once we came to the finals, we'd have all the quick runners together, and that's pretty much what we said we saw there.
Yeah, absolutely superb race result, to be honest. Now we have, after the excitement of seeing TKM, we now get the youngsters out here in the mini maxes. You got the grid, Joe, so I can't read it out.
Oh, right, mini max, isn't it? So mini max finalists then. Seb Corking on the pole position. Not his first race with NKC. He did make an appearance at Landau. I'm not sure if he did the final round, but anyway, Seb Corking.
I wasn't there, so it doesn't count to me.
So pole position for LRG, Louis Large, vice champion in 177s last year, now with his customer race team as his first pole position in the NKC. Daniel Parsons is alongside for JDR, that's the Jack Dex Racing entry of Daniel Parsons. Max Carlton and Riley Thatcher on row 2, Leah Basterfield and Daniel Haynes are on row 3. Kazauri Vizorek is on row 4 with Jack McGillicuddy on row 4 alongside. Sonny Morgan. What happened to Sonny Morgan to put him on the back of the field? Did he have a non-finish? Because he finished really strongly, if you remember. He won the final heat, but he starts there on the number 27.
We don't know. He may have been disqualified or something.
He may have been, yeah. They get the go, and we've got the Minimax finalists out and running. And there's Gaz Berry.
Hello, Gaz.
That's our media man. Gaz Berry there. Give a wave. Happy birthday, Gaz. Struggling to cope with being 36, nearer 40 than he is to 30.
I'd love to be 36.
I would love to be 36. They don't realise that the youth of today. Drivers now out there, full all boys in the field. And Minimax finding a home in NKC as the class has been discontinued for MSUK British Championship running. But I'm I'm pretty sure we're going to see this 9-kart field of Minimax competitors increase as we get into this NKC season. We've already had notice of served upon us, haven't we?
Absolutely.
For at least one or two competitors.
And the most important place in the messages of the chat on the various feeds.
So drivers being advised to keep the pace down as our pole position man Seb Corking brings the field round. He's through that the double left-hander that has no name, and then through the King onto Rogerson straight. Have we had anybody suggest a name for that section of track here at Three Sisters?
No, they just say, apparently after the superb success of our fullback naming, they say the only people could do it would be us, and then we forgot. Yeah. I just call it the complex because it is.
Yes.
Okay.
Right, here they come then, out of Luna and towards the start. Seb Corking holding it together very, very well indeed, keeping the pace nice and slow, which is what the starter wants to see. And now he'll get there. Now he'll floor it. Now he'll floor it and head towards the first turn, through the right-hander and then towards the S's and up into Lucy's Valley, over the brow of the hill and down the hill towards the Joy Dunlop chicane. Seb Corking's already got 3 karts lengths as the rest of the field get through that first sequence of bends unscathed. Here they are underneath us now, Nick.
Yeah, great start by Corking. I mean, he's pulled a much bigger gap than we saw in the entirety of the last race already. Second, third and fourth, getting quite close. That's probably Parsons, Thatcher and Cartland. They had a chance to turn round. Still Morgan scored at the back. But it'll be interesting to see where he is after a few corners. Little break there. 1, 3, 3 and 1. We've got them, haven't we? Those sort of splits. But Corking, it's a Corking start, isn't it, basically?
Yeah.
And through goes the 1-1-9, I think, of Leo Basterfield has gone into second place there.
I prefer to pronounce that Basterfield. Yeah.
Well, we're having a lot of fun work with Mugello and Mr. Bastard, weren't we?
Well, yes, we were. Yes, we'll have to clarify that with Leo's parents. Here we go then. Underneath us, Riley Thatcher is.
No, it's Basterfield. No, Basterfield.
Oh, it's Basterfield, is it? Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Riley Thatcher third. Max Carlton still in fourth. Daniel Parsons fifth. Sonny Morgan making his way up to seventh from the 9th place start. And the battle really is for second, isn't it, Nick?
Yeah.
It's not over yet. I know Basterfield moved through and into second, but he's not leaving Riley Thatcher or Max Carlton behind him for sure.
Yeah, I mean it's all about the slipstream, and up the inside goes Carlton, who got past Thatcher and gets through. So it was actually Carlton also got past Thatcher. So Thatcher's dropping down, so it's a Carlton Basterfield battle behind Corking, and Sonny Morgan in sixth. So we'll see where Sonny gets to. But the problem anyone has now is Sebastian Corking in the lead has pulled out second and a half. I think this is the first time he's seen clear air the entire weekend.
He has, yeah. I mean, mixed grids will do that. But the man to watch is that white-coloured cart just behind that 82. There he is there, the number 27.
That is Sonny Morgan.
Sonny Morgan, who's come up through the order from 9th. He's now up to 5th. And he looks like he is indeed the fastest man. 47.1 was his time. The lap times are coming down, though. Sonny Morgan, 46.4.
Another position he's made there, so he's up another one.
Yeah.
So he's got another. It's basically a position to lap at the moment for Morgan in the white cart.
He's lapping 56.4s. The leader, Corking, 46.6. So quick pace for these youngsters. They were lapping in the 47s earlier this afternoon. The gap to the lead, by the way, is 1.4 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, he gained a couple of tenths. Now, a little breakage. Max Carlton's managed to break away from Basterfield. Now, Basterfield is going to be coming under intense pressure very, very quickly from Sonny Morgan, who is in the white cart behind. And to the extent where I don't think that Basterfield's going to stay in his position of third for much more than about 150 metres.
Here comes Sonny Morgan now.
Or even that. Oh, a little bit extra. Basterfield actually had a little bit of pace, but no, braked and under and through. So Morgan now picks up third. He's got a little bit of a bridge to gap to second for Carlton, and a massive bridge to gap to Corking.
Well, the pits to kart radio from the LRG Motorsport team is working because Sebastian Corking has put in the fastest lap of the race. So he's not just happy with leading by 1.4 seconds. He's done a 46.422, which has gone quicker than Sonny Morgan.
Well, Morgan's now.
So he's responded.
Well, Morgan's now kind of lining up Carlton.
Yeah. And then he's got the next one on his list is the leader Corking.
Yeah, but there's a big gap to get across.
Massive gap, yeah. But
and he's got to get past here now. He's got a little bit of speed advantage. It really depends how. No, Carlton's not playing ball. He's gone defensive, but he's going to get wiped around the outside. No. This is good news for Corking. It's one lap less. He'll have to worry about Sonny Morgan. But Nick, closer now.
We've got just under 6 minutes still to run. There's plenty of time for Sonny Morgan to get by. If he can get by as quickly as he can. Then he's
going
got,
up the
he's
inside.
Got a chance.
Oh, that was a good move.
Yeah,
nice move. He decided, I'm not hanging around behind there. I'm going up the inside of Paddock Bend, and he has taken the run from 9th to 2nd.
Textbook move there, down the inside. It's an open corner, that Paddock turn, because you've got to take a late apex, because you need to be on the right, on the outside of that 180-degree sweep. So you do leave the door open. Right, now then, the gap was 1.6 seconds. The gap's 1.7 seconds on lap 6. Riley Thatcher puts in the quickest lap of the race down in 6th place, 46.091. That's the fastest lap of the race. This is where we will see, now that Sonny Morgan's got clear air, he's now got clear air from himself to the overall leader, Sebastian Corking. Yeah, we will see whether he can bridge that gap.
Well, I think proving the adage it's easier to follow than to lead, he's not really dropping the rest of the field that much, as they are sticking with him. But he was 1.7, well, the lead was 1.7 seconds last time around. And it needs to be at least 2 or 3 tenths less now. He's going to run out of time before he gets there.
Yeah, here we go. Let's see where the gap is. It was 1.7, stand at 1.6. Corking's lap time, 46.262. Morgan's lap time, 46.161.
He's going to need to find a couple of really swift laps to make up a second and a half. I mean, if he can get close, he might be put a little bit of pressure on Sebastian, and the young man might start to tighten up slightly. But as it is, he's got a relaxing distance of a lead, so Sebastian Corking really under no pressure, really, apart from to continue driving well.
Corking's quite an experienced kid, really. He's very, very composed. He's got a very cool, calm head on him. He's not a stranger to leading races. He's done it at club level. And he will be unflappable, really. The gap, 1.4, 45.8 was the lap time from Sonny Morgan. 45.880 is the quickest time from Daniel Parsons.
So they're probably going to have in total 5 laps. I think this and 4 more. It might be this and 5 more, but it is an opportunity. Right, it's not 4. But look at the fact that the interesting thing is that Morgan has not dropped Carlton. You know, he's putting in some great paces. He hasn't actually dropped the guys behind him. That's not all over.
That's right. That's absolutely right. And I mean, he's gaining slight ground on the leader, but he's taking Max Carlton with him.
Carlton's looking feisty now, isn't he?
Is still there.
Carlton's looking very feisty.
So Corking knows the gap he's got, and Corking will be managing this gap. There's no question. Under 3 minutes left. Gap down to 1.1. Another 0.3 of a second.
And he's. And Carlton's being dragged along.
Yeah, there is time. There is time for Morgan to get onto the rear bumper of Seb Corking. And then we'll see just how the young man can handle that pressure. The gap is coming down. You can see that. You don't need a stopwatch anymore. You can see that, how that gap's coming down.
Yep, Corking's lost now a few tenths. But
yeah, he has.
The thing is, Morgan's got a big worry at the moment what Carlton's going to do.
Yeah, I think Carlton's been dragged along by Sonny Morgan, hasn't he?
Well, I'm sure you get a couple of tenths with the slipstream, but even so.
Yeah. But in the twisty bits, that's when Carlton could have fell off the back. Oh my goodness, 0.6 of a second there.
Wow.
0.6
was that
of a
him
second.
Fast or was that Corking slow?
That was him fast. 55.7. Corking's time of 46.2. Sorry, did I say 55? I meant 45. It's luckily I'm not putting a minute in front of it. Oh, that gap is nothing now. Sonny Morgan has caught the leader.
And also, somehow, Morgan has thrown off Carlton as well. So he must have found a perfect line up and over into the Joe Dunlop chicane, and now he's right on the tail of Corking with this and 2 more, I think.
Yeah, definitely. 90 seconds remain on the clock, so plenty of time for Sonny Morgan to catch Corking. Oh, and he's right on his tail. He's got a slipstream. He moves alongside. This is for the lead. Sonny Morgan from last on the grid to first in 8 and a bit minutes.
Wow.
Now then, can Corking respond? That's the question.
We lost so much time recently. It's quite surprising. He was very comfortably where he was, and suddenly in 2 laps it evaporated.
Yeah, he kind of dropped the pace a little bit. He dropped the pace by about 0.3. He was lapping as quick as anyone, really, and then all of a sudden he dropped 0.3 of a second per lap. Sonny Morgan has came through the field from literally 9th and last place on the grid, had to get through the traffic, and now finds himself leading for the very first time. And the time that he finds himself leading is the main time to be in the lead. They've got 2 more laps probably.
Yep, they won't get another one.
It'll be
so this one and one more.
1 lap to go aboard, up and over the crest of Lucy's Valley.
Corking staying with Morgan.
Now then, Corking needs to time this. If he's got performance that he can get back on terms with Morgan, we might see him wait and time the challenge. But I'm not sure he can. Morgan has had massive pace to be able to catch and overtake Seb Corking.
Corking now slightly wide, trying to get that slightly better drive onto the Comrade straight.
Yeah, here we go, Nick. He's got the slipstream. But look at that performance in Morgan. Morgan defends. 1 lap to go aboard. Corking didn't quite have the pace, did he?
A couple of miles now short.
He's got to get by him. And if anything...
look
at the defensive drive there.
One last chance. And, just dropped off and he's dropped down the hill there just a little bit.
Corking's got the momentum.
Corking.
Morgan made a bit of a mistake there. Can Corking do the switch back into... He does indeed. Corking, what a move from Sebastian Corking. I'll get my eardrums back later.
Sorry.
Yeah, as Corking made that move into the final turn now. And it'll be a drag race to the line. Can Sonny Morgan get the slipstream and pull alongside across the line? Corking will defend. He raised his hand in the air. But you know what? Sonny Morgan was right with him.
And let's see how it all happened at the end. A bit of momentum lost through the chicane.
Oh, it came out the chicane, didn't he?
Yeah.
And then look at that. Seb Corking used a tin opener, put his left-hand wheels right over the curb on the inside of that unnamed corner.
Yes.
We should call that Corking corner.
Corking corner.
Wow, what a finish.
It's a Corking corner.
It was a corking finish, that's for sure. Wow, let's get our breath back. Thanks for that, Nick, by the way. That's so loud.
Well, I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I know, you got excited. Seb Corking takes the win. First round of the Junction 6 NKC. Sonny Morgan with a very, very fighting second place. More of that, please, in round 2. Daniel Parsons was third. Oh, Daniel Parsons got by Max Carlton. Didn't see that happen. Not quite sure what happened there. Max Carlton takes 4th then. Leo Basterfield 5th. Xauri Vizarek is in 6th. Daniel Haynes 7th. Riley Thatcher 8th. And Jack McGillicuddy was the final runner in 9th place. Well then, what have we got next? Junior Rotax, a final. Coming next, 33 carts on the grid. And who's on the pole position? It's that number 30 there, the bright orange livery of Mason Perrin. Alongside him, the blue liveried cart of, can't quite see the name on the front of that, which team that is with, Billy Edgecombe. They get the go-ahead to leave the collecting area. Second row then, Levi Earl and Finlay Underwood, with Freddie Worlock and Mitchell Mulvey on the third row. Fourth row, Nicholas Ellis and Ollie Morris, with Levi Goodyear and James Rigby on row 5. Daniel Whitfield and Luke Sawyers are on row 6, with row 7, Tom Holden and Presley Walker. Jasmine Taylor and Dylan Mitchell are on row 8. Current Minimax NKC champion Alex Fraser starts in 17th on row 9, with Lewis Llewellyn on 18th spot alongside him. Will Swales and Rafi Celentano are row 10. Archie Buttle and Taylor Dixon are on row 11. Joel Bowden and Lewin Hughes are on row 12, with row 13, Adam Catling and Ethan Wyatt. It's Frank Ward and Riven Welsh on row 14. Jaden Hewitt and Lucas Fletcher are on row 15. And then the qualifiers from the B final, Alfie Bushell and Luca Mulvaney start on row 16, with Jill Leverton and Louis Rees. Remember, Leverton and Mulvaney very, very early in their karting journey, let's say. Leverton only raced 4 times, and Mulvaney only really started back end of last year. 10 minutes and 1 lap is the duration of this final. Paul's pointing at something. No, just ignore. Yes, yeah, I see what you're saying.
Here we go.
Here we go indeed. Mason Perrin gets the drag, and it's side by side, first and second. And who got the jump? Mason Perrin down the inside. Second place Carter, Billy Edgecombe, though. He slots in behind, into Lucy's Valley, up and over the brow. And into the Joey Dunlop chicane for the first time. And out of the chicane, already along the paddock straight and into paddock bend. And it's Mason Perrin leading.
It's Perrin from Edgecombe from Finley Underwood as they go in through Royston Straight for the first time in this Junior Rotax A final in round 1 of the NKC 2023 at Three Sisters in Wigan. And it's a nice, clean start for Mason Perrin. He gives himself a little bit of a gap from Edgecombe. The battle here, 3rd and 4th, and it is in fact the 10 car of Levi Earl going up the inside of Underwood, picking up that third. Always almost open for a second person to go past.
Yeah, that was Mitchell
Mulvey. But it's calm before the storm, I think, at the moment.
Back marker in the way of our leaders there, and just managing to step out of the way. But as that held up our leader, Mason Perrin,
that's the 47.
I don't think he has.
That's the 47 of Louis Rees, the recovering damaged cart from the previous week.
Yeah, Louis Rees getting in the way of pretty much everybody
needs
there.
To be out of the roll, I think, at this point. Just needs to pull over at the straight, not pull over entirely, but just pull to one side of the straight and he's right back off. Not quite sure he managed to end up a lap down, must have.
No, I'm not sure. No, I'm not sure if he's managed to get out of the
collecting area. No, he joined area before the collecting area.
Well, he started on the back row of the grid. A change for lead. Edgecombe into turn 1 to start lap 3, and he made that move. So change of lead. This race is not done yet. 10 minutes and 1 lap, remember, and we're already 2 minutes in.
Mason Perrin, not happy about that, was nibbling around the rear end of that cart. But Edgecombe will now try and hold the lead for more than a lap, which, judging by the body language of the machine that Perrin is driving, is not very likely. I think Perrin's going to try and get right back again, using the slipstream down the main straight. Drifts out to about a cart's length, and now, because he had enough aerodynamic advantage to get past, gaining. Oh! Early braking was a block brake there by Mason Perrin. Had the cart slightly angled as he went into the corner into the entrance to the S's. Drops up through. But these two, now interesting, coming to join them in 3rd place. Levi Earl in the 10 machine. So 1, 2 and 3 together. Billy Edgecombe in the blue outfit and the blue kit. And then they've got the orange machine of Mason Perrin right up his backside. And then the multicoloured machine of Levi Earl in 3rd. And Perrin just took a little bit of a curve there, which dropped a little bit of momentum. He's much closer this time than was last time. He's a good half a cart closer. Will he be able to get the momentum through and get under and round? No. And Perrin's almost backing that thing in.
You know what, Nick? They were absolutely flat out into there. Last of the late breakers, all 3 of those drivers. And nobody gained anything or lost anything. So committed. Levi Earl really does want that 2nd place, doesn't he?
And he's got a chance of it now. He's and he's made it very simply. I mean,
that was on the back of Mason Perrin going, let's work together. And Levi Earl went, no, get out of my way.
Yeah, I'll work together. Past you. And look at him right now. He's really giving Edgecombe some business. Now, Edgecombe's braked so late the last 2 times ended this straight. The thing's got in backwards, effectively. If you're in a motorcycle term, he's backed it in. Now, again, he's got a little bit less speed advantage now. And look at that. The extra 1 mile an hour that Levi Earl had was enough to get up the inside of Edgecombe, and he couldn't really block him off, as he had been doing with Perrin, who just doesn't quite have the same top speed as Earl did. And Earl now has that very comfortable 0.2 of a second lead.
Wow. Tell you what, Levi Earl was absolutely on the edge there coming out of the Dunlop chicane. Joey Dunlop chicane, he was right, using all of the curb on the outside.
And now we've got 5 on the train because obviously.
Obviously, yeah. Junior Rotax karting, yeah, why not?
Finley Underwood's the 12 kart is trying to join the back of this one. He's pushing hard to make up that gap.
A challenge down the inside for Edgecombe.
Yeah. Edgecombe's got decent.
He's got decent
ultimate
brakes.
top speed, and he's very good on the brakes. interesting, Levi Earl also has decent top speed. And I think the Perrin's issues, I think he's a couple of miles an hour, a mile an hour slower than these guys. And whether it's his engine, whether his gears slightly different, I don't think he's got the same terminal velocity.
And considering, Nick, we're just at half distance now, we've still got another 5 minutes of this. We never really consider fitness.
Not fit.
These are kids.
Yeah, they're fine.
And they're youngsters, and they've been racing all day. But the physicality of driving these Rotax karts is phenomenal. You and I can last, 3 laps?
Possibly. I'd like to think I could do 4.
I'd like to think 4.5.
Oh, no change for the lead this lap. What's gone wrong?
Well, I don't know. Levi Earl challenged. A little bit of a coming together there.
No, sorry, there's a change to the lead.
Yeah.
Did he nudge him out?
Yes, he did. Yeah,
let's see what again, because Mulvaney's gone from 1st to 4th.
Mulvey.
Yeah.
No, it's happened. If you watch it in top speed.
It wasn't enough to chop his nose, though. He just leant on him, and it just, I think, slightly upset the braking position of Mulvaney. He's paid big, though. Mulvaney's gone from 1st to 4th.
It's not Mulvaney, it's Mulvey.
Mulvey, sorry. Who's Mulvaney then?
Mulvaney's at the back of the. He's one of the.
Oh, it's a Mulvey.
And a Mulvaney.
Keep telling you it's Mulvey.
Luca Mulvaney's in 31st.
So Mulvey.
That's where you're getting mixed up.
I know, because I've got a small brain and can't hold that many names. So Mulvey got bashed back to 4th. Now 1st and 2nd together. So it's Earl and Perrin. Now Perrin's in the lead. The only thing is that we know that Earl's got more speed at the end of the straight, and I think he'll sweep past him. Oh, no, perhaps not. He's just really overdid that corner there. He was up in 2 wheels and skidding away. Lost some momentum. He's getting it back now. Running through the Rogerson straight. He's going to go around the Luna Bend. Now, how much drive can he get? No, he took too much curb. He got too much curb and just lost a bit straight there.
Yeah, you lose momentum straight away. We said this pretty much when we opened the programme this morning. This track here at Three Sisters is all about finesse. And it is so easy to lose out by just putting a wheel literally centimetres in the wrong place, and you lose so much time. That Dunlop chicane, you've got to be so precise through it, but keep so much momentum through it. Easy to make a mistake. Mason Perrin still leading.
I mean, he deserves a prize for leading for a whole lap, because that's not gone on very much. The first 5 karts all in with a chance, because if anything goes wrong here now, can Levi Earl get the second part of this bend here correct? Yes, he didn't come on the curb. He's got much closer now. I think he's got more top speed, and he's going to get a slipstream. He should have a chance to pop out. No, Perrin goes defensive. But look at the extra speed. And then Perrin then eases him back out again. And I think we've got to change as Mulvey has fought his way back almost. Oh, side by side. Has Mulvey made that one stick? No, he hasn't. He was very, very much. Sorry, Edgecombe and Mulvey, they were fighting all the way across the line. It's Edgecombe, I think, pretty sure, who's stuck into 3rd position, the 227.
I tell you what, Nick, from 13th, now up to 5th, the red cart on the tail of this field, on this batch of carts at the front end there.
Yep.
Tom Holden.
Yep.
Tom Holden up to 5th spot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's him there in 5th spot, just behind the blue cart. Now he's come through from 13th. So he's got massive pace.
Now there's a bit of air between them as they all go through, but only 1.5 seconds in the top 5. Oh, and there's more shuffling at the back there. I have no idea.
Yeah.
Don't know.
Don't
know who did what there.
I can tell you who's leading. Mason Perrin.
And second,
all
Levi
sorts
Earl.
of movement there.
Mulvey's got into 3rd again. The blue cart, so he's in 3rd, and then behind him in 4th is Karts.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Here they come.
It is Mitchell. It's Edgecombe, I think. No, Edgecombe's got 3rd, then it's Mulvey. So Edgecombe in the blue is 3rd, then Mulvey's 4th.
Well, we're getting down to that time of this race when things starting to get very interesting, as if they're not already interesting.
I'm not sure what Earl's doing, whether he's got close enough. Yeah, I mean, Earl might be a go for the lead here.
Oh, look at Mason Perrin. No, he's not close enough, Nick. He has not got that momentum.
He needed to throw that and hope for the best.
Yeah, minute left.
Edgecombe stays 3rd, Mulvey 4th, Holden 5th, Underwood 6th, Whitfield 7th, Archie Buttle after a very up and down day, 8th.
Now Mason Perrin went through that Joey Dunlop chicane absolutely on the edge of losing control.
And he took the right line there because he left a bit open. Levi thought, I might have a go there. But ended up losing out because when he came back across his nose, he lost a bit of momentum. But now Earl really needs to get kind of re-square up, get Luna correct. He was as close as he's been, but the second apex, so he lost so much time.
Well, Mason Perrin punches off the corner really well. He's got good traction.
Do you think he's lower geared?
He's got a good engine. Yeah, it could be.
because he's not got quite the speed at the end of the straight.
Yeah, could be. He does punch off that. He does punch off Luna really, really well in comparison to Levi Earl, and that's where the gap's bridged. Created, I should say.
Because at this point, they have been a little bit gapless. I think they've been much closer. But Earl, we've got this one and one more. So this is the penultimate lap, and it'll be the last time down the main straight. And also too much curb again. And I think he needs to think about his curb riding because it's taking his speed. He's now more likely to get overtaken by Edgecombe than he is to overtake Perrin.
Yeah, here we go. Look at the gap. That's the biggest gap we've seen. It's gonna take all of that slipstream just to get back onto the rear bumper of Mason Perrin.
Edgecombe, there it goes, and eased out slightly.
Well, you see how Levi Earl is having to defend from Edgecombe, and that's going to let Mason Perrin go. That's going to let Mason Perrin free.
Edgecombe's got one more corner to get past.
Look who's coming. Look who's coming in fourth. Tom Holden and Mitchell Mulvey.
But we're on the last lap, so it's too late for them. So it's now just these final couple of corners. There is your leader, Mason Perrin. There's a big train of karts, and unless someone makes a mistake now, there isn't really enough chance to get past on this final lunar bend and then the very short run down the straight.
Here comes the checkered flag. Punches the air, does Mason Perrin. Just ahead of the picture. Levi Earl second. Billy Edgecombe hangs on to that third place from Tom Holden in fourth. Mitchell Mulvey fifth. Sixth is Archie Buttle. Finley Underwood is seventh. Jasmine Taylor worked her way up into eighth place. She'll be happy with the top 10. She did tell me that in the lunchtime programme. Daniel Whitfield 9th. Luke Sawyers 10th. Nicholas Ellis 11th. Presley Walker was 12th. And then we had Taylor Dixon, Levi Goodyear, Rafi Celentano, Alfie Bushell, James Rigby, Jaden Hewitt was 18th. Freddie Worlock was 19th. And it was Joel Bowden who rounded off the top 20. Great racing, I've got to say.
We've had nothing but good racing so far.
Yeah, fabulous racing here. Round one of the Junction 6 NKC for 2023. And to consider, we've got another 5 rounds of championship racing, 6 rounds of racing if you include the O plate. And we've got a very healthy looking 162 grid. A senior Rotax 162 grid now. Finley Watson is number 133 on the pole position, with Ryan McAuliffe on the second place position, just alongside him on the front row, the Royal Racing driver. Just shaking the hands of his mechanic there. Philip Howarth, our current 177 champion, dropping some weight and moving into the 162 category. Paul Ozan, the old Jedi Knight, is their former Super 1 champion, is their first of the Masters runners. He's on the second row of the grid alongside Howarth. You cannot discount Paul Ozan. Sam Wyatt, who is our current Rotax Junior champion in Kart 21, he's on the third row of the grid. And look at that. Look at how many champions we have on that first 3 rows. Harry Barker's alongside Sam Wyatt. We've got Charlie Walsh out for ST Racing with Kyle Dunford alongside him on row 4. Matthew Lambert and Ryan David Mills are on row 5. Row 6 is Bobby Rosier and Andy Ambrose. Andy will be delighted with 12th place there, starting from row 6. Adam Rogers and Nathan Schaefer are on row 7. Tommy Lee Davis and Pedro Oliveira are on row 8. Row 9 is Jake Davis and Braden Hill, with Alex Warnaby and Thomas Storer on row 10. Ben Facchetti and Sam Elliott are on row 11, with Ollie Varney and Reese Pope on row 12. Ashton French and Ellis Humphreys are on row 13, with Max Martin, Alex Jackson on row 14. Row 15 is Aidan Pomeroy and Josh Morris. And then we've got the 4 qualifiers from the B final. In 31st, George Sanders with Marcus King alongside Alex Mazoyan and Matt Lewin round off the 34 kart field for this senior Rotax 162 final.
I think we've lost one kart, by the way, parked in the centre, so I think it's a 33 kart field. I think it's kart number 4. I don't know who that is, but I think it's kart number 4 who's not started.
Number 4? I'm not sure we have a number 4.
Well, I may be misreading that number over there then. So, quiet descends near us because they are actually slowing down.
Got a 74.
Maybe that. May even be that.
Jake Davis.
No, he's up. He's running. Anyway, we'll worry about that later because they're getting shuffled down. In line, slowed right down, getting ready to get this senior Rotax A final underway.
Here they come then. towards the starter. Oh, and already we've got movement in the first 2 rows, and that is because the second place driver wants to get down the inside. He doesn't want to be left out hung to dry. And if anything,
Ryan
Micallef,
a start. That's a surprise.
Micallef moved inside of Finley Watson and then took the lead. We've got somebody pointing the wrong way at the back of the field. They will get going again. And look who's in the second. That's Phil Howarth.
Phil Howarth.
Yes, the 177 champion.
He was the
in
40
NKC.
car facing the wrong way, Thomas Storer.
He started third, did Philip Howarth. You can't discount him. You're right on the tail of Micallef now. Here they come then. 1 lap completed. Battle for third behind them. Who's going to win that one out as they cross the line? It is Sam Wyatt, the junior champion. We've got 2 of 22's champions here, there in second and third spot. Finley Watson, it was in fourth. Paul Ozan is in fifth, first in the Masters. Carl Dunford, 6th. 7th, Harry Barker. Ryan David Mills, 8th. 9th is Charlie Walsh and Matthew Lambert, 10th.
Howarth goes for the lead. And wasn't taking no for an answer there, was he?
Used a tin opener there, did Philip Howarth. And he uses all of that curb because he slid wide. And he's allowing him by, or is he? No, it's not. I don't know what he meant there.
Gesticulating, I think you'll find.
I think he meant use your head and we'll move ahead. But yes, okay, Phil. I'm not sure he's going to be taken in.
Yeah,
he's saying he does say that.
I don't think he was happy about being.
That's goodness.
The biggest nightmare in motorsport, facing the wrong way. When a pile of cars come towards you, let's see what happened there again in a bit of a slower motion.
It's Sam Wyatt.
So use your head, says Louis.
Yeah. And then
Sam drifts out, and then he comes. Oh yeah. So
Micallef didn't know he was there. Sam Wyatt was making the move. That is not a great position to be in.
He's saying, "Oh, you idiot!" But how are you supposed to know what's happening right behind you?
No, you're not really. That's. I'm not sure who
is
that is.
Watson now in second?
That could well be Finley Watson in second. He's gotten ahead of he's got ahead of Ryan Micallef.
Yeah, 1-3-3.
Oh, here he comes.
And he's going for the lead. Watson goes in.
And Micallef joins him.
Wow! Straight through. Howarth
loses
2 places.
First to third for Philip Howarth as Finley Watson takes the lead. It's not over it's not over by any score here.
We're 2.5 minutes of 10.
I know, that's all. Goodness to me. If this is what's in store for the 2023 Junction 6 NKC, I tell you what, everybody, stay tuned is what they used to say.
We've not come to Three Sisters before, but it's certainly a raceable track, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's a raceable track. It really leads to constant action. I've had a few incidents and interval. No, luckily, everyone's come out with nothing more than wounded pride and perhaps slightly damaged carts. And I move there further down the field.
I tell you what, Finley Watson started on the pole. He's there by didn't have deserved to be there from his heat results. We're back to grid order here, actually. Finley Watson, Ryan Micallef, and Philip Howarth.
And Ozan as well.
And Ozan, yeah. So things beginning to relatively settle down here with 6.5 minutes remaining.
I think it might unsettle by the time we get to the first corner in a second, because the 71 of Ryan Micallef is very much sniffing around the backside of the 133. Watson heads his head down. Watson came in almost a middle plough for a second and decided against going past, but another position lost by Howarth. He can't get used. This is not what he's used to. He's used to only going forward.
Yeah, Philip Howarth there being overtaken by Matthew Lambert, who gives Philip Howarth the gesticulation of let's work together. And Philip Howarth said, yeah, I was happy with that when I was in the lead. I'm not so happy about it now. Paul Ozan is the driver that's on the tail of Howarth now. So Paul Ozan, Howarth there egging his cart on. He's not happy with the way that cart is performing out the corners.
I think he's lost a bit of performance.
I think he has.
Because he was comfortably leading and now he's dropping back. And I think he's going to lose. Ozan slightly went wide there, I think, because Howarth wasn't as quick as he thought he was going to be.
Maybe, yeah. That's a good point, actually. And if anything, Howarth is dropping off the back of Lambert, no question. He's dropping off the back. The leader, Finley Watson, comes out of the chicane along the paddock straight and into paddock turn. Then into the left-hander. We'll call that the complex. Through the kink. Onto Rogerson straight. Ryan Micallef goes with him. Matthew Lambert breaking away from Philip Howarth behind him. And Paul Ozan still there on the tail of Howarth. Behind Ozan, Kyle Dunford, Harry Barker and Charlie Walsh.
I think Howarth is lacking a bit of drive, the way he's trying to force the thing on by sheer will.
You can see him. He's frustrated, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's definitely
it's not
frustrated.
A lot. It's a tiny amount of drive he's missing, and driving out earlier. Now, whether it's just not, whether the engine's gone slightly unclean at the bottom end.
Yeah, you can see the way the cart's punching off the corner is not the way that Philip Howarth likes that.
But he's all right once it's rolling, relative to the rest of the field.
It's an initial punch, isn't it? Race is not over though. Still together. Finley Watson has Ryan Micallef right with him. Matthew Lambert not that far away. Philip Howarth and Paul Ozan follow them through. Behind them, Harry Barker, Charlie Walsh, Kyle Dunford. There's been a couple of changes there. Charlie Walsh looking like he's very racy behind Harry Barker. Just in the background there as we continue watching this very, very intense battle for the lead. And look at that. Ryan Micallef right on the tail now of Finley Watson onto the paddock straight. Just passing by the pit lane viewing area. Turning through that king onto Rogerson's. And Matthew Lambert coming towards Ryan Micallef as Micallef, who just moments ago, literally seconds ago, was challenging Finley Watson, now looks like he's going to be about to be challenged himself by Matthew Lambert.
Yeah, it's but they have dropped Howarth now. Has dropped another place.
Ozan has overtaken Philip Howarth.
Yeah, Phil's it's not working great, but that comes to he's concentrating on points. But 1, 2, 3 nailed together. Watson, Micallef, and Lambert. Lambert as the look at the inside. There's not enough room. He made the room. Absolutely made the room. And it closes down. And suddenly, what looked like an option for Lambert went away. So Micallef, as Watson made the room. Let's see him do that room making again.
Yeah, textbook move there, out of the chicane and then into the braking area. Just last of the late breakers, right at the very, again, because of that late entry, you kind of have to compromise to tighten that corner off. And there's a challenge for second.
Yeah, he's got it.
So Finley Watson from first to third in one lap.
Yep.
Now has to relinquish that second place to Matthew Lambert this time.
2.5 minutes left plus an extra lap, so there's plenty of time to get your old slipstream working for you.
Micallef. Oh, and look at that. Lambert says to...
Yeah, thanks very much. Let's work together.
Finley
Work together because I'm ahead.
Yeah.
I'd like to work together with you, so don't overtake me.
I'd now like to work together with you. So look at
that.
This. He didn't need Finley Watson to work with him at all. He's right on the bumper of Ryan Micallef, who comes out of Luna.
No.
Just look at the way those carts punch out that corner.
He was just seems to get gapped slightly, but he's got a real extra over speed.
Has to defend, Nick. He has to defend. He knows he has to defend because of the slipstream. Up and over the valley. Lucy's Valley.
Well, there's a chance where you actually just... The leader, in a non-overtaker, just trips up the guy second to throw him into the path of the guy who's third. Start playing tactics with the traffic, but interestingly, they are now together again, even though Lambert showed a turn of speed over Watson when he got past. And now Watson looking to pick up the trail again. See if he can return the favour from Lambert and pick up second. But it's a better gap for Ryan Micallef this time round. And he might be able to go down the straight without getting too defensive. Head down for the 95 cart of Matthew Lambert. And they're going, last of the late breakers. But no, not enough room there. Darted in, but then braked.
He tried, didn't he?
He thought about it.
Yeah.
But it's very hard to. But when you dummy in a full size car, the guy in a full size car has mirrors and can see you doing it. You're dummying in a car, and all he goes is 6 cents of the driver ahead. Otherwise, it's going to be an accident. He doesn't know you're there. And we've seen one of those already this race.
Well, leaving you braking to the very last is hoping that the cart in front of you brakes slightly earlier than you. That's where you get that kind of move, or else you're going to whack into the back of him. But unfortunately for Matthew Lambert, Ryan Micallef was braking as late as he was.
So we've got these top three.
Tries again.
Oh, and he's left open. And
he went in deep, didn't he? He went in too deep, left his braking a little bit too late that time. That's allowed Finley Watson back into second.
And in fairness, Micallef was so bothered about Lambert, he knew Watson nearly took him as well. And they all worked together, but no, let's not.
It was going to happen,
on the wheel.
It's been threatening to do that. And the carts
See
that
that?
come together was...
So they came down the straight, and he darted in, but there wasn't really an opportunity, and it's rear wheel to nose. So it wasn't wheel to wheel, so there should be no actual structural steering damage to anybody.
He might pick up a nose penalty for that.
Doesn't look like it.
That might be hard enough to create that.
Ozan now joining them in the 5 cart. So
last lap as well.
No, is it? Oh,
yeah.
I want more of this. This is not. No, this is too soon.
Yeah.
No, I demand this is a 15-minute race. And they've spread out slightly, looking like Mikolev may get this because there is no more sprint race there into the first corner. So Mikolev, after a very eventful race, is looking like he's going to get the first win of the championship in Senior Rotax A, leading Finley Watson, Matthew Lambert, Paul Ozan and Phil Howard, who's always got a minor kart issue and is leading a trail of karts.
Yeah, doing a very defensive work. Here they go then, across the line to take the Senior Rotax A final win is Ryan Mikolev, and what a great win that was. I would tell you what, that was a great drive from everybody there. Finley Watson, a fine second. Matthew Lambert, a fine third. Paul Ozan, the old Jedi Master, is still up there. Fourth place overall. First in the Masters class. Philip Howarth, great drive from Phil. Took all of that experience to keep everybody behind him with a kart that he just was not happy with. 5th place for him. Harry Barker 6th. Ollie Varney 7th. Charlie Walsh for ST Racing is in 8th. Nathan Schaefer is 9th. Bobby Rosier 10th. Kyle Dunford 11th. Adam Rogers 2nd in Masters, 12th overall. Pedro Oliveira 13th. Jake Davis was 14th. 15th was Tommy Lee Davis. Then we had Sam Wyatt after that spin in front of the whole field. Sam recovering to 16th. Braden Hill was 17th. Ashton French 18th. Alex Warnaby 19th. And Sam Elliott rounding off the top 20 and 3rd in Masters. Wow, what a way to finish.
There's another race to go.
We've got I've finished the Senior Rotax is what I was about to say. We are not quite finished though, Nick. Like
one more race to go.
We've got one more race. The Rotax 177s are coming next. I'm just going to take a breath.
And so, well, I mean, not much tempt fate, but we've just had a selection of absolutely cracking fires, actually B-fires and A-fires. We've yet to have one that hasn't excited, and some of them have been just absolutely outstanding. Ridiculous, in fact, some of the racing we've had today. This is a great track for racing. That's the obvious thing. The aero means it's hard for someone to break away because they get dragged back.
Yeah. We were told that when we first arrived here, weren't we? That it was going to be a bit of a slipstreamer. Shall we have a look at the grid for our final race of the day, of the weekend? We've got Ryan Taylor Truman, kart 65. He's on the pole position. Kart 72, Harrison Crooks alongside. Scott Smith and Matt Zanetti are on row 2. Steve Gilly and Oliver Moss are on row 3. Got Cole Edwards and Ian Branfield on row 4. Alfie Williams and Harry Wainwright are on row 5. Carl Bryant and Richard Evans are the karts on row 6. And then on row 7, Scott Klee and Adam Sadler. Zach Bolton is on row 8 alongside Tim Darlow. Joshua Pickford and Alex Thomas are on row 9. Chris Thomas and Adrian Smith are on row 10, and I've got hiccups when I didn't need them. Thomas Childs and Nick Skelton are on row 11. Paul Moran, good afternoon, Helen. Jason Bear are on row 12. James Yap and Keith Mason are on row 13.
It's going well, this, isn't it?
Row 14, Jake Lewis and Lawrence Hilton. Charlie Jowers and Alex Joyner are on row 15. Qualifies from the B final, Stephen Horner, who absolutely walked that, as starting 31st with Billy Watts alongside. And then we've got Alex Jones and Jai Oliver. Nick, if you could speak while I go and get...
Yeah, cut yourself off before you take a cup of water then. So unfortunately he's got hiccups. And the karts now get ready to slow down and form up for what may well be the last race. Well, it's the last race today. Maybe will it be the last formation, or will they have to go around one more time? Let's find out. So,
is that just because we're prolonging the day?
I hope so. Ryan Taylor Truman and Harrison Cook take the karts in. Now is the man in second going to try and do what they've all done so far and dive up the inside, make us think it's going to be a full start. Here we go.
Right, here we go indeed. Ryan Taylor Truman takes the start. I think we'll give them the go-ahead for that, side by side, the front row. But who's that on the second row? Going to sneak down the inside, is he? No. Ooh. Everybody through to... No, I was wrong.
We've got a big
and that's 65. That's Ryan Taylor Truman.
The pole man's gone round.
He went round in front of everybody. went round in front of everybody. He will resume at the back of the field. I'm not quite sure what happened.
Oh, he
there.
got nibbled at the second one. It's behind the timing bar, but he got nibbled by the second place or third place man. And that is actually a clinical disaster as far as points are concerned. Yes, he'll work his way through a few of these carts, I'm sure, but oh dear, from hero to zero, from first to last, and it wasn't his fault.
No, we've got Harrison Crook, I think, in the 72, crossing the line in the lead. Scott Smith, Steve Gilly up to third, Matt Zanetti down to fourth, Cole Edwards fifth, Oliver Moss, Ian Brandfield, Carl Bryant, Harry Wainwright up to ninth, and Tim Darlow rounds off the top 10. Still all to play for.
Looks like the problem also at the start for Jai Oliver, who's in last place, a few seconds back. But here's your leader sweeping into Paddock Bend. And 5 carts in line. No real attempt to make a move by anybody there, so it stays Harrison Crook from Scott Smith.
Scott Smith looks very, very challenging, though. And who's that? Is that Steve Gilly in third still?
Yeah, I think
yes, it is.
He's got the fancy helmet, so I think he's in fourth. So, yep. And behind him, Cole Edwards. Not mentioned Cole so far today, so he's obviously had a very effective day.
We are 2 laps in and we are defending already. Steve Gilly drops to fourth as Matt Zanetti on the 277. Yeah, down the inside. We're defensive driving. We've already just started. Third lap, and we're already taking the defensive line. Here we go again.
Glance over the shoulder and then come in tight from our second place man, Scott Smith. Not letting Zanetti get a sniff of a chance through Paddock Bend. That looked very wide, but he pulled it in. So got good front end grip there on the Crook machine.
Oh, he has to defend into the left-hander before Luna. Harrison Crook was aware that Scott Smith was about to pull alongside. Here's the slipstream. And we still got 5 carts coming back together. Once again, down the inside,
very
though.
Defensive. That puts everyone in a line, but no one made a move this time.
Yeah, they all went round to the same line, actually, because they're all defending from one another.
0.55 seconds apart.
Scott Smith hits the curb, pulls and loses a lot of time. That's allowed Zanetti into second. Oh, and Zanetti goes wide across the curb. That's brought Scott Smith back into it. Steve Gilly still in fourth. And that's Cole Edwards on the back of them.
Look at that huge lead Harrison Crook's got. It was 3 cart legs for a second there. Changed it, had a chance for a bit of an adjustment to the radiator, but now
who's that going
Crook's
right?
Now got Zanetti right behind him, and has Zanetti got the basic top speed to sweep past Harrison Crook into turn 1? And the answer to that is absolutely not. No,
not at all. He could not get on.
You got Harrison Crook is going to be protected by the fact his cart's got good drive and good top speed and no real issues with drive.
Yes,
he's come down in front of the pit straight now. Zanetti, whether he might try lunge out. Nope, defensive immediately from Crook. Drivers relearning this track as we've gone along during the day, but it does mean now we've got 3 carts here. Scott Smith now has made up for the problems a couple of laps ago. A little bit of a gap back to Steve Gilly.
Yeah, Gilly dropping off the tail of that third place cart, but it's only going to be a matter of time before they come back to him. Cole Edwards and Ian Brandfield with Carl Bryant getting involved as well, I think. No, Carl Bryant's dropped off. Here they come again, slipstream coming into play, but the leader feels confident enough he doesn't have to defend and just hangs onto that cart through turn 1, through the S's, and up and down Lucy's Valley. Look at that, nose to tail, so close you could pitch a tent over those first 3.
Crook, Zanetti and Smith. But there's not going to be any breakaways because Crook is running. Oh, that was a massive shove. That's not on.
Yeah, that's
either going to do the nose, but it's certainly going to do some bad move. Let's see that again because that was really hard.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there.
Defensive from Crook. Zanetti comes around here, and it's almost like he doesn't make the breaking point because he just suddenly accelerates into him.
Yeah,
shoves him.
You saw Harrison Crook's neck fling back there.
He wasn't expecting that. That was a mistake. But that wasn't deliberate. That was a mistake there from Zanetti. Has he got away with a nose penalty though? As he pulls away.
Well, yeah, we'll have to have a check of that because he's pulled away quite a gap now.
But the question is, will that actual incident get called by the stewards?
That looks like a drop nose.
It's got a drop nose.
Yeah.
So that's not. So Zanetti is 5 seconds further back than he looks like. When you have a heavy impact, you drop the nose, you get a 5-second nose penalty. And in fairness, that was an impact that looked like it would drop a nose.
It should do. I mean, if you push a driver's head so hard that he flicks back and gives him a bit of a whiplash,
Harrison Crook was down in 27th.
That's the whole point of the nose penalties.
Yeah. Harrison Crook was down in 27th position, so that's not good. So Zanetti is our leader, but he's not actually leading when it comes to it. You can see the what we have that nose is loose as anything. So the leader actually is Scott Smith. Steve Gilly is second. Cole Edwards is third. Zanetti would currently drop down to 8th.
Yeah, that's definitely a nose penalty, isn't it? Yeah,
Yep.
that's flopping around.
And and in fairness, he must. He just made a mistake. He got his braking wrong. He practically looking somewhere else. Didn't realise what was going on. Now he needs to go as fast as he possibly can.
Yeah.
Just to try and clear more people.
He's got to clear 5 seconds. The gap at the moment is half a second.
Well, he's not going to get the lead, but it's really, can he get 6th?
That's
Can
right,
he get
yeah.
5th? It's not about
I'm
winning.
Just looking back, he's currently in 8th place.
Yeah. So 1, 2. So the battle, there is a little battle for second now with those 3 carts. We drop back to the carts which are battling for what looks like 3rd, 4th, and 5th, but actually it's 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
Yeah, it's Scott Smith, Steve Gilly, and Cole Edwards. That's the battle there.
Down
for
they come.
2nd and 3rd. Scott Smith is our effective leader.
Nope, more waving.
Still plenty of time, 3.5 minutes. Still plenty of time for more drama. Steve Gilly gets very untidy over that curve there. Into Luna. And Steve will want to just gather his composure. Start closing that gap to Scott Smith. I'm not sure if they have any kind of communication system.
Yeah, I mean, these guys would have no idea that Zanetti's got a drop nose. Smith might know because you saw the impact.
It's incredible what drivers take in. And when they see what's happened ahead of them, they will register that driver has a nose penalty. You know, I've taught the kids before and drivers before, and it was like I knew he had a nose penalty, or I knew that would happen. And
Smith knows. It's just where these guys who are further back from the incident also know.
Yeah, I think they saw the cart spear off, didn't they? Mm. Yeah. So the gap between Scott Smith in second on the road. We'll call it as we see it on the road, but we kind of gather that Zanetti has that nose flopping around, the nose cone flopping around. Steve Gilly driving defensive, but then realised he can take the optional line. And look at those carts gathering up behind him. Ian Branfield, Cole Edwards, Scott Clee, Harry Wainwright wanting to get in the mix as well, just out of the picture. There he is in the white cart.
Successful first foray into being a heavyweight at the age of 16 for Harry Wainwright.
Yeah. And they're just gathering up behind Steve.
Oh. You get these partial overlaps going into the corner before they go into Luna, but it's never a chance to do anything there. No one can get through there unless someone makes a mistake. And this is the point, really, they get to the end, and once they've gone past that paddock bend, but we're going to get an overtake here.
There's
and
a
it's
move
the
for the
146, I think, was it picking up a
no,
place?
The 116,
Scott Clee picking up Cole Edwards, yep.
Yeah. So coming up to 90 seconds of the race remaining, 90 seconds of the race meeting remaining, to be precise. And we've got Max Zanetti leading on the road, we believe will pick up a nose penalty. Scott Smith in second, and the gap is 2.3 seconds between Scott Smith in second and Steve Gilly in third place. Ian Branfield in fourth. Steve Gilly having to use all of that experience to keep these carters behind him. This is where he needs the performance. He does go defensively. Then he realises he's got a gap to be able to take the optional line. Less than a minute on the clock now. They'll get 2 more laps after this one. So Steve will stay with this battle for third place, as it's this is where the action's going to happen. And it's getting Steve a little bit slow out of the chicane there, wasn't he?
Yeah, and it's getting a bit quite crowded, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It's backing up now. Oh, backing up to 5 carts, and it's in that movement, all of a sudden, almost Branfield almost lost a place because he got checked up so heavily by Steve.
And there's contact.
And he's off, he's off, and he's gone.
I'm not sure who that was that rode over the back of, I think, Branfield.
Let's find out.
Yeah, you could see them all beginning to trip over one another. There's Harry Wainwright. It involved it. Was it Scott Clee on the 116?
That was worse than it looked.
No, it wasn't Scott Clee. What number was it, Nick?
I think that was Clee, actually. He dropped to 5th.
Here's that battle back to this one. A long paddock turn. It'll be 1 lap to go board next time by.
That driver with 48-second lap.
Cole Edwards.
That's
who it was. So Steve Gilly still remains in that third place on the road. Branfield still hanging on to his bumper. They've broken away, haven't they, after that little incident?
It took out the middle of that train, and without the aero.
Oh,
very aggressive. Oh, beautiful. Oh, that's a little. Oh, and he's.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I'll be happy about that as well.
Branfield
absolutely had your nose whipped off you.
Yeah, Steve Gilly driving defensively.
No, it was a little bit too much, if you ask me.
Here we go then. We're getting towards the flag.
He's not happy.
And Branfield feeling frustrated now. It's Steve Gilly.
Did Branfield get a nose drop when he got clipped at that point?
I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. Doesn't look like it. Or does it?
It does.
Oh, it does, you know.
I think he got a nose drop when he got, but that was it was wiped off the front of him by Gilly rather than anything else.
Checkered flag as Matt Zanetti takes the checkered flag on the road.
Scott Smith
is
going to win.
Is going to take the win. Steve
Gilly's going to be third. Branfield's going to drop out. So it's going to be Smith from Gilly from
Steve
Clee.
Gilly going to be second.
Yes, Smith from Gilly from Clee, because Branfield's also got a drop nose off.
Yeah, we believe so. Yeah, we let that one sort itself out in Park Fermi, I think.
That's all another race and a half. So, yeah, so if we go back to find the... Hello, that's one way of finishing.
Oh, I like that. Who's that? That's going to be a prize for something.
I don't know.
Taking the... it was Paul Stewart who finished backwards at Snetterton, wasn't it? Yeah, we've got a winner for that as well. I'll just find out for you.
No worries. So we come to the end of the race day. We've had a selection of incredible finals, lots of action. It's been great having you with us. Thank you for all of you who joined us on the new Karting Live TV YouTube stream. Thank you who joined us on the old and very popular Control Sport YouTube stream. It's great to have both of you there. We had combined together, we had some very impressive numbers today. Very impressed by that, actually. Obviously, you can review this meeting at any point because the archive of those videos will be up almost immediately when we finish here. Joe is searching through
our
information
prize. I know exactly who it is.
To award the Alfano prize.
It is Josh.
Hang on, the paddock can hear you. Do it properly.
What do you mean?
You're announcing a prize. Give it a build-up because the paddock can hear us.
So the winner, the very deserved winner of our Alfano prize is Josh Delicata. Kart 29 Junior Rotax.
Fantastic. Thank you. And good news for Mr. Delicata. Yes, so thank you all for watching. My name's Nick Damon.
My name's Joe Bradley.
Joe Bradley. We have Paul Bateman.
I think it is.
Paul Bateman was doing the button pressing and getting you far too interested in the racing. We had Ash Leontine on the camera next to us, and over and above we had Scott Dumain, and someone's turned the PA off.
Yes, they've had enough.
No more of me. I'm not on the PA. I'm only on this. Paul, you need to come back and put up the end credit.
Yeah, come on, Paul. You're not finished yet, mate. Right then, before we go, let's just to remind everybody that we have got more of this coming. Yes. So, the weekend of the 19th to the 21st of May, we head up to Cumbria. Round 2 of the NKC at Rowra. If you can't make that one, there's Mansell Raceway in June. There's Wilton Mill twice in July, and the O-Plate, that's a one-off championship run over a weekend. That's the O-Plate at Wilton Mill also. That's in August. And then we finish off the season at Fullbeck in September, and then Clay Pigeon in October. So more NKC racing. Junction 6, thank you very much to all of our sponsors. The Junction 6 NKC will wave bye-bye for now.